Chapter 679. 679. A great opportunity. What? 2 days off? Xianxia was dumbfounded and then his face turned red. What's wrong? You don't want to? Then forget it, let's hurry and escape. Lu Ming's body will definitely be taken over by the old man. Sigh. Lu Ming sighed. Xianxia bit his lips and his face turned red. He gritted his teeth and said, "All right. I've agreed, so you can leave now." "I'm leaving? No need, you guys can start. I'll stay here and watch over you," Dandan said, her eyes darting around. "Where's the cultivation technique?" Xianxia said. "Cultivation technique? What cultivation technique?" Dandan answered subconsciously. "That pair of cultivation technique." After that, Xianxia's eyes flashed and he couldn't help but take a few more looks at Dandan. He saw Dandan's sneaky eyes rolling around and her mouth was grinning. She looked like she wanted to laugh, but she was holding it in. "Dandan, are you lying to me? You're lying to me, aren't you?" Xianxia's eyes widened. "Ah, little beauty, you've seen through me. Ah, I just wanted to see if you're concerned about Lu Ming. I didn't expect that I would be able to see through it with one try." Dandan finally couldn't hold it in and grinned. "I'm going to eat you, you bastard." Xianxia's face turned red and he gritted his teeth. He pounced over and grabbed Dandan, wanting to take a bite. Then he cast a worried glance at Lu Ming and said, "Is Lu Ming really all right?" "Don't worry. That old man actually dared to set his eyes on Lu Ming. He's simply courting death. Moreover, Lu Ming is going to obtain a great fortune. This kid's luck is too good. Even I'm a little envious," Dandan said with a relaxed expression. "Are you really fine?" Xianxia asked. "Of course I'm fine, I'm absolutely fine." He was very confident. Then it saw Xianxia's eyes glint fiercely as he stared at it with gritted teeth. Just now he was actually fooled by Dandan. At the thought that she almost had a double break with Lu Ming, Xianxia's heart raced and his face turned red. He wanted to find a hole to hide in. "I wonder if that guy heard it?" "I don't think you heard it." At the thought that Lu Ming might have heard it, Xianxia could not wait to braze Dandan. "Hey, what are you doing? Why are you looking at me like that? I'm doing this for your own good, you know? In any case, you'll have to do it sooner or later, so it's better to do it as soon as possible. Young people like to procrastinate, this lord is anxious to see it." Dandan shouted. "Who wants to do it with that fellow? Did that kind of thing? Burn." A ball of flame appeared in Xianxia's hand and enveloped Dandan. "Yes, it's a murder. No, it's a turtle. Help." Dandan shouted and her 4 heads shrank into the turtle shell. The turtle shell glowed and blocked the flames. At this moment, a huge battle was going on in Lu Ming's sea of consciousness. "How is that possible? Earth core flowing flame, your mental energy fire was ignited by earth core flowing flame." The 7-colored Daoist shrieked in fear. At this moment, the 7-colored Daoist's mental energy fire was completely wrapped in yellow flames. Earlier, when the 7-colored Daoist entered, he wanted to extinguish Lu Ming's mental energy fire and then replace it. However, he would never have dreamed that the essence of Lu Ming's mental energy fire was the core flowing flame. The earth core flowing flame was an extremely powerful flame. It was one of the most powerful flames in the world. Not only did the 7-colored Daoist fail to extinguish Lu Ming's mental energy fire, but he was also surrounded by it. Damn it, damn it!" The 7-colored Daoist shouted. His purple mental energy fire transformed back into his human form. He waved his hands and a purple combat sword appeared, trying to break through the encirclement of Lu Ming's mental energy fire. And NBSP hoo-hoo. Lu Ming's mental energy fire suddenly transformed into a huge underworld god. It held a long spear and stabbed at the 7-colored Daoist. This was the underworld god formed by the underworld god meditation. At this moment, Lu Ming was using the underworld god meditation. Bang! The 7-colored Daoist's combat sword was destroyed, but the spear didn't stop and continued to stab the 7-colored Daoist. The 7-colored Daoist let out a blood-curdling screech as his body was shattered, turning into a ball of purple flames that drifted backward before condensing back together. Mental fire cultivation method. You've actually mastered the mental fire cultivation method. The seven-colored Daoist shrieked hysterically. His voice was filled with endless fear, and he seemed to be even more terrified than when he first heard about the earth core flowing flame. Die. The god of the underworld exuded a terrifying aura as he strode forward and thrust his spear forward. Run, run. The seven-colored Daoist turned into a stream of light and ran. Where do you think you're going in my knowledge sea? In the next moment, the god of the underworld appeared in front of the seven-colored Daoist and thrust his spear. With a pft, the seven-colored Daoist was shattered again, turning into a ball of flames. In Lu Ming's sea of consciousness, he was the master here. He had complete control over this place. How could the seven-colored Daoist escape? This time the seven-colored Daoist took a longer time to recondense the drifting flames. Spare me, young hero, spare me. The seven-colored Daoist began to beg for mercy the moment he was formed. You wanted to kill me just now and now you want me to spare you? Is that even possible? Lu Ming sneered. Young hero, as long as you spare me, I can teach you alchemy and the method of inscribing formations. I can grasp all my experience and teach you. The seven-colored Daoist called out. Hee, I'm not at ease facing an old monster like you. I'm more at ease when you're dead. Lu Ming was not moved at all. He continued to thrust his spear. Bang! The flames continued to be scattered. Then Lu Ming turned into a ball of flame again and surrounded the seven-colored Daoist's purple flame, burning it wildly. The seven-colored Daoist shrieked miserably. His soul and consciousness were being burned by the earth core flowing flame and were slowly dissipating. No matter how he begged for mercy and cursed, Lu Ming was unmoved. A moment later, the seven-colored Daoist's voice disappeared completely. His consciousness had been completely refined by Lu Ming, leaving only a ball of pure mental energy fire. And NBSP hoo. At that moment, the seven-colored Daoist's mental energy fire was being burned and refined. Wisps of it actually drifted toward Lu Ming's mental energy lamp. Initially, Lu Ming had only lit up 8 yellow spirit lamps. However, at that moment, the first 8 lamps continued to burn while the 9th lamp suddenly emitted a flame. Although it was just a small flame, it meant that Lu Ming had lit the 9th lamp. A rank 3 alchemist would have 9 lamps. He was only 1 lamp away from perfect. Moreover, as the earth core flowing flame continued to burn and refine the seven-colored Daoist spirit fire, the flame of the 9th spirit lamp began to light up quickly and the flame became more and more intense. It was 108,000 times faster than when he was cultivating. Lu Ming was ecstatic and extremely excited. He could actually refine the seven-colored Daoist's mental energy fire and use it to improve his own. A blessing in disguise. This was simply a blessing in disguise. Chapter 680. 680 Chapter 680 General Jade. Moreover, as the seven-colored Daoist's mental energy fire was refined and fused with his, it also brought with it some scattered fragments. It was fragments of the seven-colored Daoist's experience in alchemy, pill-making and inscription formations. This was the seven-colored Daoist's lifetime of experience in cultivating the path of inscriptions. It slowly merged with Lu Ming's mental energy fire and was mastered by him. Lu Ming simply wanted to laugh out loud. It was an opportunity, a supreme opportunity. After all, Lu Ming had only cultivated the inscription Dao for a short period of time. Although his mental energy fire was perfect at every level, he was still lacking in experience and knowledge. Although he had mastered millions of level 1, level 2 and level 3 inscriptions given to him by Dandan, he did not know how to combine them or how to use them. This was something that had to be explored slowly. This was experience. Now, however, he had refined the seven-colored Daoist's mental energy fire and integrated it with his experience. Although the experience points were still scattered, as long as Lu Ming refined more and more mental energy flames from the seven-colored Daoist, he would definitely gain more experience points. His knowledge of the Tao of inscription would definitely advance by leaps and bounds. Although the true dragon's blood had already been burned dry by the seven-colored Daoist, it was enough for him to obtain such an opportunity. To Lu Ming, it was even more precious than a ball of true dragon's blood. At this moment, Lu Ming opened his eyes. In his sea of consciousness, refining the mental energy fire was not something that could be done in a short period of time. He was refining it at all times, and Lu Ming's mental energy fire was improving at all times. "Huh, a kid, you've earned big this time, haven't you?" Dandan laughed when she saw Lu Ming opening his eyes. "Not bad, we've indeed earned big." Lu Ming smiled faintly. Xianxia's face was still blushing. He blinked his big eyes at Lu Ming and then looked in other directions as if he did not dare to look at Lu Ming. "Hey little Qing, we seem to have other things to do just now. Why don't we continue now?" Lu Ming looked at Xianxia with a smile. Xianxia's face turned red. She knew that Lu Ming must have heard everything that had happened. "Continue, my ass. A big pervert with a perverted turtle, they are indeed jackals of the same tribe." Xianxia gritted his teeth and turned away, his face red with embarrassment. He did not want to look at Lu Ming. "Little brat, I'm really kind this time, right? Hurry up and reward me with some spirit herbs." Dandan shouted. Not bad, not bad. You're a good friend this time. Here, a reward for you." Lu Ming took out more than 10 stalks of level 5 spiritual herbs and threw them to Dandan. She was overjoyed. She opened her mouth and swallowed them all. Lu Ming. At the sight of this, Xianxia gritted his teeth. His eyes were as big as copper bells, and there was a raging fire in his eyes. He bared his fangs and brandished his claws as he pounced on Lu Ming. "Let's see what other treasures are in the hall." Lu Ming quickly changed the topic and dashed into the hall in a flash. After walking around the hall, he realized that there was nothing there. It was completely empty. Where were the treasures left behind by the 7-colored Daoist after his death? What about the storage ring? Why wasn't there any? Lu Ming was a little depressed. If he had known earlier, he would have forced the 7-colored Daoist to tell him where the treasure was hidden before killing him. It turned around and returned to the Flood Dragon's side. Unfortunately, the 7-colored Daoist had burned the Flood Dragon's blood and essence. Otherwise, the Flood Dragon's blood essence would be a great supplement, and even the real dragon's blood could be refined. This Flood Dragon's corpse is full of treasures. Put it away. Lu Ming waved his hand and kept the Flood Dragon's corpse into a storage ring. Xianxia followed Lu Ming angrily. "Little Qing, let's go out," Lu Ming said with a smile. "Humph." Xianxia snorted coldly. He ignored Lu Ming and walked out. Lu Ming smiled and followed him out. When he arrived at the square, he found that the spiritual practitioner Han Dao and the other man were still trapped there. "Little bastard, stop right there. Where's the Flood Dragon? What treasure did you obtain? Hand it over." The spiritual practitioner called out as soon as he saw Lu Ming and the other man. "Idiot, you're really an idiot. I think you've lived for so many years in vain. In this situation, you're not kneeling down and begging me but threatening me." Lu Ming shook his head and said in disdain. "Little bastard, what did you just say?" The spiritual practitioner Han Dao roared. Lu Ming shook his head. He could not be bothered to waste his breath. He replaced thousands of spiritual crystals around the formation, increasing the power of the formation. "The two of you enjoy your time here." Lu Ming waved his hands and swaggered away with Xianxia. Behind them, only the spiritual practitioner Han Dao and the red monster's angry roars could be heard. "I say, Dandan, that form-shifting and shadow-changing talisman of yours is quite useful. Make a few more of them when you have time." On the way, Lu Ming looked at Dandan in anticipation. "Alright, give me the materials. The shape jade." Dandan stretched out a claw and said. "Shape jade? What shape jade?" Lu Ming was stunned. "Of course it's the materials. How can I make it without the shape jade? I saw that you didn't have any either. I found the previous few when I saw you cleaning up other people's storage rings, so I went over to make a few form-shifting shadow-changing talismans." Dandan pouted and said. Lu Ming remembered that there was indeed a time when Dandan coaxed and pestered him and took a piece of jade from him. Initially he thought that it was an ordinary jade. He did not expect it to be a shape jade. "Lu Ming, let me tell you. The shape-shifting jade is very rare. With my current ability, I can only refine it and use it in a level 6 inscription formation. The formation that the 7-colored Daoist set up is only as powerful as a normal level 6 inscription formation after so many years. That's why it can be used. So, don't even think about using the shape-shifting shadow-changing talisman to walk through all kinds of formations. That's not realistic." Dandan ruthlessly attacked. Lu Ming was depressed. He initially had that idea to let Dandan refine a bunch of form-shifting and shadow-changing talismans. Then he would not have to fear any big arrays in the future. It seemed that there was no such thing as a free lunch in the world. The 2 people and 1 turtle followed the original path and left the area full of inscription formations without any danger. Let's go to other places and search for spirit herbs, Lu Ming said. Following that, they chose another direction and went to search for spirit medicines. Although the Rainbow Island was huge, it was still limited. This place had already been turned over. In the next 3 days, although the 2 of them had some gains, it was not much. However, Lu Ming's mental energy fire had changed drastically. His mental energy fire was increasing rapidly at every moment. In just 3 days, not only had he lit 10 spirit lamps at the 3rd rank, but he had also become a 4th rank alchemist. Now he had already lit 8 green spirit lamps. A 4th level alchemist with 8 green lamps. In just 3 short days, Lu Ming's mental energy fire had advanced by a whole realm. However, he had only refined a small portion of the 7-colored Daoist's mental energy fire in his spiritual sea. There was still a large portion that had yet to be refined. Chapter 681. 681 Spirit Warrior of the Cold War Saber. The 7-colored Daoist was a 7th rank true inscription refiner. At every rank he had at least 6 spirit lamps lit. How large was his spirit fire? Although Lu Ming lit up 10 spirit lamps at each level, he was only a 3rd level alchemist previously. He was still far from being a 7th level alchemist. For example, a martial grandmaster realm martial artist and a spirit embryo realm martial artist were worlds apart. Therefore, the spiritual fire of the 7-colored Daoist was still causing Lu Ming's spiritual fire to continue to grow rapidly. Moreover, it contained fragments of the 7-colored Daoist's experience. Lu Ming's experience in alchemy and inscription formations was becoming more and more abundant. Look, there's another palace up ahead. Xianxia suddenly pointed to the front and said in surprise. Lu Ming looked over. Indeed, there was a mountain range in front of him. On one of the mountains there was a palace. Could it be that the 7-colored Daoist has more than one palace? Could it be that all his treasures are hidden in the palace in front? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Obviously, Xianxia had the same guess. Kill our way over and snatch all the treasures. Dandan shouted. Buzz. Buzz. Lu Ming turned into 2 streaks of rainbow light and flew in that direction. But not long after they stopped. In front of them there were 2 rays of light, one in front and one behind, speeding towards them. In front of him was a golden sword light. In the sword light was a young man in his 20s. He was extremely handsome and exuded a powerful aura. Obviously, the young man was being chased by a light from behind. The ray of light behind him was an old man. Spiritual practitioner Han Dao. Lu Ming and Xianxia were shocked to see the old man behind them. The person chasing after him was actually spiritual practitioner Han Dao. But wasn't he trapped in the big array in the square? He had actually escaped and even appeared here. However, looking at the spiritual practitioner Han Dao's aura, he should have been severely injured and was far from his peak state. He was at most at the 2nd level of the spiritual ocean tier. Kid, hand over the treasure and I'll spare your life. The spiritual being Han Dao shouted. However, the young man had no intention of paying attention to them. He flew forward at top speed and flew past Lu Ming and the others. What? The spiritual practitioner Han Dao was in hot pursuit. He glanced at Lu Ming and was stunned for a moment before he shouted, "Little bastard, it's you. You deserve to die." With an angry roar, the spirit warrior Han Dao stopped chasing the young man and pounced on Lu Ming and Xianxia. His eyes were filled with deep hatred. From this, it could be seen how much he hated Lu Ming. He had directly abandoned the young man. Lu Ming's expression was grave and the infinite dragon spear appeared in his hands. Sky Devil Force Field. Xianxia reached out his hand, and a huge sky demon power field covered the spirit warrior. However, the spiritual practitioner Han Dao was indeed powerful. Although he was injured, the vital essence in his body was still extremely powerful. His vital essence burst forth and broke through the sky demon force field, charging toward Lu Ming and the other man. Destruction cut. Cut. Xianxia shouted again. Destructive cutting power burst out of the sky demon force field. The terrifying cutting power seemed to be able to cut open the space. The spiritual practitioner Han Dao shouted angrily. His body was covered in white ice, which looked like a suit of ice armor. He continued to rush forward. Kill. Lu Ming held the infinite dragon spear and rushed into the sky demon power field. The spear's gleam was aimed at the cold saber spiritual practitioner's throat. Lu Ming was not restricted in the slightest in the demonic power field, just like he was outside. The sky demon force field was completely under Xianxia's control. Clang! The spiritual practitioner Han Dao slashed his saber and blocked Lu Ming's long spear. Lu Ming's body trembled and he retreated. The spiritual practitioner Han Dao's realm was too high. Even though he was injured, his combat strength was still terrifying. Little bastard, die. You will all die today. The killing intent in the eyes of the spiritual practitioner Han Dao was so strong that it couldn't be dispersed. 3 days ago, he and the red-haired old monster had been trapped in the formation for half a day and had almost died. Fortunately, there were other people who had arrived there and helped them to destroy the foundation of the formation. Although he had managed to escape, he had been severely injured and had yet to fully recover. One could imagine how much he hated Lu Ming and Lin Feng. Boom. Boom. The 9-dragon bloodline and his second bloodline were activated at the same time, and Lu Ming's combat strength increased greatly. 9th level king. Both bloodlines are 9th level king. The spiritual practitioner Han Dao cried out in disbelief as he was almost scared to death. When one's bloodline was activated, it was inevitable that one's bloodline level would be exposed. It was simply unbelievable that both of his bloodlines were king-class 9th level. Kill! Lu Ming shouted. After his blood meridian exploded, his combat strength increased and he charged towards the spiritual practitioner with the frost saber. The spiritual practitioner Han Dao wanted to kill him, so why wouldn't he want to kill him too? Otherwise, it wouldn't feel good to be targeted by such a despicable old monster. Who knew if the other party would do something behind his back? Die. This brat is too terrifying. He must die. The spiritual practitioner Han Dao was even more determined to kill Lu Ming. His blade glowed as he fought with Lu Ming. However, under the influence of the demonic power field, he was greatly affected. It would not be easy for him to defeat Lu Ming. I'll smash it. Dandan shrank back into the turtle shell and suddenly smashed towards the spirit warrior Han Dao's face. However, Sea of Soul Realm warriors who had comprehended the second-level intent could already control the nature's attributes to form armor that covered their entire body. They rushed over, but they only hit the ice armor on the face of the spirit warrior Han Dao. Nest, I haven't recovered enough. Otherwise, I would have smashed through that old man's ice layer. Dandan flew back to Lu Ming's shoulder and mumbled, looking for another chance to launch a sneak attack. Whoosh. At this moment, a golden sword light flew over. The golden-robed young man from before had actually returned. Before he had even arrived, a golden sword chi, extremely sharp, cut through the void and slashed towards the spirit warrior Han Dao. Brat, let's die together. The spiritual practitioner Han Dao shouted angrily and waved his blade to block the sword light. Buzz. The golden-robed young man appeared in the air and swept his gaze across the room. His eyes finally landed on Lu Ming. Shura. The King of Hell. Lu Ming said. He could tell from this person's aura that he was the King of Hell. The other party had obviously recognized him. How about we join forces? Kill this old man. The King of Hell spoke. Just what I wanted. Lu Ming had a smile on his face. Hell King's combat strength was extremely terrifying. With him they could fight against the injured spiritual practitioner Han Dao. Golden Light Vibration Sword. King Yama was straightforward and attacked directly. The dazzling golden sword chi emitted an extremely sharp intent as if it could cut through everything. Hell King had comprehended the metal will and had reached level 2. The metal will was known for its sharpness. Xianxia's sky demon force field naturally did not hinder the King of Hell. At the same time, Lu Ming appeared and thrust his long spear forward. A 3-colored true dragon flew out and pounced at the spirit warrior Han Dao. Facing the attacks of the 3 people, spiritual practitioner Han Dao slashed out blade lights towards the 3 people. With a loud boom, the two sides were evenly matched. Chapter 682. 682 Escaping into the void. Then the spear light, sword light, and saber light rose again and collided fiercely. Whoosh, whoosh. Streaks of sword chi and saber chi shot in all directions. One could clearly see with the naked eye that there were traces in the nearby space. The spiritual practitioner Han Dao was injured and suppressed by the sky demon force field. On the other hand, Lu Ming and the King of Hell could unleash their full power. For a time, the battle between the four of them was extremely intense. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged dozens of moves. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, heaven and earth began to shake. The four of them could feel the Rainbow Island shaking violently, and the shaking was getting more and more intense. Not good. The seven-colored island is about to return to the void. Let's go. In the distance, a martial artist shouted. How do we leave? Fly to the sky. The seven-colored island is covered by the inscription formation. As long as you fly to the sky and break through the inscription formation, you can leave. Hurry. Buzz. And NBSP whoosh. One could see streaks of light appearing from the mountains and flying into the sky at high speed. The expressions of Lu Ming and the rest changed. However, everyone was in a state of anxiety and no one stopped. If one side stopped and the other side took advantage of the situation to attack, they would definitely be at a disadvantage. However, the four of them also consciously charged toward the sky, fighting as they flew. After flying for tens of thousands of meters, one could see that there was indeed a light screen above their heads, covering the seven-colored island. In the distance, rainbow lights kept bombarding the light screen, then breaking through it and disappearing. Boom. As the four of them fought, when they reached the edge of the light curtain was naturally pierced through and the four of them rushed out. Lu Ming appeared outside and realized that he was floating in the air. Not far away, a part of the Rainbow Island had already escaped into the void. The remaining part was also constantly entering the void and would soon disappear. Around the seven-colored island, there were figures that kept flashing and appearing. They were the people who came from the seven-colored island. Clang. Not far away, a dazzling golden light flashed. The spiritual practitioner Han Dao and the King of Hell were closer to each other. He made the first move, wanting to kill one of them first before dealing with Lu Ming and Xianxia. How could Lu Ming let him have his way? He took one step with the 9 dragons' sky-treading steps and turned into a stream of light. He appeared behind the spiritual practitioner in an instant and directly greeted him with his long spear. Detestable. The King of Hell had been on guard against him. His sudden attack did not severely injure the King of Hell. On the other hand, Lu Ming's speed and reaction were terrifyingly fast. He arrived immediately, foiling his plan to severely injure the King of Hell in one fell swoop. Boom. The next moment, a huge pressure pressed down on Han Dao's body, and Xianxia followed closely behind. This made the spiritual being Han Dao so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. Among the three of them, Xianxia was the one who gave him the biggest headache. The suppression of the sky demon force field and the sneak attack of the destructive cutting made it impossible for him to use all his strength. Lu Ming and the King of Hell were in charge of the fierce attacks. He was confident that he could easily crush and kill any one of them alone, but it would be too difficult to deal with the three of them together. This area was boiling with excitement as the battle was extremely intense. The people nearby were all alarmed. That's the spiritual practitioner Han Dao. Who are those three? He can actually fight with the spiritual practitioner Han Dao? What powerful battle strength. These three young men are all peak-tier kings. Unbelievable. Peak-tier kings can actually fight against spirit warrior Han Dao? Azura Yama and Yiksha. That's right, it's the three of them. Their moves are exactly the same. They actually joined forces to fight against the spiritual practitioner with the cold saber. What's going on? Oh my god, it must be the three of them. I guess they had a conflict on the seven-colored island. Most of the people around were peak-tier kings and there were a few Sea of Soul realm experts. All of them were shocked by this scene. Spiritual warrior Han Dao was a powerful existence at the peak of the 3rd level of the spiritual ocean realm. They could see that his aura was weak and he should be injured, but this was already shocking enough. Many people stood in the air and watched from afar. Boom, boom, boom. The seven-colored island continued to sink into the void and soon disappeared. The commotion on the Rainbow Island shook the entire Golden Sand Island. Countless figures flew over and watched in shock as the Rainbow Island was about to disappear. At the same time, they were also shocked by the battle between Lu Ming and the others and the spiritual practitioner Han Dao. Feng Chuan, come and help me kill these three little bastards. Spiritual warrior Han Dao called out. He called an expert at the first level of the spiritual ocean realm who was watching nearby. Feng Chuan was an old acquaintance of the Cold Saber spiritual practitioner, but they were not close friends. At that moment, Feng Chuan's expression changed. Lu Ming, Xianxia, and the King of Hell were too powerful. Even if he attacked, he might not be able to kill them in one blow. If they counterattacked, he might die here. Furthermore, the other party was still so young and had shocking potential. If he didn't kill them all, he would have to hide and not dare to appear when the other party broke through to the spirit ocean realm. Therefore, he hesitated and couldn't make a decision. Feng Chuan, what are you waiting for? Do you want to die? The spiritual being Han Dao threatened. Feng Chuan's expression turned ugly again. Kill! Xianxia shouted and pressed his arm again. A beautiful arm formed. The arm was huge and the palm alone was 10 meters wide. It pressed towards the spirit warrior. This was Xianxia's bloodline martial skill. Gakudo Path Attack. Golden Light Tear. Lu Ming and the King of Hell also unleashed their strongest attacks. They had to end the battle as soon as possible. The longer it dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for them. The spiritual practitioner Han Dao knew many people, but they were outsiders and didn't know many people. The three of them all used their strongest killing moves. The spirit warrior Han Dao's expression changed and he used all his power to defend. Bang! The three's power landed on the spiritual being Han Dao's body. The spiritual being Han Dao's blade light was destroyed, and the ice armor covering his body was also not cracked. He screamed and his body flew far away, spitting out a large amount of blood. Kill! Lu Ming and the other two pounced on the spiritual practitioner Han Dao crazily. Cold Blade Storm. An abnormal color flashed across the spiritual practitioner Han Dao's face. He slashed hundreds of times in an instant, aiming at Lu Ming and the other two. Break! The three of them joined hands to destroy the spiritual practitioner's cold blade storm with one strike and then rushed towards him. The spiritual practitioner Han Dao's face turned pale. He was actually at a disadvantage. If this continued, he would be in danger. At this moment, a scarlet sword chi crossed the void and slashed at Lu Ming and the other two. The three of them were shocked and blocked the sword light, but their bodies could not help but stop. Buzz! An old man in a red robe appeared and stood in front of the spiritual practitioner. It was the red-haired old monster. Already you're here. Good, let's kill these three little bastards together. Seeing the crimson old monster, the spiritual being Han Dao was overjoyed. However, Lu Ming, Xianxia, and the King of Hell's faces turned grave. The three of them stood side by side, staring at the spiritual practitioner Han Dao and the crimson old monster. The spiritual practitioner Han Dao alone was already hard enough to deal with, and now there was the crimson old monster. Chapter 683. 683 The Identity of the King of Hell. The red-haired old monster was the same as the spiritual practitioner with the frost saber. He had also been injured in the formation, but the severity of his injuries was unknown. If he had retained his combat strength, which was similar to or even stronger than the spiritual practitioner with the frost saber, they would be in trouble. But today it was impossible to kill the spiritual practitioner Han Dao. The spiritual practitioner Han Dao and the crimson old monster closed in on Lu Ming and the other two. In the surroundings, everyone was watching with rapt attention. They were all extremely curious in their hearts. Would the three geniuses who were like the sun at midday die at the hands of two old monsters? Buzz! At this moment, a golden pagoda appeared on King Yama's body. The golden pagoda emitted a dazzling golden light that was even more dazzling than the sun. The rays of golden light seemed to be extremely sharp sword chi. Golden Light Sword Pagoda. The spiritual warrior Han Dao and the crimson old monster couldn't help but exclaim when they saw the golden pagoda. It's the Golden Light Sword Pagoda. Around him the others also exclaimed in shock. "You're from the Gold Sword sect," the red-haired old monster said with a serious expression. "To the west of the chaotic astral ocean, there is a large domain called the Golden Light Domain. In the eastern wastelands, the Golden Light Domain is extremely famous. It's not a small domain, but rather a large domain with extremely terrifying strength. The number one sect in the Golden Light region was the Golden Sword sect. Although the Golden Light region was also under the control of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, and the Golden Sword sect was also a subordinate force of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, the Golden Sword sect's authority in the Golden Light region was extremely great. It was almost on the same level as the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace's branch palace in the Golden Light region. From this, one could see how powerful the Golden Sword sect was. As for the Golden Light Sword Pagoda, it was owned only by the true geniuses of the Golden Sword sect. It was extremely famous and had exposed the fact that the Starry Sea was close to the Golden Light region, so it was natural that he had heard of it. "I'm Jian Filiu." The King of Hell slowly reported his name. "What? You're Jian Filiu from the Golden Sword sect, the 788th on the list of top 1,000 talents in the Eastern Barren Territory." As soon as King Yama finished speaking, the red-haired old monster and the spiritual practitioner Han Dao's expressions changed. A series of exclamations rang out in the surroundings. Hell King was Jian Filiu, who was ranked 788th on the list of top 1,000 talents in the Eastern Barren Territory. Many people were shocked. Lu Ming and Xianxia's gazes flickered as well. They had heard of Jian Filiu, who was on the list of top 1,000 talents in the Eastern Barren Territory. He was ranked 788th, much stronger than Li Xiaoyan. Old Ghost Cold Saber, let's just forget about today's matter. The red-haired old monster's expression changed as he spoke to the spiritual practitioner Han Dao. He wasn't afraid of Jian Filiu, but he was afraid of the Gold Sword sect behind Jian Filiu. "What are you afraid of? If we kill them today and find a small island to hide on, will the Metal Sword sect be able to find us?" The spiritual practitioner Han Dao revealed a vicious look and said, "Moreover, these kids all have precious treasures. We'll split them evenly. Ready? Don't be so gutless." The spiritual practitioner Han Dao's eyes were cold. Lu Ming and Xianxia entered the hall. When they went in to take a look, it was empty. Even the flood dragon was gone. He speculated that Lu Ming and Xianxia must have obtained the treasure inside. Moreover, his hatred for Lu Ming was too strong. He would not be satisfied if he did not kill Lu Ming. Jian Filiu had gotten the treasure from the other palace, so he didn't want to let them go. The red-haired old monster's expression also changed. He was also very tempted by the treasure that could catch the attention of the spiritual practitioner. "Han Bing, if you want to kill us, let's see if you have the ability. You think I don't have life-saving items on me when I'm out adventuring?" From another perspective, if I control the Golden Sword Pagoda with all my might, do you think you can stop me? I'm confident that I can kill one of you. Which one of you is here to die? Jian Filiu sneered as he looked at the Ice Spirit Warrior and the Red Monster. The Ice Spirit Warrior and the Red Monster's faces turned ugly. They knew that Jian Filiu was right. Would a heaven's favorite like Jian Filiu not have any life-saving items? The Golden Sword Pagoda was also a famous treasure. With Jian Filiu's cultivation, it was difficult to control it. However, if he was forced to fight to the death, one of them might be killed. "Brother Jian, there's no need to waste words with them. I also have something on me. If I use it with all my might, it'll be enough to kill one of them," Lu Ming said coldly. This caused the expressions of the icy spiritual being and the red monster to change again, and they could not help but retreat a distance. They had no choice but to believe that Lu Ming was telling the truth. Lu Ming was so young and his combat strength was not inferior to Jian Filiu's. He was definitely from a major force. It was very possible that he had a treasure on him to protect himself. Moreover, there was still Xianxia. They began to hesitate. This was the advantage of being a powerful force. It was not something that these itinerant cultivators could compare to. Lu Ming looked at the spiritual practitioner Han Dao and the crimson old monster coldly. What he said just now was half true and half false. He did have a killer move, which was the Thunder Cauldron. However, if he used the Thunder Cauldron, he would be at the mercy of others. In such an environment, Lu Ming did not intend to use the thunder cauldron at all. He only said it to scare the cold saber spiritual practitioner and the crimson old monster. In my opinion, let's just forget about today's matter. After pondering for a while, the red-haired old monster spoke. Obviously, he didn't dare to gamble with his life. Spiritual practitioner Han Dao's expression was unsightly and he was very unwilling. However, since the crimson old monster had retreated, he could not do anything to Lu Ming and the others. If he was not careful, he might even be killed by them. You little bastards, just wait until I recover from my injuries and see how I'll kill you. The spiritual practitioner Han Dao roared in his heart. If he was in his prime, he was absolutely confident that he could kill Lu Ming and Jianfiliu before they could use their secret treasures. Let's go. The spiritual practitioner Han Dao glanced at Lu Ming and the others. He and the crimson old monster turned into two streaks of light and flew into the distance, disappearing from this place. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, the seven-colored island had completely disappeared into the void. The void had returned to its calm state. How should I address you? I really admire your cultivation and battle strength. Jianfiliu kept the golden sword pagoda and cupped his fists at Lu Ming and Xianxia. I'm Lu Ming. Lu Ming also cupped his fists and smiled. Xianxia. Xianxia said coldly. Lu Ming? Xianxia? Jianfiliu thought for a while. Apparently he had never heard of these two people. Then he smiled bitterly and said, I've heard that many geniuses and proud sons of heaven have emerged in this golden age. It seems it's true. I've met geniuses who are on the same level as those on the list of top 1,000 talents along the way. There are more than 5 of them now. No wonder the Secret Chamber of Commerce didn't release a new list when it was time for the list to be updated. I guess there are too many new geniuses and it's hard for the Chamber of Commerce to control all of them. Lu Ming nodded. He was puzzled too. The list of top 1,000 talents would be updated once every 2 years. According to the time, the 2 years should have passed. However, the new list of top 1,000 talents had not been updated. It was obviously related to the current era. The Great Era was coming and the geniuses were rising. Although the Secret Chamber of Commerce was powerful, it was difficult to control all of them. If he wanted to know how many geniuses there were, he could only wait until the Battle of Providence began. Chapter 684. 684 Spirit Ring. Jianfiliu showed off his abilities in battle, but he was still very easygoing. Moreover, when they were on the Rainbow Island, he could have taken the opportunity to escape, but he turned around to help Lu Ming and the rest deal with the spiritual practitioner Han Dao. His character was not bad and Lu Ming had a good impression of him. Xianxia stood at the side and did not say anything. Lu Ming chatted with Jianfiliu for a while before Jianfiliu bade him farewell. Brother Lu, Monsieur, we can't stay on the Golden Sand Island for long. If the spiritual practitioner Han Dao recovers, he will definitely not let you go. I plan to leave the Golden Sand Island. What about you? Jianfiliu said. Yes, we are too. Lu Ming nodded. All right then, see you again if we're fated. Jianfiliu cupped his fists and disappeared. Let's go. Lu Ming and Xianxia looked at each other and left the place. News of this battle was bound to spread and it would spread even further. Lu Ming and Xianxia were indeed planning to leave Golden Sand Island. During this period of time, Lu Ming and Xianxia had gained a lot. They needed to find a quiet place to digest their gains. Xianxia's Destruction Intent Realm and Wind Intent Realm were about to merge successfully. She needed to find a place to seclude herself and break through in one go. As for Lu Ming, he had yet to take a good look at the prison-suppressing heavenly art that he had obtained from the prison-suppressing steel. Also, the 7-colored Daoist's mental energy fire was constantly being refined. He needed to go into seclusion for a period of time to properly digest it. The two of them flew toward the west of the Golden Sand Island. Soon they crossed the entire Golden Sand Island and arrived at the western seaside. Lu Ming's hand moved and a map appeared in his hand. This is the map of the chaotic astral ocean that he bought on Golden Sand Island. On the map there is an ocean with countless stars in it. Those are islands. Golden Sand Island was relatively close to the east. After a while, Lu Ming and Xianxia rose into the air and flew west. They planned to find an uninhabited island and cultivate in seclusion for a while. After Lu Ming and Xianxia left, Jian Filiu appeared on the other side of the sea. With a move of his hand, a metal box appeared. On the metal box, inscriptions circulated and sealed the metal box. I got this from the palace on the Rainbow Island. It's marked with the words, "Secret key to the Martial Emperor's treasure." I wonder if it's real? Jian Filiu murmured as his eyes glowed. The words "Martial Emperor's treasure" were too attractive. Regardless of whether it's real or fake, it must be extraordinary since it's in the 7-colored Daoist collection. Unfortunately, there's an inscription formation sealing it. It looks like I'll have to spend some time to open the seal. After saying that, Jian Filiu put away the iron box and flew out of the Great Sea, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming and Xianxia were extremely fast. After flying for 2 days, they finally found a deserted island. The deserted island was not big, with a radius of less than 100 miles, and no one lived there. The two of them landed on the deserted island and sorted out the things they had obtained on the Rainbow Island. And NBSP, he had obtained quite a few things this time. Supreme-grade spirit crystals, cultivation techniques, and even intent crystals were quite abundant. Spirit herbs were the most abundant. The two of them split it evenly, then each found a place and began to cultivate in seclusion. Dandan, take advantage of this time to inscribe inscriptions above level 4. Also, give me some inscription arrays. I have time to study them. In Dandan's mind, who knew how many inscriptions and inscription formations she had mastered, so she naturally had to make good use of them. Exchange it with spirit herbs. Dandan took the opportunity to ask for spirit herbs. Take it. Lu Ming took out a handful of level 5 spiritual medicine and threw it to Dandan. On the Rainbow Island, Lu Ming had obtained a lot of spirit herbs and was rich. Dandan took the spirit herb and ran off to inscribe inscriptions. Lu Ming sat cross-legged, his mind sinking into his sea of consciousness. In his sea of consciousness, 10 green spirit lamps were burning. That's right. Lu Ming had lit up 10 green spirit lamps over the past few days and had reached the perfect stage of a 4th-level alchemist. Next, he was going to break through to become a 5th-rank inscriber. Becoming a 5th-rank alchemist was a hurdle. Once crossed, there would be a qualitative change. A true alchemist would have terrifying combat power. Lu Ming activated the meditation of the Dark God. The core flowing flame in his sea of consciousness burned even more fiercely, continuously refining the mental fire of the 7-colored Daoist. The spiritual fire of the 7-colored Daoist had already shrunk, but there was still a lot left. In the near future, Lu Ming's mental energy would still advance by leaps and bounds. And NBSP hoo-hoo. Wisps of mental energy fire floated down and fused with Lu Ming's own mental energy fire. His mental energy fire grew stronger and stronger. 3 hours later, the 10 green mind lamps suddenly went out. Then on the first mind lamp, a wisp of flame slowly appeared. It was a green flame. Green mental fire, a level 5 alchemist. Boom. The moment the green flame appeared, Lu Ming's mind shook and there was a loud rumble. Buzz. At this moment, 5 halos of 5 colors suddenly appeared above Lu Ming's head. At the bottom was a red ring of light. On the ring of light, there were 10 evenly distributed dots that emitted a bright light like the stars. Counting from the bottom to the top, the second halo was orange and also had 10 dots. It was extremely resplendent. The third halo was yellow and also had 10 dots. The fourth halo was green and also had 10 dots. Only the fifth light ring was different. It was green, but there was only 1 dot on it. Spirit ring. Lu Ming's heart stirred. As long as an inscriber reached level 5, they would have a spirit ring. Each color of the spirit ring represented the corresponding level. For example, the bottommost ring represented a 1st-level alchemist, and the 10 points on top represented the number of spirit lamps lit. In the first 4 levels, Lu Ming had lit up 10 mental lamps. Hence there were 10 bright spots. If he only lit up 5 lamps at a certain level, there would only be 5 bright spots. The spiritual ring could clearly show the cultivation state of an inscriber. With a thought, he put away the spirit ring. Immediately, Lu Ming's mind sank into the green mental energy fire. Boom. In an instant, Lu Ming's mental energy extended out of his body and flew out, floating in the air. At this moment, the entire world was colorful in his eyes. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple. Lu Ming could clearly sense the various colors, heaven and earth attributes and energies. What a wonderful feeling. Lu Ming was extremely curious. His mental energy continued to extend out. However, the further it went, the weaker the energy Lu Ming felt. Let's test the power of the great inscription formation. Lu Ming's mind returned and he stood up. Ta! Ta! He stomped on the ground and runes appeared on the ground. These runes intersected and gathered, forming an inscription formation. Bang! As Lu Ming took his last step, a combat sword flew out of the formation and slashed at a mound. Bang! The mound was split in half. As expected, an inscription formation can channel the power of heaven and earth to unleash a powerful attack. Is this what a true rank 5 inscriber is? It's indeed wonderful. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Chapter 685. 685 Comprehending the Fourth Force. He had just stepped into level 5 and had only lit one lamp of mind. Later on, the more lamps of mind he lit, the more powerful inscription arrays he would be able to master, and the more powerful his attack power would be. The big array that Lu Ming had just carved was only a level 3 array and its attack power was limited. The combat strength of an inscription master was related to the strength of their mental energy fire, but it was also greatly related to the inscription formation they mastered. The stronger one's mental energy fire was, the more heaven and earth power one could control. The more powerful the formation was, the more terrifying its power would be. The 7-colored Daoist's mental energy fire has some experience. He even has alchemy techniques in the Tao of array formations. However, it's too complicated now. I'll sort it out after I refine all of his mental energy fire. Now I'll just wait for the inscriptions and the array. Before that, I'll put the Tao of inscription aside. In any case, the earth core flowing flame was refining the 7-colored Daoist's mental energy fire at all times. His mental energy fire was becoming stronger at all times, so he didn't need to care about it now. Prison suppressing steel. Lu Ming planned to study the second bloodline prison suppressing steel and the prison suppressing heaven technique. With a thought, the prison suppressing steel appeared. Prison guarding steel, what is it suppressing? The 9 hells? Lu Ming smiled faintly. The fog in front of the prison suppressing steel had dispersed, but the other places were still shrouded in fog, looking very mysterious. What? At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly realized that he could feel an extremely heavy feeling lingering in his heart. It was extremely clear. This is the earth? Yes, this is the earth force. Lu Ming's heart stirred. He stepped on the ground and slowly he seemed to have become one with the earth. Earth force, yes, this is the earth force. The prison suppressing steel is really amazing. It can actually let me feel the earth force so clearly. Lu Ming knew very well that this was all because of the prison suppressing steel. In the past he did not have such a feeling when he was standing on the ground. However, he had it now. It seemed that the prison suppressing steel was very compatible with the earth. Lu Ming had a feeling that as long as he wanted to comprehend the earth force now, he would be able to do so very quickly and master it. Do I need to comprehend it? Lu Ming was a little hesitant. Once he comprehended earth force, the force he could control and even the heaven-earth intent realm would become 4 types. His cultivation speed would definitely become slower. The more intense one comprehended, the greater the repelling force would be, and the harder it would be to cultivate. Lu Ming had to consider it. Let's take a look at the prison suppressing heavenly art first before considering. Lu Ming sat cross-legged and closed his eyes. The information about the prison suppressing heaven technique appeared in his mind. During this period of time he had not properly looked at the prison suppressing heaven technique. Instantly, all the information related to the prison suppressing heaven technique reverberated in Lu Ming's mind. After more than an hour, Lu Ming opened his eyes. What a wondrous martial technique! Lu Ming's eyes revealed a hint of surprise. Without a doubt, the prison suppressing heaven art was a martial skill and a bloodline martial skill. However, it was very different from other martial skills. First of all, the prison-suppressing heavenly art did not have any fixed moves. It was more like a battle technique. After successfully cultivating it, one could use the power of the bloodline to suppress everything with the power of the prison-suppressing steel in every punch, palm, and even kick. The power was extremely terrifying. When one reached the highest level, not only could they use their hands and feet, but every part of their body could be used for battle. Their back and shoulders could contain the power of the prison-suppressing steel and release terrifying attacks, turning them into killing weapons. Also, the prison-suppressing heavenly art didn't have a specific grade, and it had a lot to do with bloodline power. The stronger the bloodline power, the more powerful the prison-suppressing steel would be. If a 9th-level king bloodline was awakened, the power of the prison suppression heavenly art could barely reach the power of the first level of a low-tier demigod martial technique. If a first-level divine bloodline was awakened, the power of the prison suppression heavenly art could even reach the power of the 6th level of a low-tier demigod martial technique. Demigod level. Lu Ming's eyes glowed brightly. For others, the level of the bloodline that they could awaken was fixed. However, Lu Ming could keep on advancing. This martial arts technique was simply too suitable for him. However, the prison-suppressing heaven technique had a requirement, which was to use the earth mentality as the main force to unleash the strongest power. This was because the earth mentality was the most compatible with the prison-suppressing steel. Looks like I still need to comprehend earth force. Lu Ming's lips curled into a bitter smile. However, Lu Ming made a decision very quickly. He would comprehend it. Comprehending the momentum of the earth and the will of the earth would greatly increase his combat strength. Moreover, if he were to integrate the will of the earth into the Dragon God's 3 absolutes in the future, the Dragon God's 3 absolutes would transform into a low-grade demigod martial technique. Could be said to be killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Lu Ming went through the details of the prison-suppressing heavenly technique in his mind in detail. Then the prison-suppressing steel's bloodline emerged. Lu Ming planned to start comprehending the force of the earth. When he had some mastery over it, he would combine it with the force of the earth and cultivate the prison-suppressing heavenly technique together. He took out the path understanding ancient tree and placed it beside him. Lu Ming's mind became extremely clear. He seemed to have become one with the ground. He seemed to see the island going all the way down to the bottom of the ocean, merging with the endless earth. A feeling of heaviness, magnificence, vastness, and vicissitudes rippled in Lu Ming's heart. After an unknown period of time, Lu Ming's body also exuded a heavy, grand, vast, and ancient feeling. Earth Force Elementary Level. At this moment, Lu Ming opened his eyes. He suddenly stood up and struck out with his palm. Boom. This palm seemed to be extremely heavy as if it could crush space. There was an explosion and Lu Ming stopped. He frowned and muttered, "No again." At this moment he was cultivating the prison-suppressing heaven technique. Boom. Boom. Lu Ming used his palm, his fist, and his fingers at times, slashing at the air continuously. Just like that, Lu Ming cultivated for 3 consecutive days. 3 days later, every time he struck out with his palm, it was as if his palm contained a huge mountain, causing the air to rumble and explode. After cultivating for more than 10 minutes, Lu Ming heaved a long sigh of relief. After 3 days of cultivation, the prison-suppressing heaven technique could be considered to be at the beginner level. However, Lu Ming could only use it with his hands now. There was still a long way to go before he could use it with his feet. As for using it with his entire body, the distance was even greater. For the past few days, Lu Ming did not continue to comprehend Earth Force. He wanted to take advantage of the fact that the Earth Force was still at a low level to integrate it into the other 3 intents. Otherwise, when the Earth Force was at a high level, it would be even more difficult to integrate. The stronger the fire, the stronger the rejection. Let's go and see how little Qing's cultivation is going. Lu Ming walked to the other side of the island. Xianxia was cultivating on the other side of the island. When they arrived at the other side of the island, they saw Xianxia standing by the shore, frowning in deep thought. Chapter 686. 686 Closed Door Cultivation. Little Qing, have you encountered any problems in your cultivation? Lu Ming walked over and stood side by side with Xianxia. Xianxia's dress and black hair fluttered in the sea breeze. At this moment Xianxia looked like a goddess who had descended to the mortal world. I don't know why. The destruction intent and the wind intent are always lacking a little and can't be combined. Xianxia said. Could it be that the destruction intent is too strong so the rejection force is stronger? Lu Ming made a guess. Not bad. Xianxia nodded. Indeed it was as Lu Ming had guessed. The will of destruction was an extremely powerful and terrifying will. It could destroy everything and was even more powerful than the star will of the saint stars. As for the wind concept, it was one of the 9 commonly seen concepts. Compared to the destruction concept there was still a gap. Hence it was even more difficult to fuse them. This was like a poor man and a rich man trying to become friends. It was very difficult. However, it was much easier for 2 poor people or 2 rich people to become friends. The destruction intent realm was equivalent to the rich, while the wind intent realm was equivalent to the poor. They were on different levels, and to put it more accurately, it was the destruction intent realm, which disdained to merge with the wind intent realm. Lu Ming pondered for a moment, then said, Little Qing, try to use this to comprehend. He waved his hand and the path understanding ancient tree appeared on the ground. At first Xianxia was stunned, but after sensing it her expression changed drastically. As she sensed it more carefully, her expression became more and more interesting. Could this be the legendary path understanding ancient tree? Xianxia looked at Lu Ming, his voice trembling. His eyes were filled with disbelief. That's right. I'm lucky to have obtained a withered branch of the path understanding ancient tree. I didn't think that it would actually sprout. Lu Ming smiled faintly. You're showing me such a valuable thing. Aren't you afraid that I'll have evil thoughts and take it away? Xianxia blinked his big eyes and looked at Lu Ming. Will you? Lu Ming smiled. Puchi. Xianxia laughed out loud. At this moment her smile was extremely bright and happy. Her beautiful eyes blinked as she stared at Lu Ming, as if she wanted to carve him into her heart. How is it? Are you very touched and are you going to devote your life to me? I'm not ready yet. Lu Ming said with a smile. Promise your head. Lend me this path understanding ancient tree for 2 days. Xianxia's mouth twitched and his eyes flashed. Since you're so sincere, I'll reward you. With that, Xianxia suddenly stood on his tiptoes and kissed Lu Ming on the cheek. Then, with a flushed face, he hugged the pill furnace that was planted with the ancient tree of enlightenment and ran to the side to cultivate. Hee. Lu Ming touched the spot where Xianxia had kissed him and smiled foolishly. Brat, why did you come here? You made this lord search for you. Dandan's voice was heard. It strode with its short legs and ran wildly in the air, flying toward Lu Ming. Have you finished carving the inscription and inscription formation? Lu Ming looked at Dandan. Yes, it's done. I'm so tired, but let me tell you, my cultivation is limited. The highest I can inscribe is level 5 inscriptions and some level 5 inscription arrays. I can't do anything higher. I need to recover more first. Dandan spat out more than 10 jade tokens and handed them to Lu Ming. Only level 5. Lu Ming muttered. Little brat, I'm telling you, don't underestimate my inscription and inscription formation. I have mastered many inscriptions and inscription formations that you don't have here. They are all very rare and powerful. Many of the formations are not inferior to those level 6 formations. With your spiritual power, the power you can exert is definitely not weaker than ordinary level 6 formations. Dandan explained proudly. Oh, seeing that you've worked so hard, these spirit herbs are your reward. Lu Ming took out some level 5 spiritual herbs and threw them to Dandan. Dandan gritted her teeth. With its status, why did it need others to reward it? It was always the one who rewarded others. Now Lu Ming, this young fellow, actually took out a few level 5 spiritual herbs and said that it was a reward. This made Dandan so angry that her turtle shell fluctuated. What's wrong? Don't. Lu Ming said. Yes, of course I want it. Dandan hurriedly put away the spirit herbs, warning herself in her heart that she had no choice but to lower her head when she was under the roof. Then he ran away happily. Lu Ming took out the jade card that Dandan gave him and started to read it. Some were level 4 and level 5 inscriptions, while some were all kinds of inscriptions and formations. After Lu Ming read it, he began to comprehend it. In the blink of an eye, another 3 days passed. Xianxia returned the path understanding ancient tree to Lu Ming. "How is it? Any gains?" Lu Ming asked. "I've gained something. Come, let's fight. I need strong pressure," Xianxia said. "That's exactly what I want. I was just looking for you to fight." Lu Ming smiled and the earth's force emanated from his body. He also wanted to fight Xianxia and combine the earth force with the other 3 intents. Xianxia's eyes widened and he exclaimed, "Earth force, you've actually comprehended earth force again." "Yeah, there's no other way." Lu Ming sighed softly. "What a freak." Xianxia mumbled. Lu Ming was speechless. Boom. Boom. After a while, deafening rumbles sounded on the island. In the sky above the island, 2 figures kept clashing and the sky kept shaking. After exchanging a few hundred moves, the 2 of them stopped and began to comprehend. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Every day the 2 of them would take out a period of time to fight to promote the fusion of intent. In the rest of his time, Lu Ming would cultivate the prison-suppressing heaven technique, comprehend and cultivate various inscriptions and fight with inscriptions. Lu Ming had gained a lot. He was improving every day. He was already able to inscribe many inscriptions and inscription formations that Dandan had given him. As for the prison-suppressing heaven technique, Lu Ming had already cultivated it to his feet. Every punch, palm and kick of Lu Ming seemed to contain a prison-suppressing steel that suppressed everything. However, using the prison-suppressing heavenly art really consumed too much true yuan. Lu Ming's essential core was much more vigorous than other martial artists of the same realm. However, it still consumed a lot of energy and he could not sustain many moves. He would use more than half of his primeval essence after a few moves. It should be known that even Sea of Soul Realm experts rarely had low-grade demigod-level martial skills. Many low-level Sea of Soul Realm experts had cultivated high-level heaven-level martial skills. Some unaffiliated cultivators who were poorer still cultivated heaven-level lower-class martial arts techniques. Normally, only high-level Sea of Soul Realm experts could fully unleash the power of low-grade demigod martial techniques. The prison-suppressing heavenly art can be my trump card. I'll try not to use it often. Lu Ming pondered in his heart. As for the earth force, its fusion with the other 3 intents was also progressing very quickly. It was only a little bit away. After all, Lu Ming had the experience from the previous 2 times. In addition, the earth force was still very weak. It would be faster to merge it. As for Xianxia, after such a long period of cultivation, he finally managed to merge the destruction and wind concepts successfully. Xianxia's combat strength increased rapidly. The power of the fusion of the destruction and wind concepts shocked Lu Ming. On this day, the key to the Martial Emperor's treasure finally changed. Chapter 687. 687 9 keys appear at once. Lu Ming, the last key to the Martial Emperor's treasure has finally appeared. Xianxia flew over with a small jade sword in his hand. Lu Ming's hand moved and a jade sword appeared. At this moment, the 9 patterns on the hilt all lit up. They flickered with a dazzling light. Lu Ming was also excited. The 9 keys had finally appeared. This meant that the Martial Emperor's treasure was about to be opened. "Let's pour in our true qi and see what changes there are," Lu Ming said. Xianxia nodded. Together with Lu Ming, they poured their vital essence into the jade sword. The jade sword trembled slightly. Then a map appeared in the air. "There's a change." Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The map started to change. Slowly the dot enlarged. Lu Ming and the rest realized that the map of the chaotic astral ocean was getting bigger and bigger in front of their eyes. On the map there was still a point that pointed to a certain place. As the map changes, all the other regions on the edge of the map have disappeared. Only the chaotic astral ocean is left on the entire map. That point points to a sea region to the north of the chaotic astral ocean. Their eyes lit up. Apparently that was where the treasures of Martial Emperor were. Everyone, can you hear me?" At this moment, A voice came from the two jade swords. The voice was rough and sounded like a middle-aged man's. Lu Ming and Xianxia were shocked. Why was there a sound? Could it be the artifact spirit of the jade sword, or the sound that was sealed inside when the jade sword was being refined? But at this moment another voice was heard. Who are you? From the voice it seemed to be a young man. Lu Ming and Xianxia looked at each other. It did not seem to be what they had thought. Everyone, you must have obtained the key to the Martial Emperor's treasure, right? I'm one of them. The rough voice began to speak again. What a magical formation. It can actually transmit messages to each other. It seems like the 9 keys already have an owner. At this moment an old voice was heard. Seemed to be an old man. Oh, Yu Ming. That's right, the 9 jade swords can communicate with each other. Where are you now? We already know about the location of the treasure, so we should head over to open it. The rough voice continued. I've arrived in the chaotic astral ocean long ago. Old Oyu's voice sounded. I'm also in the chaotic astral ocean. The young voice rang out. I'm also in the chaotic astral ocean. At this moment another voice was heard. It was a new voice, very young. Xianxia and Lu Ming's expressions changed slightly when they heard the figure. They were familiar with the voice. Jian Filiu, that's right, it was Jian Filiu's voice. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He activated his essential core and poured it into the sword. The King of Hell. The voice from the jade sword went silent. After a while it said, Shura. His voice was filled with surprise. Not bad, Lu Ming said. This time he was sure that the other party was really Jian Filiu. They didn't call each other by their real names. The Martial Emperor's treasure was a matter of great importance. They couldn't reveal this information now. It seems that some of you know each other. What a coincidence. Is anyone still here? I'm also in the chaotic astral ocean. Where are the others? A rough voice sounded. After that, there was a moment of silence. A moment later, another voice was heard. I'm in the chaotic astral ocean. I'm here too. 2 new voices rang out in succession. In this way, a total of 7 voices were heard. Xianxia didn't speak. Other than him, there was only one other person. Everyone, I estimate that there's still half a month's journey left. Everyone, why don't you wait for me at the treasure trove first? At this moment, a clear and melodious voice was heard. It was a woman's voice. She sounded very young and a little timid. Half a month. All right, we'll go over and wait for you. A rough voice sounded. Wait a minute. Let's discuss this first. The Martial Emperor's treasure is of great importance. No matter if it's real or fake, we can't reveal it. You guys didn't leak it, did you? Old Oyu's voice sounded. Oh, it's about the Martial Emperor's treasure. How could I tell anyone? I'm the only one. The others chimed in. Good. Let's meet at the location of the treasure. Old Oyu's voice was heard and then there was no other sound. Lu Ming and Xianxia retracted their essential core and the map disappeared. Lu Ming, what do you think? Xianxia asked. We can't trust these people completely. Who knows if they've brought other people with them? We can go to the treasure ground first, but we can't show our slaviers. Lu Ming said. I think so too, Xianxia nodded. Although he didn't know whether it was true or not, it was still a serious matter concerning the Martial Emperor's treasure. Therefore he had better be careful. Let's go. It's a long journey from here to our destination. Xianxia said. Lu Ming nodded and called Dandan. The 2 of them rose into the air and flew in the direction indicated on the map. After flying for half a month, they finally got close to the sea. The 2 of them looked at the map and concealed their auras. They flew high in the sky and looked down. It should be that small island. Lu Ming pointed to a small island in front of him. That small island was the location indicated on the map. There were 9 huge stone pillars on the island. They were like mountain peaks, but not a blade of grass grew on them. Moreover, the 9 stone pillars were like 9 combat swords pointing straight up. Lu Ming, look. There's someone there. Xianxia whispered. Lu Ming looked over. Indeed, there was a figure sitting cross-legged on one of the sword-like stone pillars. From a distance he looked like a middle-aged man. He's alone. Let's find an island nearby to settle down and act according to the situation. Lu Ming said in a low voice. Xianxia nodded. They had to be careful. Other than Jian Fili, no one else knew who the other masters of the martial emperor's treasure were. They didn't know their cultivation or background. If a high-level spirit ocean or spirit embryo realm expert came and they appeared rashly, the other party would attack and kill them. Then if they went out rashly, wouldn't that be courting death? The two of them retreated and found a small island 10,000 miles away. They landed on it. They planned to cultivate while waiting for an opportunity. During the half a month of travel, they did not neglect their cultivation. In their minds, they constantly comprehended various martial skills. Lu Ming, in particular, was more familiar with the use of various inscriptions and inscription arrays. Moreover, the seven-colored Daoist's mental energy fire was almost completely refined. Lu Ming had already lit 10 green mental energy lamps. Great Circle of the 5th level alchemist. Every level was perfected. The amount of energy consumed was terrifying. The seven-colored Daoist's mental energy fire could only help him up to this point. He was almost done refining. Lu Ming could only rely on himself if he wanted to break through to level 6. Chapter 688. 688 Chapter 688 Falling into a Trap. However, Lu Ming was already very satisfied. Even Lu Ming himself did not know how powerful the complete level 5 mental fire, in addition to the inscription arrays given to him by Dandan, could be. However, it was definitely stronger than his martial arts battle prowess. The seven-colored Daoist's experience and knowledge of the Tao of inscription were integrated into Lu Ming's mind along with the mental energy fire. These were precious treasures. They were the seven-colored Daoist's 1,000 years of experience in cultivating the Tao of inscription. However, Lu Ming still needed to spend some time to master it if he wanted to use it for himself. The two of them landed on the island and cultivated while waiting. 2 days later, Lu Ming secretly went to the small island to take a look and discovered that there was an additional person. A young man was sitting cross-legged on another stone pillar. Lu Ming did not show himself. He returned to the island. At this moment there was movement in the jade sword. Lu Ming took it out and injected his essential core into it. A sound was heard. Everyone, I've arrived at my destination. Brother Lu is with me. When will you arrive? A rough voice sounded. It should be the burly man. I'm on my way, let's wait a few days. Old Oyu's voice sounded. Me too. Lu Ming replied in the same way. The other voices also gave similar answers. Everyone, I've already arrived at the chaotic astral ocean, but it'll still take me 10 days to reach my destination. I'm really sorry. The timid voice sounded. It's fine to wait for a few more days, but let's set a rule. Those who come to meet us should show their jade swords. This way, both sides can prove their identity to avoid any misunderstandings. The rough voice said. All right, I have no objections. That's good. A series of voices sounded. Xianxia remained silent. One reason was that Xianxia didn't like to talk. Another reason was that they didn't want to reveal one jade sword. It might be useful at a critical moment. Lu Ming kept the jade sword and continued cultivating. He was able to integrate the seven-colored Daoist's experience very quickly, and his understanding and application of the Tao of inscriptions were advancing at a tremendous pace. Of course, all inscription masters lean towards different directions. Some lean towards forging, some lean towards refining pills, some lean towards creating talismans, and some lean towards formations. The seven-colored Daoist's focus was on alchemy, followed by formations. Lu Ming's knowledge and experience in refining pills increased rapidly. Of course, his array technique also improved very quickly. On the island, Lu Ming's footsteps were continuous. Without a sound, the ground was covered with inscriptions. At the same time, he waved his hands and inscriptions flashed in the air, flying into the surrounding trees and rocks. After a while he stopped. Boy, your luck is really enviable. A perfected level 5, the seven-colored Daoist's experience, and your abnormal talent in inscription. Now you're completely a qualified true inscription master. On the side, Dandan sighed endlessly. It was not easy to get Dandan's praise. After all, Lu Ming had only been in contact with the Tao of inscription for a short period of time and his foundation was lacking. Although the cultivation of the mental energy fire was very fast, other things could not make up for it. A large amount of time was needed to accumulate. However, now that Lu Ming had integrated the seven-colored Daoist experience, he skipped this step. His experience, mental energy fire and other aspects were on par. Of course, this was an opportunity that could not be replicated. The seven-colored Daoist had rushed into Lu Ming's sea of consciousness on his own in an attempt to occupy Lu Ming's body. Other inscriers would not do the same and rush into other people's sea of consciousness. Lu Ming happened to have the earth core flowing flame and the underworld god visualization method. With his achievements in the Tao of inscription, Lu Ming put more effort into the cultivation of martial arts. In the blink of an eye, another 10 days passed. Every 2 days, Lu Ming and Xianxia would go to the island to observe. There were more and more people on the island. There were already 5 people there. Even the timid woman had arrived. Everyone's almost here, let's go meet them, Lu Ming said. Those 5 people had been living together in peace these few days, so there shouldn't be any problems. All right. Xianxia nodded. The 2 of them headed towards the island. Soon they were approaching the island. The 2 of them did not hide their whereabouts. When they arrived, the 5 people on the island naturally discovered them. Who are you? One of the burly men spoke in a rough voice. Lu Ming's hand moved and a crystal jade sword appeared. The other 5's eyes lit up and a jade sword appeared in each of their hands. Sir, I've said before that you're not allowed to tell anyone else. What do you mean by bringing one person here? The burly man's face turned cold. The others' expressions turned cold as they looked at Lu Ming and Xianxia. She's my wife. Why? I can't even bring my wife? Lu Ming held Xianxia's hand and smiled. Xianxia's face turned red and he gritted his teeth. This guy took advantage of him again. However, under such circumstances, she could not deny it and let Lu Ming hold her hand. Wife. The burly man's eyes flashed. Since she's my wife, I think she should be fine. A timid voice sounded. The owner of this voice was a young woman. She was very beautiful and looked very weak. However, from her aura she seemed to be a peak-tier king. All right, since that's the case, brother, please come to the island, the burly man said. Lu Ming nodded. He pulled Xianxia along and landed on the island. Step by step they walked towards a stone pillar in the center of the island. No one noticed that every time Lu Ming took a step, there would be a faint light flashing at the place where his feet touched the ground. Soon they were approaching the stone pillar, but at this moment something strange happened. The 5 people on the stone pillar moved in a flash and surrounded Lu Ming and Xianxia from 5 different directions. Lu Ming and Xianxia's expressions changed slightly. Everyone, what is the meaning of this? Lu Ming's gaze swept the surroundings. It's simple, hand over your jade sword. The burly man sneered. So you want my jade sword? But even if I give it to you, it's not enough for you to share. Lu Ming said. Ah, kid, you don't need to divide us. We're from the same force, so why do you need to divide us? Old Oyu sneered. However, Lu Ming's heart sank. This was because old Oyu's voice was clearly not the same person as the voice he had heard from the jade sword. Have you noticed? During this period of time they all came and then they all died. The delicate woman spoke, but at this time she didn't feel timid and her voice was very cold. A trap, everything was a trap. Lu Ming's mind was spinning rapidly. The others are all dead. Lu Ming's eyes flashed and he said coldly. That's right. Kid, let me tell you. We already have 2 jade swords. That's why senior brother Zhou Xian and I put on an act. I've actually arrived a long time ago, but I said I wasn't. I just wanted to lower your guard. The delicate-looking woman sneered as if she was very proud. The senior brother Zhou Xian he was referring to was the burly man with the rough voice. No wonder it was only the 2 of them who had been talking earlier. No one else had spoken. Once the others opened their mouths, they would have been exposed. Boom. Boom. The auras of the 5 of them exploded and locked onto Lu Ming and Xianxia. Chapter 689. 689 Chapter 689 Breaking Out of the Encirclement. Apart from the weak woman who was a peak tier king, the others were all at the spiritual ocean tier. The strongest was the burly man who had reached the third level of the spiritual ocean tier. Bang! Bang! At this moment 7 to 8 figures suddenly flew out from the surrounding soil. Why are you talking so much nonsense? There are only 2 jade swords left. Kill them directly and don't let the last one with the jade sword discover you. Finish the battle quickly and clean up the scene. One of the white-haired and white-bearded elders spoke. His body emitted a powerful cultivation, the 4th level of the spiritual ocean tier. This elder had a cultivation at the 4th level of the spiritual ocean tier. These people were all from the same force. It was obvious that the people who had come here before had been killed by them in a thunderous manner. That was why Lu Ming had not noticed them even after coming here several times. Is Jian Filiu also dead? Lu Ming had an idea. It was a pity that such a genius had died in the hands of these people. Wait a minute, I can give you the jade sword, but you have to let us go. Lu Ming shouted, pulling Xianxia and moving to the side. Every time he moved, a faint light would enter the ground under his feet. All right, hand over the jade swords of your own accord, and I can consider sparing your lives. The burly man sneered. The others revealed mocking smiles. This kid was really naive. How could they possibly go around them? Lu Ming scanned his surroundings. These people were all experts. Of the 7 that appeared later, 2 were peak king tiers, and the other 5 were all experts of the spiritual ocean tier. The strongest was naturally that white-haired elder, who was at the 4th level of the spiritual ocean tier. He was definitely someone from a big force. This force was stronger than the entire Golden Sand Island. Lu Ming's mind was racing. He moved his hand and the jade sword appeared in his hand. Senior, I'll leave it to you. Lu Ming's essential core exploded and the jade sword in his hand turned into a bolt of lightning, shooting towards the white-haired elder at an extremely fast speed. The white-haired old man subconsciously reached out to take it. This was the moment that Lu Ming wanted. Bang! Bang! Lu Ming suddenly took 2 steps on the ground. Instantly the ground glowed with a brilliant light. Countless inscriptions burst out and turned into 2 combat swords, slashing toward the south. There were only 2 first-level spiritual ocean tier martial artists in the south. Out of the 4 directions, that side was the weakest. Lu Ming wanted to break out of the encirclement to the south. Damn it, inscription formation. When did he inscribe the inscription formation? A furious roar rang out and everyone exploded with a powerful aura. But he was still too late. Pucci. How could those 2 Sea of Soul Realm experts have thought that 2 mere peak tier kings would dare to attack and inscribe a large inscription formation without them knowing? He wanted to block it in a hurry, but he could only use 50% of his strength. It was cut in half by 2 combat swords. Let's go. Lu Ming hugged Xianxia's waist and used the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps to rush south. In the blink of an eye, they were already 10 miles away. Damn it. Where do you think you're going? The white-haired elder caught the jade sword and let out an angry roar. He pointed his finger at Lu Ming. A finger force crossed the distance of 10 miles in an instant and was aimed at Lu Ming's heart. Fast, too fast and terrifyingly powerful. The 4th level of the spiritual ocean tier was simply too powerful. Sky Devil Force Field. Destroy. Xianxia tried his best to block it with the Sky Demon Force Field. At the same time, Lu Ming's blood meridian burst out and his figure continued to dodge to the side. The powerful finger force pierced through Xianxia and Lu Ming's defense. Although Lu Ming tried his best to dodge, he was still a little too slow. His arm was grazed by the wind of the finger force and a large piece of flesh was torn off. Lu Ming's arm almost exploded. Buzz. Runes flickered on Lu Ming's body and entered his and Xianxia's bodies. They were runes that sped up the process. At the same time, runes flashed on Lu Ming's body. This was the rune of a vital essence explosion. Now Lu Ming could inscribe some of the inscriptions that Dandan used in the past in an instant. Buzz. Lu Ming cast the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps and his speed was unbelievably fast. In an instant he was far away. Behind him, the white-haired elder, the burly man and the others quickly caught up. The killing intent on their bodies was so thick that it couldn't be dispersed. They had miscalculated. This time they had miscalculated. They were merely two peak-tier kings. With their powerful battle power, they were already cautious enough to surround two peak-tier kings. This was simply a matter of certainty. Not even in their dreams did they think that the two of them would actually be able to rush out. Last time they had been careless and let a young man rush out. So this time they all moved out and surrounded the two, but they still got out. The main thing was that Lu Ming's inscription formation was too powerful. It could actually kill two experts at the first level of the spiritual ocean tier in an instant. They chased after him with all their might but realized that Lu Ming's figure was getting further and further away. The 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps was unleashed at full force. With the help of various inscription arrays, Lu Ming's speed was unbelievably fast. Not long after, Lu Ming had already disappeared from the sight of the white-haired elder and the others. Damn it, damn it. The white-haired old man roared like a mad demon. The burly man and the others appeared behind the white-haired old man with gloomy faces. Sect leader, that kid's inscription Dao is too strong. He's definitely a true inscription refiner, a rank 6 true inscription refiner. Otherwise he can't be so strong. The muscular man said to the white-haired elder. Like I said, the younger you are, the more you have to go all out. The young geniuses these days are too strong. We were careless before and were pushed out by a kid. This time these two young people are even more terrifying. Old Ou said. The young man from before is fine. He was injured by you and my 5 poison palm, so he's definitely dead. However, it's a little troublesome if these two escape. The burly man said. All right. Although he has escaped, we have already obtained the jade sword. Now we are only missing the last jade sword. We have to get it as soon as possible. Before the news spreads, we have to open the Martial Emperor's treasure, get the treasure inside and leave this place. This is the opportunity for our blood poison sect to rise again. We can't let any accidents happen. The white-haired old man said in a deep voice. Sect master, although the owner of the last jade sword hasn't said anything, I think he will be here soon. This time we will definitely take him down. The burly man said. After that, everyone returned to the small island and continued to lay out their plans while waiting. Lu Ming brought Xianxia along and flew for hundreds of thousands of miles before landing on a small island. Lu Ming, are you all right? Xianxia was extremely worried and looked at Lu Ming with concern. I'm fine. That finger force was poisonous. However, poison is useless to me. Lu Ming smiled and controlled the 9-dragon bloodline to devour the poison on his arm. After the poison was removed, the wound on his arm began to recover at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. After half a day, Lu Ming's arm had completely recovered. Hu! Lu Ming let out a breath of turbid air. Chapter 690. 690. How have you been? This time it was really dangerous. If not for Lu Ming's rapid progress in the Tao of inscription and his ability to inscribe powerful inscription formations, as well as his caution in secretly inscribing inscriptions when he stepped onto the island, they would have been in danger this time. Even if Lu Ming risked his life to use the lightning cauldron, even if Xianxia had some life-saving methods, the difference between them and a 4th-level spiritual ocean tier cultivator was too great. They would most likely die. No matter how powerful the lightning cauldron was, with Lu Ming's current peak-tier king cultivation, he would definitely not be able to kill a 4th-level spiritual ocean tier cultivator. He might not even be able to kill a 3rd-level spiritual ocean tier cultivator. It's a pity, Jian Fili. Lu Ming sighed softly. This was how the world of martial Tao worked. No matter how much of a genius you were, if you weren't careful you would fall. In the long river of history, who knew how many geniuses had fallen? Those who could truly rise up and reach the peak were few and far between. Little Qing, let's go. That group wants to monopolize it. Hee, how is that possible? Let's go and give them a big gift. Lu Ming sneered. You want to spread the news? Xianxia said. That's right. Since they want to monopolize it, we can only muddy the waters. Only by muddling the waters can we fish in troubled waters. Lu Ming sneered. That's exactly what I want. It's best if a stronger expert appears and exterminate them. Xianxia's eyes flashed coldly. Let's go to the Wind Moon Island first. This island is even bigger than the Golden Sand Island. We'll spread the news there. I believe that it'll quickly spread throughout the chaotic astral ocean. Lu Ming took out the map and took a look. Then the two of them rose into the air and flew in the direction of the Wind Moon Island. There's someone down there. After flying for a short while, Xianxia suddenly pointed to the sea. Lu Ming looked over and saw a figure floating on the surface of the sea. Golden light emerged from its body and the fish around it did not dare to approach. That looks like Jian Filiu. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. The figure on the surface of the sea did look like Jian Filiu. The two of them landed on the surface of the sea. Lu Ming used his essential core and rolled them up. He was slightly shocked when he saw that this person was really Jian Filiu. Why was Jian Filiu here? Lu Ming had thought that Jian Filiu had been killed by that group of people. He's still breathing. He's not dead, but he's been deeply poisoned. Xianxia frowned. Let's go back to the island and save the people first, Lu Ming said. The two of them returned to the small island. There was a golden light emitting from Jian Filiu's body. It should be the doing of the Golden Sword Pagoda. However, it did not stop Lu Ming from saving the person. He controlled the bloodline of the 9 dragons and devoured all the poison in Jian Filiu's body. This poison was very powerful. If it had been a few days later, Jian Filiu would have died. As soon as the poison was removed, the vital essence in Jian Filiu's body circulated automatically and began to heal. After 2 hours, Jian Filiu opened his eyes. Brother Lu, it's you. Jian Filiu was extremely surprised to see Lu Ming and the rest. Brother Jian, you're heavily injured. You should recuperate first, Lu Ming said. No, wait a minute. Brother Lu, Miss Xia, you must not go to the Martial Emperor's treasure ground. The blood poison sect is setting up a trap there to seize all the jade swords. The others are all dead. Jian Filiu cried out anxiously. Brother Jian, it's too late now. We've already been there. Lu Ming smiled faintly. What? Go. He's been there? You guys. Jian Filiu was a little stunned. He had been there, but Lu Ming and the rest were fine. I did give my jade sword to them, but we seized the opportunity and escaped, Lu Ming said. You gave them the jade sword? Alas, it's a pity that the Martial Emperor's treasure is going to fall into the hands of those despicable people. Jian Filiu sighed unwillingly. They want to keep the Martial Emperor's treasure for themselves. It's not that easy, they won't be able to gather the last jade sword. Lu Ming smiled faintly. A jade sword appeared in Xianxia's hand. Jian Filiu was stunned, then he was overjoyed. Man proposes, God disposes. It turns out that Brother Lu and Miss Xia each have one. I wonder what the expressions of those people from the blood poison sect will be like when they find out. Oh right, Brother Lu, what do you plan to do next? Of course we're going to muddy the waters. The more muddy the better. Brother Jian, are you interested in joining us? Lu Ming said with a smile. Of course we'll go together. Jian Filiu said with excitement. At this moment, the jade sword in Xianxia's hand glowed. Do you want to know their reaction? We'll know soon. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. He took the jade sword from Xianxia's hand and channeled his vital essence into it. Instantly, a rough voice was heard. Your good friend, the 8 of us are all here. Only one more is left. Friend, where are you? It was the voice of the burly man. Lu Ming and the other 2 did not make a sound. That's right, my friend. We're only short of you. As long as you come, we can open the Martial Emperor's treasure and take out the treasures inside. If we delay any longer, I'm afraid that there will be more problems. It was the timid voice of a woman. Cough, cough. Lu Ming coughed a few times. Instantly the other side became excited. Where are you, brother? The burly man asked. Once you're here, we can immediately start opening the Martial Emperor's treasure. This friend is finally speaking. May I ask where you are? Are you in the chaotic astral ocean? The timid voice sounded again. Everyone, I hope you're well. At this moment Lu Ming spoke. Then the jade sword immediately fell silent. There was no sound at all. After a while a rough voice sounded. It's you? That's me. You guys are so forgetful. Lu Ming said with a smile. You actually have 2 jade swords? How is that possible? The rough voice was filled with disbelief. Brother, what do you want? A timid voice sounded. Your blood poison sect is very powerful. The few of us can't compete with you. Therefore I plan to pull all the brothers and sisters in the chaotic astral ocean to share the martial emperor's treasure. Isn't this a good idea? Lu Ming said with a smile. You have to spread the news. Oh, you can't do this. Damn it, you can't do this. The rough voice roared. Idiot. Lu Ming said. Then he heard a rough voice and heavy breathing. It was obvious that he was angry. Little brother, let's talk this over. I promise you that as long as you come over we won't touch you. After we enter the martial emperor's treasure, we'll split the keys equally. How about it? At this moment an old voice rang out. It was the voice of the blood poison sect leader. I'm not interested. Lu Ming said. Little brother, what do you want then? The blood poison sect master said. That's easy, I want your heads. Lu Ming sneered. Little brother, let me give you a piece of advice. Don't go too far. Otherwise it won't do you any good. Seeing that the discussion was not going to work, the sect master of the Shuedu sect began to threaten. Chapter 691. 691 Muddling up the water. Old man, has your head been gnawed on by a dog? You're still threatening me? I believe that the news of the martial emperor's treasure will soon spread throughout the exposed starry sea. Lu Ming said with a smile. No brat, if you dare I will kill you. I promise. The blood poison sect master roared in anger. However, at this moment Lu Ming stopped the infusion of essential qi and his voice disappeared. I really want to see the expressions of the blood poison sect's people. Xianxia laughed. He felt very comfortable. Their expressions will definitely be very interesting. Lu Ming said. Indeed, the expressions of the blood poison sect's people were truly fascinating. Damn it, that bastard, the next time I see him I'll skin him alive. The burly man roared continuously. His eyes were wide open as if they were about to spew fire. Everything was planned, but I didn't expect that guy to have 2 jade swords. Damn it. The weak woman gritted her teeth and her eyes were filled with hatred. The others were the same. Their faces were ashen and the veins on their faces were twitching. The feeling of having nowhere to vent their anger was too uncomfortable. They were so angry that they almost vomited blood. They were just one step away from success, but they had failed at the last step. The next time I meet him he'll definitely die. The sect master of the Shuedu sect gritted his teeth. Sect master, what do we do now? Someone asked. There are 9 keys. We can't open the martial emperor's treasure without one. We can only wait. The sect master said helplessly. One day later, Xianxia's injuries were healed. They went to the Wind Moon Island together. The Wind Moon Island was twice as large as the Golden Sand Island. It was very prosperous and had a lot of people. It was said that there were even experts at the 4th level of the spiritual ocean tier here. After the 3 of them entered the city, they bought a lot of paper and wrote down the news of the martial emperor's treasure as well as the specific address on the paper. At night they scattered the paper everywhere. As expected, the entire Wind Moon Island was in an uproar the next day. Lu Ming and the other 2 had scattered too many pieces of paper. They could not hide it even if they wanted to. Very quickly, the news spread throughout the Wind Moon Island and countless people were discussing this topic. In a restaurant, Lu Ming, Xianxia and Xianxia were eating and drinking while listening to the news from nearby. You should have heard the news about the martial emperor's treasure, right? Nearby, the voices of the other tables could be heard. Of course I did. Now everyone on the Wind Moon Island knows about it, but we don't know if the martial emperor's treasure is real or fake. If it's real, why would someone spread the news everywhere? Could it be a prank? I don't know. A martial emperor's treasure. There are so many martial emperors in the entire East continent. Is there really a martial emperor's treasure? It's a little mysterious. No matter what, the martial emperor's treasure is too amazing. Even if there's only a 1 in a million chance that it's real, I still want to take a look. If it's real, I'll benefit endlessly as long as I can get even a little bit of benefit from it. That's right. I'm only afraid that it's real. I'm not afraid that it's fake. Lu Ming and the other two looked at each other and smiled when they heard the voices nearby. With such a wide spread, many people would doubt the authenticity of the news. However, the martial emperor's treasure was too amazing and tempting. Even if they suspected it was fake, most people couldn't resist the temptation and would go to take a look. This was the effect they wanted. In the next few days, the news spread further and further. Some people had even set off. As for Lu Ming and the other two, they hid in the Wind Moon Island and cultivated with all their might. If it was really a martial emperor's treasure, there would definitely be a fierce fight after it was opened. Therefore, the more powerful they were, the better. In a mountain range, Lu Ming and Xianxia were fighting with all their might. Now that Xianxia had successfully fused two intents, his main task was to help Lu Ming fuse Earth Force and the other three intents. In the blink of an eye, another 7 days had passed. After 7 days of bitter cultivation, Lu Ming had finally successfully integrated the force of the earth into the three concepts. 3 intents and 1 force had been successfully fused. In a hotel room, Lu Ming entered the supreme shrine and sat cross-legged. In front of him was a pile of profound meaning crystals and 22 middle-grade fire-type profound meaning crystals. Lu Ming planned to use the esoteric crystals to start breaking through to the second level of the intent realm of heaven and earth. If his intent could break through to the second level, his combat strength would definitely increase greatly. He picked up a piece of ultimacy crystal and crushed it. Next to the path understanding ancient tree, Lu Ming began to cultivate. Not long after, Lu Ming crushed another mid-grade fire tribute ultimacy crystal. Just like that, Lu Ming crushed the pieces one by one. He stopped after crushing a total of 12 pieces. Just a little bit more, but just that little bit. I just can't break through, Lu Ming muttered. Now his fire concept was only a little bit away from level 2. It was not even half a step away, but it was stuck and couldn't be broken. Seems like the second level intent realm of heaven and earth is indeed different from the first level. It can't be continuously improved just by relying on profound meaning crystals. It also needs comprehension. Only by using comprehension to break through the bottleneck and then combining it with the profound meaning crystals can it continuously improve. Lu Ming pondered. It was obvious that he had reached a bottleneck in his fire attribute concept. Lu Ming did not continue to attack the fire element concept. Instead, he took out a middle-grade wind element profound meaning crystal and started to attack the wind concept. Just like the fire intent, after refining a dozen middle-grade wind element intent crystals, his wind intent had also reached the peak of the first level. It was only a bit away from the second level, but it was still stuck. Lu Ming shook his head and smiled bitterly. It was very difficult to break through to the second level of the essence realm of heaven and earth. No wonder there were so many peak tier king tiers, but there were so few spiritual ocean tier ones. Take Tianxian region's Tianxian subpalace as an example. There were at least 50 or more peak tier kings among all the elders, traveling elders and elders in seclusion. But as for spiritual ocean tier, there were only 2: the Xing family's head, Xing Tsong and Mu Tian. The same was true for Golden Sand Island. They had sent over 500 peak tier king tiers to battle the sea beasts, and some of them had even died on the life battle platform. However, how many Sea of Soul realm experts did they have? As long as one's talent wasn't bad and with the accumulation of resources, it wasn't hard to reach peak tier king tier with the passage of time. Some people could become peak tier kings after cultivating for a few hundred years. However, many people would be stuck at the peak tier king level, unable to break through in their entire lives. One could only imagine how difficult it was to break through the spirit sea. At this moment, Lu Ming stopped cultivating. It was almost time for them to set off. After a while, Lu Ming, Xianxia and Jian Filia flew toward the island where the martial emperor's treasure was. A few days later, they arrived at the island. There was a sea of people, a real sea of people. They were densely packed. At a glance, they were all human figures. There were at least hundreds of thousands of them, maybe even close to 1 million. These are the people from the nearby seas of the chaotic astral ocean. The people from the other seas have yet to arrive. The 3 of them squeezed through the crowd. He really had to squeeze. Chapter 692. 692 Opening of the Martial Emperor's Treasure. Damn, is there really a Martial Emperor's treasure? Why isn't it open yet? I heard that there are a total of 9 keys to open the door. The blood poison sect has 8 of them. They're short of one and it's in the hands of a young man. He hasn't come yet. Some people speculate that the news was released by that young man. He's probably coming soon. Let's wait a little longer. Sounds of discussion could be heard from the surroundings. After much difficulty they managed to squeeze to the front. Countless people surrounded the island in the air. Lu Ming's group squeezed to the front and saw the blood poison sect's people standing together with ashen faces. There were more than a dozen people around them and each of them had an imposing aura and was extremely powerful. They were actually all experts at the 4th level of the spiritual ocean tier. Among them, there were even experts even stronger than the 4th level of the spiritual ocean tier. Haha, everyone from the blood poison sect, how have you been? Lu Ming squeezed to the front and laughed heartily. Everyone from the blood poison sect looked over. Little bastard, you finally appeared. You're looking for death. Kill that little bastard. When the blood poison sect disciples saw Lu Ming, their eyes burned with a raging fire. They glared at Lu Ming, their killing intent incomparably thick. Lu Ming took a few steps back and squeezed into the crowd. He said, "What's wrong? You want to fight? There are so many experts here, let's see how you guys are going to kill them." Everyone from the blood poison sect roared in anger, but they could do nothing. There were too many people here and they were all experts. Lu Ming was in the crowd. How could they attack? Once they made a move, they would implicate others and cause public anger and they would be the ones to die. They could only glare at Lu Ming, wishing they could skin him alive. The Martial Emperor's treasure was supposed to fall into the blood poison sect's hands. They had been looking forward to the blood poison sect's rapid rise, but what about now? There were so many people, more than a dozen at the 4th level of the spiritual ocean realm, and even stronger experts. Now that they had opened the Martial Emperor's treasure, they could at most drink a mouthful of the soup. Whether he could drink this mouthful of soup or not was still a problem. All of this was Lu Ming's fault. It was all Lu Ming's fault. How could they not hate him? As for the fact that they were the ones who made the first move and wanted to monopolize the Martial Emperor's treasure, they would never think about it. In their opinion, it was what they should do and the others had to fulfill their wishes. The others also looked at Lu Ming. Could it be that the last key was in Lu Ming's hands? Lu Ming smiled and a jade sword appeared in his hand. He flung the jade sword at an elder in a green robe. "Senior, I'll give you this key," Lu Ming said. The green-robed elder's aura was unfathomable and even stronger than the Shui sect masters. The green-robed old man extended his hand and caught the jade sword. A smile appeared on his face as he said, "Not bad, little guy." Then he looked at the blood poison sect and the others. "Take out your keys and open the Martial Emperor's treasure together." Damn it. The sect master of the Shui sect roared in his heart. He was extremely unwilling, but so what? He had no choice but to take it out obediently and open the Martial Emperor's treasure. If they didn't take it out, the only outcome would be death. 8 jade swords appeared in the hands of the blood poison sect disciples. Buzz. When the 9 jade swords appeared together, the 9 jade swords started to move. They trembled slightly and complicated patterns appeared on their surface. What a wonderful inscription, what a brilliant inscription formation. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Now, his Tao of inscription was already considered pretty good, so his vision was naturally different. He could tell at a glance that the inscription formation on the 9 jade swords was very profound and could even be said to be mysterious. Buzz. Just at this moment, the 9 sword-like stone pillars on the island also started to shake. Inscriptions appeared on them and echoed with the 9 jade swords. Whoosh, whoosh. Then the 9 jade swords left everyone's hands and flew towards the 9 stone pillars. Each jade sword corresponded to a stone pillar. In a flash of light, the 9 jade swords flew into the 9 stone pillars and disappeared. At this moment, the 9 stone pillars glowed brightly and 9 beams of light shot up into the sky like 9 divine swords. A terrifying scene appeared. The sky above the island was originally filled with people. At this time when the 9 sword lights rushed out, those people exploded and turned into powder. They didn't even have the chance to scream. Retreat, retreat. Terrified screams rang out and countless people frantically retreated. Lu Ming and the rest were not directly above the pillar of light. They had just avoided the disaster and were now retreating frantically. It was too terrifying. At least 10,000 people had died just now, and there were even Sea of Soul Realm experts among them. However, under that light pillar they couldn't resist at all. Some people's eyes lit up. It seems that it might really be a martial emperor's treasure. Even if it's not a martial emperor's treasure, it's still a big deal. Boom. The 9 pillars of light converged into one in the air and the power grew even stronger. Boom boom boom. At this moment the island started to shake violently. Then everyone saw the island split into 2. Moreover, the 2 holoviers of the island were separated by dozens of miles. In the middle of the island, a whirlpool appeared. Endless sea water began to spin, turning into a hole. It was a huge sea whirlpool and no one knew where it led to. Boom, boom, boom. The vortex spun and rumbled with astonishing power. Could it be that the martial emperor's treasure was under this vortex? Everyone hesitated. No one dared to go down first. After a long while, someone finally couldn't hold it in anymore. A white-haired old man stepped out and said, "Since I don't have much lifespan left, I might as well take a gamble." This elder was a peak-tier king and his 1,000 years were up. If he couldn't break through to the spirit ocean realm, he would die of old age. This martial emperor's treasure was an opportunity for him. At the spiritual ocean tier, one's lifespan would be increased by another 1,000 years, and they would have a lifespan of 2,000 years. He rushed into the vortex and went down with it, disappearing in the blink of an eye. "It's fine, there's no problem." Many people's eyes lit up. "Charge." Then another group of people rushed down. Ah! This time someone screamed as his body was torn apart and he died in the whirlpool. But some people rushed in. The person who died was a martial grandmaster and a martial king realm martial artist. Don't worry, a martial king realm martial artist can withstand the power of the vortex. That's right. A martial emperor's treasure, a martial grandmaster ant. You must be dreaming if you want to get your hands on it. Charge. Immediately more people rushed down. They were all martial artists above the martial king realm. As expected, they were fine and disappeared into the center of the vortex one by one. More people flew down. After a short moment, those Sea of Soul Realm experts also couldn't hold back anymore and flew towards the vortex. The people from the blood poison sect cast a cold glance at Lu Ming before they flew into the vortex and disappeared. As for the martial arts grandmasters, they were extremely unwilling, but there was nothing they could do. There were even some martial arts grandmasters who did not believe in heresy and rushed down, eventually dying tragically. Soon large groups of martial king and martial artists rushed into the vortex. There were roughly no less than 100,000 people. Chapter 693. 693. A strange place. Brother Jian, do you want to go? Lu Ming looked at Jian Fili. Of course we're going. We can't miss the martial emperor's treasure, no matter if it's real or fake. Jian Fili's eyes were extremely firm. A Heaven's Pride expert was a Heaven's Pride expert not only because of talent and perseverance, but also because one had to firmly grasp the opportunity. If there was an opportunity in front of them, but one did not dare to grasp it, then one could not be called a Heaven's Pride expert. All right, let's go together. Lu Ming, Xianxia and Jian Fili rushed toward the vortex together. As soon as he entered the vortex, Lu Ming felt a strong tearing force from the surrounding seawater, acting on his body. However, this power could only pose a threat to martial arts grandmasters. It was nothing to them. The 3 of them followed the vortex and went down. Very soon they reached the bottom of the sea, but they did not stop. There seemed to be a huge cave at the bottom of the sea. It was pitch black inside the cave. From inside, there was a strong suction force that pulled Lu Ming and the others down. Lu Ming realized that he was extremely small under this attractive force. It was difficult for him to resist. The next moment he, Xianxia and the others disappeared from the cave. It was pitch black all around him. There was no sound or movement. Lu Ming could only feel that his body was constantly descending. He had no idea where he was going to land. Could it be that the martial emperor's treasure is deep underground? Lu Ming pondered in his heart. He kept descending. He did not know how long he had been descending for. Suddenly, Lu Ming felt that the sky and earth were spinning, as if he had taken a cross-domain teleportation array. The next moment he found himself in midair and his body was falling rapidly. He hurriedly circulated his essential core and his expression changed slightly. He found that the circulation of true yuan here was much more obscure than before, as if it was facing a strong resistance. Even flying became more strenuous than before and the speed of flying had slowed down a lot. Lu Ming controlled his body and floated in the air, sizing it up carefully. There was no moon or sun in the sky, but there seemed to be stars high up in the sky. However, these stars were all crimson and scattered with crimson light. This was where the light source was. Below him was an endless land. Where is this place? Is it some other region or deep underground? Lu Ming frowned. Previously he felt that he was falling to the ground. Little Qing Jian Filiu is gone. Lu Ming muttered. Then with a thought, Dandan appeared on his shoulder. Before he came in, Lu Ming had already stuffed Dandan into the supreme shrine. Dandan, do you know what this place is? Lu Ming asked. Dandan's eyes scanned the surroundings. After pondering for a moment, she shook her head and said, I don't have any impression of this place. So strange. It doesn't seem to be on the ground. Since he did not know, Lu Ming did not ask further. He sized it up for a while and then landed on the ground. What? After landing on the ground, Lu Ming's gaze flickered. This piece of land was actually a cemetery. As far as the eye could see, there were huge tombs everywhere, one after another, connected together. There's someone. Lu Ming saw a figure flash in front of him. It was a peak-tier king. Lu Ming moved and followed them. Slowly he realized that there were more and more people in front. In the end he found that there were about 1,000 people in front of him, scattered over there. Everyone, do any of you know what this place is? Someone asked. I don't know. Didn't they say it was the martial emperor's treasure? Why did it land here? There are tombs everywhere. Where is the treasure? Or the martial emperor's treasure is somewhere else? We need to find it ourselves. That's true. If it really is a martial emperor's treasure, it won't be so easy to get it. Everyone chimed in, expressing their own opinions. Little bastard. Suddenly a loud roar was heard. Lu Ming could feel a cold, killing intent enveloping him. He turned around and saw a burly man with a murderous look in his eyes. The man was glaring at Lu Ming. It was the brawny man from the blood poison sect, Zhou Xian. This person was an expert at the 3rd level of the spiritual ocean tier. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He did not expect to meet the burly man the moment he entered this place. The burly man's face revealed a ferocious smile. A powerful aura emanated from his body, like a vast ocean that enveloped Lu Ming. Nearby, the others couldn't help but make way. The attack of a 3rd-level spiritual ocean tier powerful being was extremely terrifying. They were afraid of being affected. Little bastard, this is your fate. You are destined to die in my hands. Let's see how you're going to run away today. Thump. Boom. Before he could finish his sentence, the burly man strode toward Lu Ming like a wild beast trampling on the ground. Lu Ming retreated at top speed. With every step he took, he would stomp on the ground and a ray of light would flash. Whoosh, whoosh. When the burly man rushed over, runes appeared on the ground, forming a long spear that pierced through the air. The power of the spear was extremely terrifying, and even a Sea of Soul Realm expert would be killed if he was not careful. However, the burly man threw a punch and shattered the spear's radiance. He continued to charge toward Lu Ming without stopping. Little bastard, although your Tao of inscription is strong, how can a formation you set up in a hurry do anything to me? I will definitely kill you today. Boom. Boom. The burly man shouted and punched out with both fists. 2 mighty fist auras were blasted toward Lu Ming. Heaven and earth shook violently and the space seemed to be pierced through. A terrifying pressure pressed down on Lu Ming, causing his muscles to tighten. Bang! Lu Ming stomped on the ground and runes appeared, forming 2 shields in front of him. His figure retreated rapidly. With two loud explosions, the two shields were shattered. The fist force did not stop and continued to blast toward Lu Ming. The third level of the spiritual ocean realm at its peak was too powerful. Lu Ming was no match for it. Even though Lu Ming's current Tao of inscription was extremely powerful, it was still only at level 5. Let's go. Lu Ming used the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps to avoid the fist radiance. He was about to use the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps again to leave this place when, whoosh, whoosh. All around them, a sharp sound suddenly rang out. From all directions, endless arrows shot towards them, covering the sky and the earth, enveloping everyone in it. Not good, there are people here. Many people's expressions changed. They used their cultivation to block the arrows from all directions. Boom, boom. Just as they were about to knock the arrows away, the arrows suddenly exploded. The power was extremely terrifying and many low-rank kings were instantly killed, screaming in pain. More than 10 arrows exploded around Lu Ming, causing him to take a few steps back. As for the burly man, he didn't know if it was because the strength he had just shown was too strong or because he was unlucky, but there were actually hundreds of arrows shooting at him. Although they didn't hurt him, they made him quite embarrassed. Fire! A loud shout came from the distance. Immediately, another wave of arrows came from all directions. They were so dense that they covered the sky. Chapter 694. 694 Encountering the Puppet Army. Who's that? Lu Ming's pupils suddenly constricted. He saw that there was a rune on each arrow. The rune was not even the size of a palm and was stuck to the arrow. As soon as the arrow hit its target, the runes on the arrow would explode and release a huge amount of energy. The explosion of the arrow was caused by these runes. Buzz, buzz. Lu Ming's figure flashed rapidly, trying his best to avoid the arrow and not come into contact with it. Boom, boom. Violent explosions rang out continuously, accompanied by waves of miserable screams. Many people were killed. However, most of the people who were killed were martial artists below the 4th level Martial King realm. Those above the 4th level Martial King realm had used their intent and powerful true origin to protect themselves and withstand the power of the explosion. Whoosh, whoosh. However, the arrows continued to come, and the sky was filled with the violent sound of the air being torn. Not good. Lu Ming's expression changed. He realized that there were a few arrows that were terrifyingly fast. They were several times faster than the other arrows and reached him in an instant. He dodged quickly, but there was still an arrow that he could not avoid. It landed in front of Lu Ming and Lu Ming's quintessential essence exploded, forming a quintessential essence shield. With a bang, the arrow exploded. What a powerful arrow. This arrow has astonishing penetrative power. Lu Ming's expression changed. Although he had shattered the arrow, he was fine because of his profound cultivation and rich essential core. But others were not so good. Even more screams were heard. Many martial artists at level 4 Martial King realm and above had their Jin Yuan shields pierced through. Their bodies were pierced by the arrows and they died an unnatural death. Only the martial artists at the 7th level of the Martial King realm and above managed to block the arrows, but it also consumed a lot of their vital essence. Runes again. Lu Ming realized that there was a rune attached to the arrows with high penetrative power. The green rune could greatly increase the speed and penetrative power. Whoosh, whoosh. Before one wave was over, another wave came. Just now, the burly man's combat strength was so strong that he was probably the focus of attention. Arrows were shot at him continuously, leaving him no time to chase after Lu Ming. Charge. Charge in one direction. Otherwise we'll all die. Someone shouted. Charge, charge in one direction. Everyone joined forces and charged in the same direction. Just now they still had more than 1,000 people, but in this short while, they only had 300 to 400 people left. More than half of them had been killed. Hundreds of people charged in one direction, instantly breaking through the arrows. Boom, boom, boom. The earth rumbled and howls came from ahead. They were the howls of Wallevers. Smoke and dust filled the air, and giant waves appeared, rushing towards them. On each of the giant Wallevers there was a figure. These figures were dressed completely different from them. There were men and women. The women were covered in beast skins, revealing their slender legs. The men were bare-chested, wearing beast skins. Their skin was bronze in color and they carried longbows on their backs. Kill. These people have trespassed the forbidden area. Kill them all. A brawny man shouted. The giant wolf howled and stomped on the ground, charging toward Lu Ming and the rest. On Lu Ming's side, attacks of sword chi, saber radiance and the like burst out, slashing at the huge waves. Clang. Clang. When their attacks landed on the giant wallevers, there was a sound of metal clashing. The giant wallevers were not afraid of the attack and rushed over, their claws as sharp as blades. A Lever 7 Martial King Realm martial artist's protective genuine vitality was torn apart by the wolf's claws, and then his body was also torn apart. It wasn't just one person who ended up like this, but many. A puppet, this is a puppet. Lu Ming's spear swept out and sent a giant wolf flying. His pupils shrank slightly. These giant wallevers were not made of flesh and blood, but were puppets made of various metals. His body was as strong as Vajra and indestructible. Most importantly, there were too many puppets. There were at least 1,000 of them, and this was only one direction. There were still more in the other directions. Lu Ming waved his long spear and the huge waves were sent flying. Some giant wallevers exploded directly. Kill that brat. A burly man riding an exceptionally large wolf charged toward Lu Ming. His huge wolf claws were aimed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming held the spear and swept it across. With a loud boom, the giant wolf was pushed back, but Lu Ming's body also trembled and he took a few steps back. It was equivalent to a spiritual ocean tier puppet wolf. Kill. The burly man was pushed back. He then controlled the puppet wolf to attack Lu Ming. Lu Ming fired his spear and forced the giant wolf back. He did not linger in the battle and rushed over. The brawny man from the blood poison sect was the most miserable. He was surrounded by 3 powerful and terrifying giant wallevers. Of the 3 giant wolf puppets, one was equivalent to the 3rd level of the spiritual ocean tier, and the other 2 were equivalent to the peak of the 2nd level of the spiritual ocean tier. Their bodies were indestructible and they suppressed the burly man. Boom, boom, boom. In the other 4 directions, the earth also let out violent rumbles and wolf howls. It was unknown how many puppet armies were charging toward them. Charge, charge. Many martial artists charged forward without any regard for their own safety, displaying all of their trump cards. The situation was too dangerous. If they didn't rush out, they would be surrounded by the puppet armies from the other 3 directions, and only death awaited them. Those who trespass the forbidden area will be killed without mercy. Kill. The battle cries shook the sky, and the attacks were like a tide. Lu Ming held the long spear and charged forward. Along the way he repelled a few puppets at the Spirit Sea realm. He continued to charge forward. Brat die. A huge figure at least 2 meters tall slashed at him with a saber in his hand. The blade cut through the air, creating a terrifying sonic boom. Lu Ming blocked it with his infinite dragon spear. A terrifying force surged over and Lu Ming's body floated backward. It's equivalent to a puppet at the 2nd level of the spiritual ocean tier. Furthermore, it's a humanoid. Lu Ming's gaze turned serious. Then he moved and dashed to the right. The human-shaped puppet's entire body was metallic in color. Its eyes were extremely cold as it stomped on the ground. A huge pit reappeared on the ground as it charged toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming stomped on the ground and runes appeared. At the same time he waved his hands and runes sank into the ground. An inscription master. The human-shaped puppet was surprised to be able to speak the human language. I'm sleepy. Lu Ming waved his hands and runes filled the ground, turning into a large net that covered the humanoid puppet. The humanoid puppet swung its sword, but it could not break through it at the moment. Lu Ming soared into the sky and flew into the distance. Let's go by air. The others followed suit and tried to escape through the air. However, what made them despair was that the giant wolf puppets actually extended a pair of wings from both sides and could also fly into the sky to pursue them. This was a bloody battle and no one could care about each other. Everyone desperately tried to break out. Lu Ming had no idea how many giant wolf puppets he had repelled before he rushed out of the cemetery and into a forest. In this place the speed of flight was greatly suppressed. Lu Ming had flown for more than an hour and he had only flown more than 10,000 miles. Moreover, the consumption of his essential core was extremely terrifying. Chapter 695. 695 The Underground World. Lu Ming landed in a forest. The trees here were extremely strange. They were dark red in color and were completely different from the trees that Lu Ming had seen before. Lu Ming did not have the time to think. He took out a pile of top-grade spirit crystals and started to recover his essential core after devouring them. Half an hour later, Lu Ming's essential core had recovered. Suddenly, his expression changed as he looked at the sky. More than 20 people have flown over here and landed. They are all from the chaotic astral ocean like him. These people were basically all peak-tier kings. They had only managed to break out of the encirclement and come here. However, each of them had suffered injuries of varying degrees. They naturally saw Lu Ming. Seeing that Lu Ming was dressed the same as them, Finfin heaved a huge sigh of relief. A few of them stood guard while the rest recuperated. Lu Ming did not speak. He sat cross-legged not far away, but his mind was constantly thinking. What was this place? And who were the people who attacked them? He seemed to be dressed in ancient clothes and was actually wearing animal skin. In the divine wilderness continent, Lu Ming had heard that only tribes in extremely remote areas would wear animal skins. Most importantly, those people could actually refine runes and make puppets. This was strange. Runes and puppets were both branches of the Tao of inscription. Just like inscription runes scroll, only true inscription blacksmiths could create them. There were actually many true inscription refiners among these humans who were dressed like primitive tribes. An hour or two later, the 20-odd people had almost recovered. Everyone, do you know who those people are? And what is this place? Lu Ming asked. During the battle just now, I thought I heard someone call us extraterrestrials. Is this place really underground? A rather refined middle-aged man muttered. Underground? Can't really be underground, right? There's a world underground? Some people were very surprised. The others didn't make a sound, but they knew in their hearts that it was most likely true. When they came in earlier, they had kept falling and they didn't know how far they had fallen. If it's really underground, then we're in trouble. How do we get out? Someone said worriedly. Since we came in through the entrance of the Martial Emperor's treasure, we can definitely get out. But first we have to figure out the situation here. Lu Ming said. That's right, this little brother is right. The middle-aged man nodded. What? At this moment Lu Ming's expression changed. He looked at the sky and his expression changed. Not good, those people are chasing us. Let's go. With that, Lu Ming rose into the air and flew into the distance. The others were slightly stunned and turned their heads to look. Sure enough, they saw hundreds of giant wallevers in the distant sky. They spread their wings and flew over at high speed. Go, quickly go. Their expressions changed drastically, and they rose into the air one after another, flying forward wildly. Lu Ming's speed was very fast. He shook off the puppet wallevers and landed 10,000 miles away. This time he landed in a valley. As for the middle-aged man and the others, they had already separated from him. However, a few hours later the giant wolf puppet actually caught up with them again. What's going on? Why do those people know where I am and can accurately find me every time? Lu Ming furrowed his brows as he pondered. He flew forward at high speed and soon he shook off the giant wallevers and landed in a forest. Lu Ming scanned his surroundings carefully. Suddenly his eyes flickered and he drew in the air. Runes appeared and landed on an ancient tree. Inscriptions appeared on the ancient tree, forming a mysterious inscription formation. As expected, there are arrays everywhere in the forest. These arrays should be used for surveillance. They can detect the aura of people nearby and lock their position. Lu Ming nodded and had an answer in his heart. Since that's the case, let's break these formations. Lu Ming waved his hands and the inscription formation on the ancient tree trembled before it collapsed and disappeared. Following that, Lu Ming wandered around the area and found many of such inscription arrays. All of them were destroyed. After breaking the array in this area, Lu Ming took a rest in this area. As expected, after a long time no one came after him. Where should I go next? Could it be that the martial emperor's treasure is only used to lure people in and has no other purpose? Lu Ming was very puzzled. He felt that this matter was very strange. That's because the entrance to the chaotic astral ocean was definitely set up by someone outside. Therefore there's definitely a purpose for it. Perhaps the real martial emperor's treasure is hidden in this underground world. I'd better figure out a way to understand the distribution of the underground world first. It'd be best if I could blend in. Only then will I know what to do next. Lu Ming pondered. Just as Lu Ming was making conjectures, there was a huge ancient city more than 100,000 miles away. This ancient city was basically built with stones. The city walls were made of stone and so were the buildings in the city. In the middle of the ancient city there was a huge stone hall. At this moment a group of people was discussing something. Most of them were old men and they were all wearing animal skins. At this moment, a burly man was reporting to the old men. A person from the outer world? Could he really be a person from the outer world? A chubby old man muttered to himself as he frowned. Could it be that the ancient legend is true? When the people from the outer realm descend, there will definitely be a son of heavens who can revive the ancient ancestor and once again teach the great Tao to the major tribes. Legends don't come from nowhere. Every tribe has such a legend. Whoever can find the chosen one and revive the ancient ancestor will be highly valued by the ancient ancestor and be taught supreme techniques. One by one the elders expressed their opinions. This is a chance for us, the Heavenly Wolf tribe. Pass down my order. We can only capture the extraterrestrials alive. If it is not necessary we cannot kill them. We must capture more extraterrestrials than the other tribes. The oldest man said. Yes, clan elder. The burly man accepted the order and left. The chosen one must be in the hands of the Heavenly Wolf tribe. The celestial wolf elder's murky eyes shone with a light that was brighter than the stars. After resting for a while, Lu Ming continued to move. He randomly chose a direction and continued to fly. Boom. After Lu Ming had flown a few thousand miles away, two fist gleams suddenly shot toward him from below. The power was terrifying. Zhong. Lu Ming's pupils constricted. He took 4 consecutive steps with the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps, and the world rumbled. He blocked the 2 fist radiance, but Lu Ming's body was sent flying into the sky by the huge force. Lu Ming flew up for 1,000 meters before he stopped. He spat out a few mouthfuls of blood and his legs were trembling. Die. The burly man from the blood poison sect followed closely behind the fist radiance. With a roar and a tidal wave of killing intent, he threw 2 more punches at Lu Ming. He wanted to kill Lu Ming at lightning speed so that he would not have time to escape. Exploding star fist. Lu Ming threw dozens of punches in a row. Dozens of fist gleams collided in front of him. After this period of cultivation, Lu Ming's exploding star fist had reached the 6th level. At the same time, Lu Ming's blood meridian burst out and he thrust his spear forward with greater power. Chapter 696. 696 Killing Zhong. The 3-colored true dragon let out a deafening roar as it pounced downward. However, Zhong was at the 3rd level of the spiritual ocean realm and was simply too powerful. The 2 fist radiances shattered all of Lu Ming's exploding star fist's fist radiances, and the 3-colored true dragon was also dispersed. However, he still managed to block it for a moment. Just this one moment was enough. Lu Ming waved his hands continuously. In an instant, dense runes appeared on his body. In an instant, Lu Ming inscribed 7 inscription arrays on himself. Among them there were inscription formations for Zhen Yuan explosion, inscription formations to increase speed, inscription formations to increase physical strength, inscription formations to increase defense. With the inscription array, Lu Ming's combat strength increased again. Kill. Below, Zhong was unforgiving and his killing intent was like a tide. Little bastard, let's see how you're going to carve the inscription in the air. Zhong sneered and his mountain-like fist radiance struck toward Lu Ming. It was impossible for an ordinary inscription master to inscribe a large inscription formation in the void. Only a rank 7 true inscription alchemist could inscribe an inscription formation in the void and exert its effect. This could only be done with a terrifyingly powerful spiritual power. Lu Ming could not do it now. He was inscribing inscriptions in the void and the inscriptions would disappear very soon. Back on the seven-colored island, the seven-colored Daoist had once carved a large formation in the void, and his methods were unfathomable. Boom! Lu Ming could not be bothered to waste his breath on him. He struck down with his spear. The huge spear's gleam was as big as a mountain and it pressed down on the space, causing it to tremble. Lu Ming had added 7 types of inscription arrays to this spear attack. Furthermore, he had used all his strength. Even an expert at the peak of the first level of the spiritual ocean realm would be crushed to death by this spear attack. Boom! The spear radiance collided with the fist force and a huge force exploded. Now! Lu Ming pressed on the long spear. With the help of the recoil, Lu Ming's body drifted backward, retreating thousands of meters in an instant. He felt his qi and blood roiling in his body. Blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth, but he couldn't care less. He used the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps, turned into a stream of light and flew into the distance. Damn it, don't run! Zhou Xian roared and chased after him. However, the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps was extremely fast, and with the help of the formation his speed was even faster. It did not take long for him to leave Zhou Xian in the dust. Lu Ming flew more than 10,000 miles in one breath and landed in a forest. Then he waved his hands and destroyed all the surveillance arrays in the forest. After Lu Ming devoured some top-grade spirit crystals, he stood up immediately with a cold glint in his eyes. This guy must die. A murderous glint flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. He waved his hands and started to inscribe runes and arrays on the ground. The inscriptions continued to sink into the ground. It took Lu Ming half an hour before he stopped. Kid, you're really vicious. You carved 36 killing formations in one go and added an illusory formation to cover it up. Even if that guy is a 3rd-level spiritual ocean realm martial artist, once he steps in here he will definitely die. Dandan grinned. Isn't this even more satisfying? Lu Ming smiled. Cool, of course it's cool. Kaka, let's go and lure that guy here. I can't wait to see him. Dandan sneered, her eyes shining. Lu Ming rose into the air and went back the way he came. He did not conceal his aura at all. There were no surveillance runes in the air, so he was not afraid of being discovered by the underground humans. After flying for a few thousand miles, a burly figure flew over at high speed. It was Zhou Xian, but his clothes were in a mess and he looked a little disheveled. It was obvious that he had encountered the underground humans along the way. Little bastard. Zhou Mo's eyes turned red the moment he saw Lu Ming. He chased after Lu Ming with a murderous look. Lu Ming pretended to be shocked. He turned and ran. Zhou Xian chased after him. In the process of escaping, Lu Ming pretended to vomit blood again. Little bastard, you're already injured. You can't run away. Instead of dying in the hands of the underground people, I'd rather kill you. Zhou Xian sneered. Lu Ming did not say a word. He ran with his head down. The two of them, one in front and one behind, soon crossed thousands of miles and arrived at the place where Lu Ming had set up the array. Lu Ming flew down and started running in the forest. Haha, you're running out of true qi, right? This time you're dead. Overjoyed, Zhou Xian also descended and chased after Lu Ming. However, after running for a while, Lu Ming suddenly stopped and turned around. A strange smile appeared on his face as he looked at Zhou Xian. For some reason, when Zhou Xian saw Lu Ming's smile, his heart suddenly tightened and he felt a little scared. He could not help but stop. Little bastard, why are you not running anymore? You know you can't run now, right? Zhou Xian took a deep breath and shook off the inexplicable feeling. He sneered at Lu Ming. Run? Why are you running? I'll stay behind and send you on your way. Lu Ming smiled. What big words. Die. Zhou Xian shouted coldly as his true yuan exploded, and a terrifying aura emanated from his body. Bang. At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly took a step forward. As he did so, Dazzling inscriptions appeared where Zhou Xian was standing. The densely packed inscriptions interweaved and were filled with a dazzling beauty. However, Zhou Xian wasn't in the mood to appreciate this beauty. His heart sank as he roared and rushed forward madly. Buzz. With a whooshing sound, a huge sword was formed and slashed at Zhou Xian with a terrifying aura. Then huge swords formed in all directions and slashed at Zhou Xian. And this was only one formation. Following that, inscriptions kept flashing and 36 inscription formations were activated one after another with shocking power. You little bastard! How dare you set up an inscription formation here? You're despicable! Zhou Xian roared. I'm despicable. I'm an inscription master and inscription masters use inscriptions to fight. Also, you're only at the 3rd level of the spiritual ocean tier and you're going against me, a peak king tier. You still have the face to call me despicable? Lu Ming sneered. He took a few steps and countless inscriptions appeared. All sorts of attacks erupted. Flames, storms, ice, swords, sabers. All kinds of attacks instantly drowned Zhou Xian. In the formation, Zhou Xian roared repeatedly, but after a while the roars disappeared, leaving only the sound of inscriptions raging. A moment later the formation fell silent and the light disappeared. Zhou Xian was no longer in the formation. Zhou Xian had completely disappeared from this world. All that was left was a storage ring. Lu Ming stretched out his hand and the storage ring was absorbed into his hand. Then he turned around, rose into the air and left the place. His expression was calm. He knew that Zhou Xian was dead the moment he stepped into the formation. The scariest thing about an inscriber was that they could set up a terrifying formation with enough time. If they had enough time and materials, it was even possible for them to kill an enemy one realm higher than them. Of course, the formation you set up must first be undiscovered by the enemy, and the enemy must step into the formation to be useful. Moreover, in a real battle the enemy would not give you that much time to set up an array. In a real battle, an inscription master would rely on an inscription array that could be cast instantly. Chapter 697. 697 Chapter 697 Destined Person. The formation that could be cast instantly determined the combat power of an alchemist. Right now, Lu Ming's instantaneous attack formation could kill a first-level spiritual ocean tier martial artist. Therefore it was normal for Lu Ming to spend half an hour to set up the chain formation and kill Zhou Xian, who was at the 3rd level of the spiritual ocean tier. If he was given more time he could even set up an even stronger formation and kill even stronger Sea of Soul realm experts. Of course, that would be if the other party stepped into the formation. Lu Ming continued to fly forward. On the way he encountered a few underground humans riding on giant wolf puppets. Lu Ming had to use the 9 dragons heaven-treading steps to shake them off. Every team has a puppet equivalent to the 4th level of the spiritual ocean realm. Lu Ming was in deep thought. The 4th level of the spiritual ocean tier was much stronger than him. If he encountered them he could only run. This won't do. We can't continue blindly like this. We have to catch an underground human and find out what's going on with the underground world. Lu Ming pondered. Of course he could not fight it head-on. He still had to rely on inscriptions. Lu Ming chose a place and began to inscribe runes. This time, Lu Ming spent 3 hours setting up 81 level 5 rune arrays. There were also 3 illusionary arrays that covered up the traces of the inscription array. Then he rose into the air and randomly chose a direction to fly in. Soon he saw a group of underground humans riding on giant wolf puppets. People from outside the earth, stop. With a loud roar the group of people charged at Lu Ming. Lu Ming turned around and ran. Soon he arrived at the place where the array was set up. He landed on the ground and ran forward. The underground humans also landed and chased after them on their giant wall levers. After chasing for a while Lu Ming suddenly stopped. Die. Lu Ming's eyes flashed coldly. He took a step forward and the array was activated. Countless inscriptions intertwined and enveloped more than 100 underground humans. Damn it, this person knows inscriptions. We've fallen into his trap. Break out, break out. A burly man riding on a giant wolf puppet at the 4th level of the spiritual ocean tier roared repeatedly as he charged to the side. However, what he was greeted with was endless attacks. Damn it. The burly man's hand moved and a picture scroll appeared. After he unfurled it, a light screen enveloped the burly man. Inscription scroll. Lu Ming's gaze flickered. Other than the Great Khan, there were also some other people who took out inscription scrolls, defensive scrolls, offensive scrolls, and various other scrolls. They controlled the puppets and kept attacking. However, Lu Ming had spent 3 hours to inscribe the array here. There were a total of 81 of them. How could it be so easy to break through? For a time there were constant rumbles and the underground humans could not rush out at all. These underground humans also practice martial arts, but their martial arts cultivation is much lower than their inscription cultivation. It seems that their martial arts cultivation is only to assist their inscription cultivation. Lu Ming controlled the attacks while observing. Among them, a few underground humans with high cultivation bases were drawing with their hands. They were actually inscribing a large inscription array to resist Lu Ming's array. True Ming Refinement Master. Among the 100 people, Lu Ming saw at least 5 true inscription refiners. There were even 6 extreme true inscription refiners. Amazing. The subterranean humans are so advanced in the Tao of inscription. The number of true inscription masters is really high. Those puppets are too hard. Let's kill the subterranean humans first. Lu Ming waved his hands and controlled the inscription array to attack the underground humans on the puppet. Miserable shrieks rang out continuously as more and more underground humans were killed. My friend from beyond the earth, we have no ill intentions. We just want to invite you to the Heavenly Wolf tribe for a chat. You don't have to be so ruthless. The strongest man shouted. Lu Ming sneered. He had no ill intentions. There were more than 1,000 of them and less than 200 of them had escaped. The rest had all died. How could they have no ill intentions? How could Lu Ming believe it? He focused on controlling the formation. The beautiful inscriptions glowed and turned into a terrifying killing weapon. One by one the underground humans were killed. Of course he controlled even more attacks, aiming at the strongest underground human. The 81 great formations revolted and their power was terrifying. Not long after, only 2 of the more than 100 subterranean humans were left. The others were all dead, including the strongest man. Even those lower-grade puppets had been shattered, and only 5 spiritual ocean tier puppets remained. Lu Ming controlled the array to calm down. He looked at the 2 survivors with a cold gaze. The 2 men's faces were pale and their eyes revealed endless fear. Of course, Lu Ming had deliberately left the 2 of them behind. What should I ask next? What are you going to answer? Or else die? Lu Ming looked at the 2 of them. Outsider, don't even think about it. One of them roared. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. With a wave of his hand, a ray of spear light shot out and nailed the man to the ground. Then he looked at the last man and said, "How about you?" I'll tell you everything, please let me go." The man shouted. This person was a middle-aged man. He was tall and thin and he looked quite shrewd. "I'll let you go as long as you can give me a satisfactory explanation." With that, Lu Ming walked to the few puppets that had not been destroyed. With a wave of his hand he put away the 5 giant wolf puppets. Then he grabbed the tall and thin man and left the place. As they flew, Lu Ming asked the expert some questions. The tall and thin man naturally told Lu Ming everything he knew and explained to the best of his ability. He was afraid that Lu Ming would be dissatisfied and kill him. A day later, Lu Ming sat cross-legged on a green rock on a mountain peak. As for the tall and thin man, Lu Ming let him go. It didn't matter if he let him go since the other party didn't know where he was. So this really is the underground world and it's divided into so many tribes. Lu Ming muttered and recalled the words of the tall and thin burly man. The underground world was divided into many human tribes. The one that Lu Ming and the rest had encountered before was called the Heavenly Wolf tribe. It was just one of many tribes. Thousands of years ago, the humans here only knew some shallow martial arts cultivation methods. But thousands of years ago, the ancient ancestor of the underground humans descended and passed down the Tao of inscription, greatly increasing the battle strength of the underground humans. However, after the ancient ancestor passed down some inscription techniques, he fell into a deep sleep on the holy mountain. This sleep lasted for thousands of years. After the ancient ancestor fell into a deep sleep, the various tribes fought one after another. The underground world fell into chaos and thousands of years passed. However, there was a legend in each tribe in the underground world. That was, one day someone from the outer world would descend, and one of them would be the chosen one to awaken the ancient ancestor. If a tribe obtained this chosen one, they would receive a great reward from the ancient ancestor. Therefore they went around to capture Lu Ming and the rest. So that was the case. Lu Ming's mind became clear. Ancient ancestor? Holy mountain. The chosen one? What's all this about? Lu Ming frowned and pondered. He had asked the tall and thin man, but he did not know either. Most of the information was just legends. He only knew where the holy mountain was and had even given Lu Ming a map. Chapter 698. 698 The Red Leopard Tribe. Lu Ming took out the map and looked at it. The underground world was very vast and was divided into hundreds of tribes. The Heavenly Wolf tribe was located in the south. The Holy Mountain was in the center of this land. We've come here for the Martial Emperor's treasure. The entrance to the chaotic astral ocean must have been set up by someone. The ancient ancestor of this world suddenly descended several thousand years ago. Could that ancient ancestor be the one who set up that entrance? Or perhaps, the ancient ancestor was a martial emperor? At the thought of this, Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. However, if he was really a martial emperor, why was he hiding in this place? And it had been sleeping for thousands of years without waking up. Lu Ming realized that the martial emperor's treasure was not as simple as it seemed. According to the tall and thin man, all the tribes were trying to capture the extraterrestrials, hoping to find the destined one. In more than a month, the Underdark humans would hold an ancestral worship ceremony. All the tribes would bring the extraterrestrials to the Holy Mountain. Only the destined one could pass all the tests and finally awaken the ancient ancestor. It seems like I can only go to that Holy Mountain if I want to know the secret. However, Lu Ming looked at the map and frowned. There were dozens of tribes between the Holy Mountain and the Heavenly Wolf tribe. If he were to rush there, he would have to avoid the pursuit of the various tribes along the way. He didn't know when he would reach the Holy Mountain. Also, where is Xianxia now? How was it? Lu Ming was very worried. Let's rush to the Holy Mountain first. Lu Ming kept the map and waved his hand. A giant wolf puppet appeared on the mountain peak. This was the giant wave puppet that was equivalent to the 4th level of the spiritual ocean tier. Dandan, how do I use this puppet? Lu Ming asked. Although puppets were a branch of the Tao of inscription, Lu Ming had not come into contact with them. It's simple. Puppets are actually very similar to spirit weapons. They can be called a different type of spirit weapon, but there are still some differences. To control a puppet, it's very simple. You just have to erase the imprint of its previous owner on the puppet, then inject your mental energy into it to control the inscription on the puppet. Then you'll naturally be able to control it. Dandan answered. Oh. Lu Ming placed his palm on the giant wolf puppet's head. A wisp of green mental energy fire seeped into the giant wolf puppet's head. Lu Ming discovered that the inside of the puppet was engraved with dense inscriptions. These inscriptions interweaved with each other and were extremely profound. Lu Ming sighed. The path of puppets was extremely wonderful. He had even heard that there were powerful puppet masters who could even create puppets with consciousness. They could learn and think like humans. That would be amazing. Lu Ming used his mental energy fire to erase the imprint of the puppet's previous owner. Then he spread his own mental energy fire into a large inscription array in the puppet's mind. Immediately, a wonderful feeling welled up in his heart. He felt that he could control the puppet at will. With a thought, the puppet roared and spread its wings. It soared into the air and circled around before returning to the mountain peak. The rate at which mental fire is being consumed is truly shocking. Lu Ming's gaze flickered. Controlling a puppet consumed a lot of spiritual energy. Without enough spiritual energy, it was difficult to control it. The higher the level of the puppet, the more mind power it would consume. However, at every level, Lu Ming had lit up 10 mental lamps, all of which had reached perfection. The strength of his mental energy was very shocking. He was much stronger and much thicker than many rank 6 true inscription refiners. It should be enough to control this puppet at the 4th level of the spiritual ocean tier. Lu Ming flew up and sat cross-legged on the back of the giant wolf puppet. The giant wolf puppet rose up and flew into the distance towards the holy mountain. He only needed to consume his spiritual power to ride on the puppet. The puppet's speed was greatly increased. Soon he had flown for tens of thousands of miles. From the map he had already left the territory of the Heavenly Wolf tribe and entered another tribe, the Red Leopard tribe. Roar. Roar. Just as Lu Ming was flying over a mountain range, roars came from all around the mountain range. Hundreds of figures flew up into the sky and surrounded Lu Ming. These people were dressed like those from the Heavenly Wolf tribe. They wore animal skins, but the puppets they rode were different. The puppets they were riding on were crimson cheetahs. It also had wings and could soar in the sky. The Heavenly Wolf tribe? No, it's an outsider. At the forefront was a young man in his late 20s. He was burly and muscular, exuding an explosive aura. He was staring coldly at Lu Ming. Lu Ming frowned. He did not notice that there was someone below. The other party must have used an array to cover up their aura. This person is actually riding on a divine-level puppet from the Heavenly Wolf tribe. Seems like he definitely knows the Tao of inscriptions. We have to be careful. Beside the young man was a red-haired old man. He's alone. What's there to be afraid of? The young man snorted. Chi Feng, the clan elder, has instructed us not to attack these outsiders if possible. We still need their help. The old man said. I really don't understand why the clan elder is so polite to these outsiders. He could have just captured them and forced them to go to the holy mountain. There's no need to go through so much trouble. The young man said coldly, appearing extremely overbearing. The old man laughed bitterly and did not say much. He looked at Lu Ming and said, "Little brother, you must be an outsider. We have no ill intentions. We just want to ask you to return to the Red Leopard tribe with us. We need your help." Lu Ming frowned. He had heard the conversation between the other party. However, how could he trust the other party? "Get out of the way, I don't want to start a pointless killing," Lu Ming said coldly. "Slaughter? What big words. Let's see how you're going to kill them all by yourself." The young man's face darkened. Charge. Lu Ming could not be bothered to waste his breath. He controlled the giant wolf puppet and charged towards the first test. Roar. The giant wolf puppet howled and its claws were as sharp as blades as it slashed forward. The terrifying power tore apart a few cheetah puppets. "It's a 4th-ranked divine puppet. Elder Crimson, you go and delay it. The others will surround it. If it continues to resist, just kill it," the young man coldly shouted. The elder was helpless. He could only control the puppet to charge forward and fight Lu Ming. The old man's cheetah puppet was equivalent to the 4th level of the spiritual ocean realm and was extremely powerful. Sparks flew as it fought with Lu Ming's giant wolf puppet. The others used all sorts of arrows and runes to attack Lu Ming. "Little brother, you're only a heaven-grade alchemist. You won't be able to control a 4th-grade divine-grade puppet for long. I advise you to surrender. I promise I won't hurt you," the old man said. However, Lu Ming did not say a word. He continued to punch out with both fists. The fist radiance of the exploding star fist rumbled the air and blasted forward. Some of the weaker puppets were killed by Lu Ming along with the humans. However, it wasn't just the old man who had a Sea of Soul realm puppet. There were 7 or 8 other people who had one, and those who could control them were all 6th-rank inscription masters with all kinds of inscription scrolls on them. Chapter 699. 699 Battle of Inscriptions. Lu Ming could not rush in at all. It's too disadvantageous for an inscriber who hasn't reached level 7 to inscribe an array in the air. However, with the strength of my mental energy fire, I don't need to reach level 7 to be able to inscribe an array in the air. Lu Ming was deep in thought as he fought. To the surface. With a thought, Lu Ming controlled the giant wolf puppet to rush to the ground. The others tried to stop him. Thump. Boom. Some of the puppets in front of Lu Ming were knocked away by the giant wolf puppet. Gakudo Path Attack. While he was still in midair, Lu Ming launched a Gakudo attack. He turned into a ray of light and broke through everything. Several Martial King realm puppets in front of him exploded. Lu Ming stepped on the ground. He stomped on the ground and runes appeared on the ground. Clang! 2 swords appeared in the air, and with a single slash the puppets were cut in half. How could this be? He could control a 4th-ranked divine puppet and even inscribe a great formation? How can his spiritual power be so strong? The old man was shocked. Thump, thump. The giant wolf puppet knocked aside a bunch of cheetah puppets and appeared beside Lu Ming. Lu Ming's footsteps became faster and faster. Runes kept flashing on the ground and all kinds of attacks were launched in all directions. Use the inscription scrolls and blast him. The young man roared, giving orders from the side. Many people took out inscription scrolls and opened them. All kinds of violent attacks poured down on Lu Ming. Lu Ming took a few steps forward and layers of light screens were formed. However, with a shake, these light screens shattered one after another. After all, the inscription formation was an instantaneous one and its power was limited. It couldn't block the attack of some powerful inscription scrolls. Now! All of a sudden Lu Ming's eyes gleamed. He stomped his foot and a dazzling spear's gleam shot towards the young man. Some of the puppets in front of the young man and the people on them were either shattered or sent flying. At that moment, Lu Ming mounted the giant wolf puppet and charged towards the young man. His target was this young man. This young man seemed to have a high status. As long as he could take down this young man, he would have a chance to escape. Not good. The old man's expression changed drastically. He wanted to help, but it was too late. The young man's expression changed drastically as well. He retreated quickly and controlled the puppet under him to charge at Lu Ming. At the same time, an inscription talisman appeared in his hand. Bang! The youth's puppet had the strength of the 1st level of the spiritual ocean tier, but the giant wolf puppet sent it flying with a single slap, almost exploding. 9 dragons trampling the heavens. Lu Ming took a step forward and appeared beside the young man in an instant. Before the young man could open the inscription talisman scroll, he grabbed the young man's throat with his claw. Around him, the movements of the others came to a sudden stop, stopping in the air. Brat, let me go or I'll make you die without a burial ground. The young man roared and threatened Lu Ming. He felt very aggrieved. At this time he was in the air and Lu Ming had grabbed his vital parts. He had a body full of inscription Dao, but he could not use it. Your life is in my hands and you still dare to threaten me? I only need to use a little force now and you'll be dead. A cold glint flashed in Lu Ming's eyes and a cold killing intent emanated from his body. The young man felt a chill run down his spine as if he was about to face death in the next moment. His heart trembled and he didn't dare to say anything more. The giant wolf puppet flew over. Lu Ming carried the young man and stepped onto the back of the giant wolf puppet. If you let me go, I'll naturally let him go. Lu Ming scanned his surroundings. All right, we'll let you go. Let's go, the elder said without hesitation. The crowd parted to create a path for Lu Ming to fly through. Now quickly release Qi Feng. The old man said. Qi Feng was this young man. What's the hurry? I'll let him go after I've flown some distance. Lu Ming controlled the giant wolf puppet and flew forward. After flying for 100 miles, Lu Ming threw the scarlet peak out and continued flying. Damn it! Qi Feng growled as he looked at Lu Ming's departing figure. His eyes were filled with hatred. Lu Ming flew all the way and very soon he had covered a distance of 10,000 miles. Along the way he did not encounter any underground humans. 10,000 miles ahead, 2 crimson cheetah puppets were flying in the air. The 2 cheetah puppets were both equivalent to the spiritual ocean tier, and were both at the 4th level of the spiritual ocean tier. On one of the cheetah puppets was a young woman in her 20s. She had a curvaceous figure and some of her important parts were wrapped in animal skin, while the rest of her skin was exposed. Her skin was bronze in color, and although she wasn't extremely beautiful, she was full of wildness and had a different kind of beauty. On the other cheetah puppet there was an old man. Miss, it's too dangerous for you to come out alone like this. Let's go back. The old man said. Elder Chisu, it's fine. Don't worry. Just now there was news from Qifeng that there was a young man from the outer realm who was extremely proficient in the Tao of inscription. It's really interesting. Perhaps he is the legendary destined person. I must find him. The young woman's eyes flickered as if she was very curious. Young miss, according to the news, that person's battle prowess is extremely powerful, and he's also controlling a 4th-level divine-level puppet. If we encounter him, we'll most likely be in danger. It's better for us to return to the group. Elder Redbeard continued to persuade. Don't worry, I won't do anything to him. I just want to invite him back to our tribe. If I follow the main group, I'll scare him away. How can we talk? How can we persuade him to come back to our tribe with me? The young woman didn't listen at all, her eyes looking around. The old man sighed. He knew that he couldn't persuade this stubborn young lady, so he could only follow her closely. Lu Ming sat cross-legged on the puppet and flew forward. Not long after, they had flown another 10,000 miles. What? At this moment he noticed that 2 cheetah puppets had appeared in front of him. On the puppets there was a young woman and an old man. The other party had obviously seen him as well. I found him, I found him. The young woman cheered and controlled the puppet to fly toward Lu Ming at top speed. Miss, be careful. The old man followed closely. Lu Ming furrowed his brows. He could sense that the 2 puppets were not simple. He immediately controlled the giant wolf puppet to change direction and fly away. Hey brother, don't go. We don't have any bad intentions. Don't go. The young woman shouted and controlled the puppet to chase after Lu Ming. Lu Ming did not say a word and continued to fly forward. This brother, we really don't have any ill intentions. Please stop and have a chat with me. I just want to ask you to return to the tribe and help us with something. We will definitely treat you as an honored guest. The woman called out, chasing after him. In the blink of an eye, they had flown for tens of thousands of miles. Lu Ming had changed directions a few times, but the woman and the elder were still following closely behind. They were all puppets at the 4th level of the spiritual ocean tier, and their speed was about the same. That woman was like a dogskin plaster that he couldn't shake off. Lu Ming was speechless. He suddenly controlled the puppet to stop and turned to look at the woman and the old man. Chapter 700. 700 Testing the waters. The young woman and the old man were shocked and stopped as well. Just how long are you guys going to follow me? Lu Ming said coldly. Brother, what are you afraid of? We have no ill intentions. I hope you don't misunderstand. You're an outsider, right? Our tribe just wants to ask you for a favor. The young woman said. I'm not interested. Lu Ming turned around and was about to leave. Brother, all the tribes are looking for you. If you leave our red leopard tribe, you will have to go to other tribes. Some tribes are very evil. If you come to our red leopard tribe and help us, we will do our best to help you if you have any requests in the future. The young woman said. Lu Ming furrowed his brows, pondered and smiled. What's your name? What's your status in the red leopard tribe? I'm Qiyu. The young woman was about to reveal her identity when the old man interrupted her. Miss, don't easily reveal your identity. The old man said in a deep voice. Elder Redbeard, don't worry. It'll be fine. I am the daughter of the Red Leopard tribe's chief. If you follow me back to the tribe, the Red Leopard tribe will definitely treat you as an honored guest. Qiyu smiled and continued. The Red Leopard tribe's chief's daughter. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. His eyes flashed as he looked at Qiyu and said, How can I believe you? How about this? You come with me to the mountain ahead, I have something to discuss with you. Lu Ming pointed to a mountain range in front of them. No, little brother, your request is too much. How can we trust you? Elder Redbeard shouted. Oh, if that's the case, then there's no room for discussion. Don't follow me. Lu Ming waved his hands and turned to leave. Wait, I'll go with you. Qiyu said. Miss, you can't. It's too dangerous for you to go alone. Elder Chi Su objected. Elder Redbeard, don't worry. I have no enmity with him. He won't benefit from killing me. Qiyu smiled and controlled the puppet to fly towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He did not expect Qiyu to dare to follow him. Lu Ming controlled the giant wolf puppet and flew towards the mountain range with Qi Yu in the front and behind. Elder Redbeard could only stand there anxiously. 100 miles away, the two of them landed in the mountain range. Lu Ming's figure flashed and he destroyed all the surveillance runes nearby. I heard that your inscriptions are profound and it seems like it's true. Qi Yu looked at Lu Ming, her eyes bright. Lu Ming turned around and looked at Qi Yu with a smile on his face. The next moment his figure turned into a flash of lightning and he suddenly rushed toward Qi Yu. At the same time the giant wolf puppet let out a low growl and also charged at Qi Yu. Qi Yu was taken aback. She never expected Lu Ming to make a move so suddenly. She could only control the cheetah puppet to block while she retreated at top speed. She waved her hands continuously and inscribed runes. The two puppets collided into each other and fought fiercely. Lu Ming's figure stopped and he stomped on the ground. Runes appeared one after another and formed a combat sword, slashing at Qi Yu. Qi Yu's inscription was a huge red cheetah that pounced forward. Qi Yu's Tao of inscription was extremely profound and had reached rank 6. She was also a true inscription refiner and had probably lit several rank 6 spirit lamps. She was also very powerful. The two of them finished inscribing the array in an instant, but Lu Ming also had a powerful martial arts cultivation besides the Tao of inscription. Lu Ming pointed his finger and a dazzling spear ray pierced forward, aiming at Qi Yu's throat. Qi Yu was shocked and retreated again. However, as he retreated, the inscription was interrupted. Lu Ming took a step forward and his figure suddenly appeared in front of Qi Yu. He stretched out his hand and clasped Qi Yu's throat. At the same time his other hand held Qi Yu's slender waist. Essential Qi surged in and sealed Qi Yu's essential core. Qi Yu also cultivated martial arts, but martial arts were only auxiliary. She had only reached the first level of the Martial King realm, which was far from Lu Ming's. Qi Yu's movements came to an abrupt stop, and the cheetah puppet also stopped. Lu Ming made the giant wolf puppet stop as well. Their actions seemed rather intimate. Brother, don't misunderstand. I really don't have any ill intentions. Qi Yu called out. She blushed slightly when she felt Lu Ming's scorching aura behind her. I know you don't have any ill intentions. Otherwise, you would have been dead by now. Lu Ming whispered in Qi Yu's ear. His hot breath blew on Qi Yu's neck, making her feel a little strange. Indeed, Lu Ming had suddenly attacked Qi Yu, but he did not sense any killing intent from her. If Qi Yu had any killing intent towards him, she would definitely have revealed it in that situation. What you said just now, is it true? If I go to your tribe with you, you won't take away my personal freedom, right? Lu Ming asked. No, definitely not. Our elders have already passed down the message that we will try to bring you back without any conflict, not by force. After all, we need your help this time. Qi Yu said. Is it because of the person with the heavenly mandate? Lu Ming asked. So you already know. That's right, it's because of this. Qi Yu nodded. Then you'll be going to the holy mountain in a month. Yes, at that time all the tribes will send people to worship the ancestors. This time maybe one of you can awaken the ancient ancestor. Qi Yu said. All right, I'll follow you to the red leopard tribe. Lu Ming released his hand and took a few steps back. Lu Ming had called Qi Yu over to test the waters. If what she said was true, there was no harm in going to the red leopard tribe with her. After all, if he wanted to go to the holy mountain alone, he would have to pass by many tribes along the way. It was too difficult. At that time it would definitely be much easier to go with the red leopard tribe. Really? That's great. Qi Yu laughed happily. She then looked at Lu Ming curiously and asked, Your Tao of inscriptions is so powerful. Although you're only at the peak of heaven grade, you can easily control divine grade puppets and inscribe great inscription formations at the same time. I've never seen an inscriber as powerful as you. Heaven grade? God level? Lu Ming was stunned. He had heard others talk about it before. Could it be that the division of realms in the underground world was different from theirs? Lu Ming finally understood after Qi Shui explained. It turned out that the division of the Tao of inscription in this world was different from that of the outside world. They were divided into primary, yellow, black, earth, heaven and God level. God level was the highest. The divine level corresponds to a rank 6 inscriber, but the divine level is the highest here. Could it be that the highest inscriber in the underground world can only reach rank 6? Lu Ming was very curious. Deity level is the highest level. For thousands of years, no one has been able to break through to the deity level and reach a higher level. It said that the ancient ancestor is definitely in existence that has surpassed the deity level and by a lot. Qiyu said with a look of yearning. The two of them flew onto their puppets and chatted as they returned to where they came from. When Elder Qi Su saw that Qiyu and Lu Ming had returned safely, he was naturally very excited. Elder Redbeard, this is Lu Ming. He's an impressive inscriber. Red Moon introduced. Chapter 701. 701 Sealing the Canyon. Lu Ming and the red-bearded elder nodded at each other. Elder Redbeard, you should go back to the tribe and report the news. Brother Lu and I will come soon. Qi said to Elder Qi Su. But young lady. Elder Qi Su was about to object, but when he saw Qiyu's wide eyes, he knew that he couldn't persuade this stubborn young lady. He could only return to the tribe first. Lu Ming, during the short fight with you just now, I saw that you understood inscriptions and inscription arrays. You should be quite knowledgeable, right? Qiyu suddenly asked, a hint of hope flashing in her eyes. It's all right, I guess. Lu Ming nodded. Kid, what do you mean by, not bad? The inscriptions and formations that this lord has given you are almost all that this lord has taught you. Who else in this world has more inscriptions than this lord? Dandan immediately shouted in displeasure. A little turtle like you can actually talk? Red Moon was startled at first, then her eyes widened as she looked at Dandan curiously. Of course I can speak. If even you can speak, why can't I? You're so strange. Dandan pouted and looked at Red Moon in disdain. Red Moon's mouth directly opened into an O shape, and he looked at Dandan in a daze, his eyes shining. Lu Ming smiled wryly. During this period of time, Lu Ming had discovered that there were demonic beasts in this underground world. However, the demonic beasts had extremely low intelligence. Martial King Realm demonic beasts were slightly better than ordinary wild beasts. They could not speak at all. No wonder Qiyu was so surprised. Red Moon's eyes widened as she looked at Dandan curiously. Beauty, are you convinced by this lord's spirit? Let me tell you, this lord is the head of the top 10 battle beasts, unrivaled in the world, revered in the universe, and unrivaled. Dandan stood on Lu Ming's shoulder, her two front claws on the turtle shell, looking like an unparalleled master. But the next moment Dandan collapsed. Red Moon reached out and grabbed Dandan's head, placing it in front of her eyes and carefully examining it. I'm so angry. Dandan's 4 short legs kicked and flew out of Qiyu's hand, landing on Lu Ming's shoulder. Its eyes were wide open and it wanted to eat Qiyu. Qiyu laughed heartily, very forthright. He then turned to Lu Ming. Lu Ming, if you know a lot of inscriptions and formations, you might be able to do our tribe a huge favor. By then the elders of our tribe will definitely treat you like an ancestor. They'll definitely agree to any conditions you have. Oh, what's the matter? Lu Ming asked. This matter has to start from the current situation of our red leopard tribe. Qiyu and Lu Ming began to talk. In the underground world, the battle between the tribes was endless. 60 years ago, the red leopard tribe was still an extremely powerful tribe. The tribe had many experts and was very powerful. They occupied large areas of rich land. At that time, the chief of the red leopard tribe was a renowned expert who had already reached the peak of the divine level, which was the peak of the 6th level. But later, the chiefs of the Heavenly Wolf tribe, the Een Snake tribe, and the Blood Tiger tribe joined forces to launch a sneak attack on the Red Leopard tribe's chief. In the end, the Red Leopard tribe's chief was severely injured and sealed in a canyon. The Red Leopard tribe's chief died in that canyon. Not only that, but the Red Leopard tribe leader also carried the most exquisite inscription secret manual of the Red Leopard tribe, which was the foundation of the Red Leopard tribe. Without the inscription secret manual, the follow-up power of the Red Leopard tribe became weaker and weaker. In the past 60 years, the territory occupied by the Red Leopard tribe was less than 20% of what it was in the past. If it were not for the support of some elders, It was estimated that the Red Leopard tribe would have been exterminated by the three major tribes. As for the seal on the canyon, it was set up by the three tribe leaders. It was extremely complicated, and the inscription formation was unique to the three tribes. Unless the three tribe leaders worked together to break it, the Red Leopard tribe would not be able to break it. Therefore, when Qiyu saw that Lu Ming knew so many inscriptions and formations, she wanted him to give it a try. If Lu Ming could break the seal and take out the secret inscription refining manual of the Red Leopard tribe, then wouldn't the elders of the Red Leopard tribe treat Lu Ming like their ancestor? Alright, let's go and take a look. Lu Ming nodded. If he wanted to be valued by the other party and if he could give the other party a little favor, it would be the best. Alright. Qiyu was overjoyed. She brought Lu Ming to the place where the previous tribe leader of the Red Leopard tribe was sealed. According to Qiyu, that place was very close to the Red Leopard tribe city, only 100 li away. It was a huge mountain range. There were huge mountain peaks that pierced the sky. They were steep and majestic. There were two huge mountain peaks in between, forming a canyon about 10 meters wide in the middle. This canyon was the place where the Red Leopard tribe's previous chief was sealed. There were experts from the Red Leopard tribe guarding this place. As soon as Lu Ming and Qiyu arrived at the entrance of the valley, they saw dozens of figures guarding the entrance. Phew-ha. It's you? How dare you? Men, kill this person for me. They had just reached the entrance of the valley when they heard a loud shout. What are you guys doing? Stop. Qiyu shouted, and the others who were about to make a move stopped. The corners of Lu Ming's mouth curled into a cold smile. The one who called for a fight was a young man. It was Qi Feng, who he had previously held hostage. Qi Feng's eyes were filled with killing intent as he stared at Lu Ming, then at Qiyu. Qiyu, why are you protecting him? This person has killed many of our Red Leopard tribe's people. He should be executed on the spot for his crime. Qi Feng, the clan elders have said long ago that we should be polite to the people from the outer realm. We should invite them instead of fighting. You were the one who started it first, so Lu Ming naturally resisted. You can't blame him for this. To cut off the only chance for the Red Leopard tribe to rise? Qiyu was very strong, staring at Qi Feng and loudly questioning. I didn't mean that. Qi Feng's voice lowered. Alright Feng. Since the other party has come to the Red Leopard tribe, he is a guest of the Red Leopard tribe. You don't have to say anything more. On the side, a long-bearded man in his 50s walked over and said, Sixth uncle. Qiyu called out and sent a voice transmission to Lu Ming at the same time. This person was Qi Feng's father, her sixth uncle, and also the person in charge of guarding this canyon, Pure Gold Mountain. And why did you bring this little brother here? This is the tribe's forbidden area. Qi Jinshan said. Sixth uncle Lu Ming comes from the outer world and is an extremely talented inscriber. He has mastered many inscriptions and formations that our Red Leopard tribe does not have. He might be able to break the seal here and take out the secret inscription manual inside. So I brought him here to give it a try. Qiyu said. Hearing this, Pure Gold Mountain's face sank. This place is the Red Leopard tribe's forbidden area. How can we allow an outsider to break in? This is simply nonsense. Alright, you should all leave quickly. Pure Gold Mountain waved his hand. Sixth uncle, taking out the Red Leopard tribe's secret inscription refining manual concerns the rise and fall of the Red Leopard tribe. It's of great importance. Maybe he can really crack it? Qiyu didn't give in. Chapter 702. 702 deliberately making things difficult for her. Pure Gold Mountain's expression turned even gloomier. What a joke. The Red Leopard tribe has been sealed here for 60 years. Even with the help of many divine-level alchemists, we still can't break the seal. He's just a young boy, a heaven-level alchemist. How can he break the seal here? It's impossible. You guys should leave quickly. Otherwise, I'll take it as him trespassing the forbidden area and suppress him. Sixth uncle Lu Ming has not even tried. How do you know that he won't be able to do it? Given the current situation of our tribe, shouldn't we seize every opportunity? Red Moon argued. Impudent, what does a junior know? Hurry up and leave. Chiding the Pure Gold Mountain. I think this seal can be broken. Suddenly, Lu Ming's voice was heard and the scene fell silent. Everyone's eyes were on Lu Ming. Really? Qiyu's eyes revealed a look of ecstasy. Of course. Lu Ming nodded. You're talking big, kid. What are you up to? You want to destroy my red leopard tribe's forbidden ground? I suspect that you are using some kind of evil technique to control Red Moon. You are simply up to no good. Men, kill this brat for me. The pure gold mountain's expression was extremely gloomy, and his killing intent exploded as he shouted. Yes. The people guarding the entrance of the valley all waved their hands, and several cheetah puppets appeared on the ground. They were all spiritual ocean tier puppets. The puppet roared and was about to pounce on Lu Ming. Who dares? Qiyu shouted and stood in front of Lu Ming. At the same time she summoned her cheetah puppet. Miss Qiyu has already been controlled by this evil person, she can't help herself. Quickly attack, kill that brat and save Miss. The pure gold mountain roared. Kill that brat. Qi Feng also roared, his killing intent exploding. Lu Ming's face darkened. With a wave of his hand, the giant wolf puppet appeared and blocked in front of him. He stomped on the ground and waved his hands. Runes appeared on the ground. A great battle was about to start. Stop. What are you doing? At this moment, a loud roar sounded and a white-haired elder flew over on a cheetah puppet. Second uncle. Qi was overjoyed. What's going on? The white-haired elder arrived and scanned the scene. His face was dark. What's going on? Second brother, that brat has controlled you, and has ulterior motives. I'm about to kill him. Pure Gold Mountain hurriedly said. Nonsense. Second uncle Lu Ming is an inscription master from beyond the ground. He can break the seal of the canyon. That's why I brought him here. I didn't expect sixth uncle to want to kill Lu Ming. Qiyu argued. What? He can break the seal of the valley? The white-haired elder was shocked and his eyes shone brightly. A layer of blue mental energy fire spread out from the top of his head due to his excitement, and his vast mental energy filled the entire area. Don't be fooled by this man. He's just a heaven-grade alchemist and he's so young. How many inscriptions can he master? How can he break the seal? He's simply talking nonsense. Pure Gold Mountain said coldly. Second uncle, why don't you let Lu Ming try? What if it works? This is related to the rise and fall of our clan, so please consider it, second uncle. Qiyu shouted. Qiyu's second uncle was called Qi Jintian. He looked at Lu Ming with a hint of hope in his eyes. Little brother, can you really break the seal here? Lu Ming nodded and said, I've observed it just now. There are 3 different inscriptions in it. The inscriptions are intertwined and there should be more than 100 inscriptions. Although it's mysterious, it has been 60 years. It's not difficult to break it. Lu Ming's words caused Qiyu and Qi Jintian's eyes to light up, while Qi Jintian's face grew even gloomier. This matter is of great importance. I need to inform the clan leader and the elders. Qi Jintian took out a jade voice transmission talisman and sent a few messages. Then he started to wait. The Pure Gold Mountain knew that he couldn't stop them, so he walked to the side with a gloomy face. Lu Ming glanced at the Pure Gold Mountain, his eyes flickering. This Pure Gold Mountain was very strange. It wanted to stop him from breaking the seal no matter what. Just like what Red Moon had said, this was related to the rise and fall of the Red Leopard tribe. Even if there was a 1 in 10,000 chance, they still had to try. However, Pure Gold Mountain kept stopping him. If it was because of the Scarlet Mountain matter, it was impossible. Just now, when they didn't mention breaking the seal, the Scarlet Mountain was still normal, as if it had intentionally broken the seal. Therefore Lu Ming felt very strange about all this. Buzz. And NBSP whoosh. In just a few minutes, 7 or 8 huge cheetah puppets flew over in the howling wind. There was a total of 8 cheetah puppets and on each of them stood a person. One of them looked to be in his 50s, and his body exuded a dignified aura. Lu Ming guessed that this might be Qiyu's father, the chief of the Red Leopard tribe, Qi Jinkong. As for the other 7, they were all white-haired old men and old OU. They should be the tribal elders of the Red Leopard tribe. Greetings to the clan leader and the clan elders. The pure gold sky, pure gold mountain and the guards all saluted. Father, elders. Qi Yu also stepped forward and bowed. Qi Jingkong's eyes were like lightning. He looked at Lu Ming and said, Is he the one you said could break the seal? Although Qi Jingkong was pretending to be calm, he still revealed a trace of excitement. That's right, father. Lu Ming came from the outer world and is the most powerful genius alchemist there. Although he's at the peak of the heaven rank, his mental strength is not weaker than that of a divine rank. Qi Yu stepped forward and held Qi Jingkong's arm as she smiled. The most talented inscription master from beyond the earth. The eyes of Qi Jingkong and the 7 elders lit up. Lu Ming touched his nose and smiled bitterly. This girl was too good at boasting for him. I think you've been deceived by him. It's been said since ancient times that the world beyond the ground is vast and boundless. It's many times larger than this place and has a countless population. It's like sand. How can he be the most talented inscription master? Tribe leader, elders, you must not trust this person. If you make a mistake and cause the formation to explode, destroying the body of the previous tribe leader and the inscription secret manual, then our red leopard tribe will be finished. Pure Gold Mountain jumped out to stop him. Sixth uncle. You haven't seen Lu Ming in action. How do you know that his Tao of inscription is not strong? Qi Yu said stubbornly. Since that's the case, why don't you let him show it off? If he wants his spiritual power to be on par with a divine rank inscriber at the heaven rank, he must light at least 7 or even 8 spiritual lamps at every stage. Let him show his spiritual ring. The Pure Gold Mountain sneered. The divine-level alchemist he was referring to was, of course, a true-level alchemist. At every stage he had to light up at least 6 spirit lamps. This was already very difficult. He did not believe that Lu Ming could really light 7 or even 8 spirit lamps at every stage. Lu Ming, just show it to someone. Qi Yu looked at Lu Ming. She was very confident in Lu Ming. Chapter 703. 703 Open your dog eyes wide. Qi Jingkong, the 7 clan elders Qi Jingtian, and the others all turned to look at Lu Ming. Lu Ming shook his head in his heart. He had helped the Red Leopard tribe, but the Pure Gold Mountain had repeatedly stopped him. With his personality he would have turned around and left long ago. The reason why he stayed was firstly because of Red Moon. Secondly, if he turned around and left now, he would definitely not be valued by the Red Leopard tribe. He wanted to use the Red Leopard tribe's power to find out where Xianxia was. Since you want to see it, open your eyes wide and watch. Lu Ming's gaze swept across the Pure Gold Mountain. Buzz. At the same time, a scarlet ring appeared above Lu Ming's head. There were 10 points on the ring that were as dazzling as the stars. 10 mind lamps. He lit up 10 mind lamps in the first stage. Qi Jingkong, the 7 elders and the others were all shocked. Some of the elders even shouted. The Pure Gold Mountain's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Its mouth was so wide that it could swallow a dead rat. It looked at Lu Ming in a daze. In the first stage, Lu Ming could actually light 10 mental lamps and enter the perfect stage. I told you. Lu Ming's talent is the best in the extraterrestrial world. After Qi Yu's initial shock, he laughed out loud. If it's only the first stage. Maybe he's just lucky and obtained a powerful fire seed that allowed him to light up the 10 lamps in the first stage. It's not like there haven't been such cases in history, but the later stages, the harder it is to light up the lamps. I'll see how many lamps he can light in the later stages. Pure Gold Mountain said with a dark expression. Father is right. Qi Feng chimed in from the side. Oh really? Then open your dog eyes wide and take a good look. The corners of Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. Then a light flashed again above his head. This time 2 rings appeared in succession, 1 orange and 1 yellow. The 2 rings were the same as the first one. They both had 10 bright spots that were dazzling and mesmerizing. Everyone was stunned. Their eyes widened in shock. The first 3 stages were all perfect and he lit up 10 spirit lamps each. This was too shocking. Pure Gold Mountain's face was flushed red, while Qi Feng was dumbstruck. Didn't they want to see it? Then he would let him take a good look at Lu Ming. Continue watching. The sneer on Lu Ming's face grew wider. The next moment 2 rings appeared above his head. There were 2 rings, one green and one cyan, and each had 10 bright spots. The 5 rings were stacked on top of each other, and the 50 bright spots almost blinded the pure gold mountain's eyes. Perfect, all perfect. All 5 stages are perfect. Oh my god, what did I just see? Miracle. Genius. He's the strongest genius I've ever seen. Is right, he's the #1 genius in the outer realm. A few clan elders who were hundreds of years old could no longer control their emotions. They shouted one after another, their faces and ears red with excitement. Chi Yu's small mouth opened into an O shape as she stood there in a daze. After a while, her eyes were filled with a strange light. As for the pure gold mountain and the pure peak, they looked as if they had seen a ghost. They looked at Lu Ming, unable to say a single word, their lips trembling non-stop. 5 stages and 10 spirit lamps were lit. This was simply a legend. They had never heard of such a genius in their world. In fact, there was a rumor in this world that 9 was the limit and there was no way to be perfect. In other words, lighting up 9 spirit lamps was the limit. Perfection was only a legend after all. It was an expected realm, but now, it had actually appeared in a young man in his 20s. My current spiritual power should be enough, right? Lu Ming's gaze continued to fall on pure gold mountain. The pure gold mountain's expression changed, becoming extremely unsightly. He didn't say a single word, he couldn't open his mouth. Good. Brother Lu is indeed the #1 genius in outer space. I believe that Brother Lu will be able to break the seal. Qi Jingkong laughed, his eyes filled with excitement. That's right. Little brother, please come forward and check those inscription arrays and see how you can crack them. A white-haired clan elder said in an extremely excited manner. Other than Qi Jingkong and Qi Feng, everyone looked at Lu Ming with anticipation. Perhaps Lu Ming could really do it. All right. Lu Ming nodded and walked forward. He came to the place full of runes and looked at it carefully. Dandan, can you really crack it? Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to Dandan. The seal here was made up of 3 completely different formations. There were more than 100 of them. The 3 different formations were linked and intertwined with each other. Furthermore, they were all extremely profound level 6 inscription formations. The patriarchs of the Sirius, Snake, and Blood Tiger tribes who had set up the formation were all peak level 6 inscriptionists. To be honest, with Lu Ming's current attainment in the Tao of inscriptions, it was still very difficult for him to crack it. The reason why he agreed was because Dandan had told him that it could break it. Nonsense, don't you know what kind of existence I am? The head of the top 10 war beasts, I have lived for countless years. I understand astronomy at the top and yin and yang at the bottom. How can a mere level 6 inscription array be difficult for me? Dandan began to boast again. Of course, she did it through voice transmission so no one else could hear her. Lu Ming was already used to it. He directly ignored the part where Dandan boasted and said, "Oh? How can we break it?" Kid, listen up. We'll start with the 18 flame inscriptions, then the 7 explosion inscriptions. Dandan began to give pointers. Between Lu Ming's fingers, a green flame spread out and he began to inscribe in the air. Runes appeared one after another and flew into the ground at the entrance of the canyon in different directions. Everyone from the Red Leopard tribe stared with wide eyes. Ow! Suddenly a wolf's howl could be heard. An array glowed and condensed into a giant wolf, which pounced at Lu Ming. Everyone's heart tightened and the pure gold mountain's eyes brightened. However, Lu Ming's expression was calm as he allowed the giant wolf to pounce on him. When the giant wolf pounced in front of Lu Ming, it exploded with a bang, turned into spots of light and dissipated. The first formation was broken. The first formation is broken. It's really broken. Qi Jingkong and the 7 clan elders were all ecstatic. Father Elder, look. I'm right. Lu Ming can definitely do it. Qi Yu said with a smile. Yes, but this seal is made up of 136 formations. The deeper you go, the harder it is to break. We'll have to see what happens later. Qi Jingkong said. At the same time, Lu Ming continued to inscribe runes. One after another, runes flew to the ground. After a while, a roar was heard and a blood-red giant tiger pounced out and then dissipated. The second formation was broken. Following that, Lu Ming's fingers did not stop. He continued to inscribe runes in the air. One after another, the major arrays were cracked by Lu Ming. Lu Ming broke through 18 large arrays in a row at a crushing speed. He took less than half an hour. Chapter 704. 704 Cracking it one after another. Qi Jin-kong and the others were getting more and more excited and expectant. Perhaps it would really work this time. May the heavens bless us, may the ancestors bless us. They prayed in their hearts. Perhaps the ancient ancestor didn't want their red leopard tribe to be exterminated, so he sent such a genius. The chosen one. At the same time, Qi Jin-kong and a few other clan elders thought of this word and looked at each other. Their eyes were filled with excitement and anticipation. Who? At this moment, Lu Ming heaved a long sigh of relief. He sat cross-legged on the ground and closed his eyes. After breaking 18 formations, his spiritual power was not enough. He needed to recover. We'll guard this place. No one is allowed to leave. Qi Jin-kong ordered. Just in case, they personally guarded this place. And at this moment, Pure Gold Mountain's expression became even gloomier, and his eyes flickered with a strange light. Qi Feng looked at Lu Ming with jealousy and nothing else. 3 hours later, Lu Ming got up and continued to crack the code. However, from here on, the array became more complicated and the difficulty increased. Lu Ming's speed also slowed down. This time, Lu Ming spent more than an hour to crack 18 arrays. He then sat down cross-legged and began to recover. A few hours later, Lu Ming stood up again with a smile on his face. He realized that breaking the array in this way could purify his mental energy fire. Could also be trained. He felt that he was getting closer and closer to becoming a rank 6 alchemist. Lu Ming continued to crack the code. However, the further he went, the slower his speed became. On the first day, Lu Ming deciphered a total of 50 inscription formations. On the second day, he deciphered a total of 30 inscription formations. On the third day, he deciphered a total of 20 inscription formations. There were a total of 136 of them, and now only 36 remained. However, Lu Ming stopped when he reached the last 36. After pondering for a moment, he walked towards Qi Jin-kong. Tribe leader Qi, the next 36 inscription formations will be based on the Yin Snake tribe's formation. They are extremely vicious and unstable. If you are not careful, they will explode and destroy the valley. Lu Ming said. Qi Jin-kong's expression changed and he said anxiously, "Then what do we do?" "That's easy. Lu Ming needs a favor from clan leader Qi." Lu Ming said. "Brother Lu, please speak. Even if we have to mobilize the entire Red Leopard tribe, it won't be a problem." Qi Jin-kong's tone was firm. "It's not that serious. I just need some materials. I have a material here called red blood sand. I need the clan leader to send someone to refine it." A jade card appeared in Lu Ming's hand. It contained the refining method of the crimson blood sand and the required materials. He handed it to Qi Jin-kong. "No problem, but I'm afraid it'll take 6 or 7 days to make it." Qi Jin-kong looked at it and said. "It's fine. Tribe leader Qi, where are the places where venomous snakes gather? I'm going to hunt some myself and take their blood essence to refine another material. Only by combining these two materials can we break the last 36 formations." Lu Ming said. "A place where venomous snakes gather? To the west of the Red Leopard tribe, there is a 10,000 snakes valley. There are a large number of poisonous snakes there, but it is already in the territory of the Yin Snake tribe." Qi Jin-kong said. "It's fine. I just need to sneak over and kill some poisonous snakes." Lu Ming smiled faintly. "It's good. Little brother Lu has been working hard these few days. A few days is not a big deal for you to break the formation. Go to the Red Leopard tribe and rest for a while before preparing the materials." Although the pure gold space was anxious and excited, it was polite to Lu Ming. Lu Ming was the hope of the Red Leopard tribe. "All right." Lu Ming nodded. Qi Jingkong left behind a few clan elders to guard the place while he and the remaining clan elders brought Lu Ming and Qi Yu to the Red Leopard tribe. Lu Ming, you haven't been to our tribe before, have you? I'll take you around. What is it like in the outer world? Your skin is so white and smooth. Also, the clothes you're wearing are so strange. Along the way, Qi Yu followed Lu Ming and chattered on, asking a lot of questions. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. He could not help but think of a young girl, Xianxia. At that time, Xianxia was also very curious and kept asking questions. Lu Ming casually explained, and they arrived at the ancient city very soon. This was a stone city and the buildings inside were all made of stone. The stone city was bustling with people. It was completely different from the cities that Lu Ming had seen in the past. It was filled with an exotic atmosphere. When they arrived, Lu Ming suddenly had an idea. He asked, "Tribe leader Qi, during this period of time have there been any other people like me who have come from beyond the earth?" "Yes, there are about 100 of them. They are all living in the West Hall. We did not restrict their movements." Qi Jingkong explained. "Can you take me to see it?" Lu Ming said. He wanted to see if there were any acquaintances. Perhaps Xianxia was here too. "Of course, I'll go back and order people to prepare the red blood sand. Third uncle, you two take little brother Lu and go to the West Hall to take a look." Qi Jingkong ordered. "Yes, father," Qi Yu said with a smile. There was also a white-haired elder who brought Lu Ming to the west side of the hall. Along the way, many people sized Lu Ming up curiously. During this period of time, many people from the outside world had come and spread the news. They were all very curious. On the west side there is a huge stone palace. Inside there are many stone houses. During this period of time, over 100 people have been living here. They all came from the outer world, the chaotic astral ocean. Zhou Yuan had been in a bad mood recently. He was the sect leader of the blood poison sect. He had thought that by obtaining the key to the martial emperor's treasure, he would be able to obtain a supreme opportunity, allowing the blood poison sect to soar, and he would be able to break through all barriers and reach the supreme realm. However, he did not expect that all his plans would be ruined by Lu Ming, causing countless people to rush into the martial emperor's treasure. Not only that, after entering the martial emperor's treasure, he didn't obtain anything. Instead, he was being hunted down everywhere. In the end, he had no choice but to follow the people of the Red Leopard tribe to the Red Leopard tribe. At this time, he was drinking and chatting with two experts at the third level of the spiritual ocean tier in the courtyard. "Brother Zhong, I'm guessing that the Saint Mountain in the underground world is most likely related to the martial emperor's treasure. We must join forces this time," an elder at the third level of the spiritual ocean tier said. "That's right. I'm guessing that there's a way out of the holy mountain. We'll be able to leave this damn place." The other third-level spiritual ocean tier martial artist also opened his mouth to speak. "I hope so." Zhou Yuan drank a cup of wine. His eyes flickered as he thought about something. Squeak. At this moment, the door opened and Lu Ming and the rest walked in. The people in the courtyard also looked at the gate. With one look, Zhou Yuan's eyes were filled with cold, killing intent, and he said in a cold voice, "Little bastard, it's you?" Chapter 705. 705. Zhou Yuan in despair. Lu Ming heard the sound and looked in the direction of the sound. His eyes were filled with a strong murderous intent. "The blood poison sect master." A cold voice came out of Lu Ming's mouth. The white-haired elder in front of him was the blood poison sect master. He was the one who had injured him and tried to steal his jade sword. He didn't expect to meet him here. "Ah, little bastard, I said before that I would kill you if I met you. You're really unlucky to have met me here. I'll see how you die this time." Zhou Yuan laughed and stood up from the table, exuding a terrifying aura. A martial artist at the fourth level of the spiritual ocean realm was too powerful. He was a whole lot stronger than a martial artist at the third level of the spiritual ocean realm. His aura was like a vast ocean suppressing Lu Ming. Thump, thump. Zhou Yuan stepped forward, causing the ground to rumble. "What do you want to do?" Qi Yu stepped forward and stood in front of Lu Ming. Her face turned cold and she glared at Zhou Yuan. "So it's Miss Qi Yu. Miss Chiyu, please move aside. This person has a grudge with me, I must kill him. Zhou Yuan said coldly. No, this is the Red Leopard tribe. You are not allowed to fight. Chiyu said coldly. Miss Chiyu, you'd better step aside. This time I've promised you that I'll go to the Holy Mountain to participate in the assessment. However, if I don't kill this person, don't blame me for not doing my best during the assessment. Zhou Yuan sneered. Anyone could tell that this was a threat. Among the 100-odd people who came to the Red Leopard tribe this time, Zhou Yuan's cultivation was the strongest. He had reached the 4th level of the spiritual ocean realm and was the most promising candidate among all the candidates in the Red Leopard tribe. These few days the people of the Red Leopard tribe had been very polite to him. They had treated him as a distinguished guest, so he naturally had the confidence. I want him dead. At this moment Lu Ming spoke. Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, Zhou Yuan was stunned for a moment before he burst out laughing. The other 2 elders at the 3rd level of the spiritual ocean tier also laughed. Ah, this brat is a peak tier king tier. Has he gone mad? He actually wants brother Zhong to die? Where does he get his confidence from? Could he have said this to Miss Chiyu and the others? That's even more ridiculous. Does he think I'm more important than brother Zhong? The young man can't recognize himself. How pitiful and lamentable. The 2 elders at the 3rd level of the spiritual ocean tier laughed out loud, their voices filled with mockery. But the next moment, their smiles came to an abrupt end. It was because Chiyu looked at Lu Ming and said, Are you serious? Yes. I must kill him. Lu Ming was resolute and decisive. All right, if little brother Lu wants to kill him, I'll do it. Let's go. The Red Leopard clan elder said from the side. With a wave of his hand, a huge leopard puppet appeared, emitting a terrifying aura. 7th level spiritual ocean tier. This cheetah had an aura equivalent to the 7th level of the spiritual ocean realm, and the strength of that aura made people's hearts palpitate and make them despair. Zhou Yuan was dumbfounded. He looked at the Red Leopard clan elder with a pale face and screamed, What are you guys doing? This kid is only a martial king. I'm countless times stronger than him. Only I have a chance in the Holy Mountains assessment. You should kill him, kill him. Little brother Lu is our Red Leopard tribe's benefactor. What did he say? The Red Leopard tribe will do our best to satisfy him. Whoever he says he will kill, he will kill. Now die. The Red Leopard clan elder shouted coldly. The cheetah puppet let out a long roar and pounced towards Zhou Yuan at an unbelievable speed. No, how could this be? I'm not convinced. Zhou Yuan roared hysterically as he tried his best to resist. But the difference between a puppet at the 4th level of the spiritual ocean realm and a puppet at the 7th level of the spiritual ocean realm was too great. The cheetah puppet's claw tore through all of Zhou Yuan's defenses and attacks before tearing his body into 2. The sect master of the blood poison sect, an almighty expert at the 4th level of the spiritual ocean realm, an expert whose name shook the chaotic astral ocean, had died just like that. He died in an extremely aggrieved manner. He didn't even know why he died. Why did the Red Leopard tribe listen to Lu Ming? The 2 3rd-level spiritual ocean realm old men looked at this scene with their mouths agape, and they almost bit off their own tongues. Then the 2 of them looked at Lu Ming while trembling. Their backs were drenched in cold sweat. The Red Leopard tribe actually listened to Lu Ming. With just one word from Lu Ming, an elder of the Red Leopard tribe made a move and killed Zhou Yuan in one move. What was going on? They had all lived for more than 1,000 years, but now they found that their brains were completely unable to understand. Lu Ming strode forward and reached out to grab Zhou Yuan's storage ring. He also devoured Zhou Yuan's blood essence. Then he looked at the 2 Sea of Soul Realm old men and said in a cold voice, "You've lived for thousands of years, but you can't even understand the situation. How pitiful and lamentable." The 2 old men's faces were completely red, and they were too ashamed to show their faces. These were the words that they had given to Lu Ming just now. However, it had only been a short while and Lu Ming had returned the words to them in full. Every word of his was like a slap to their faces. Lu Ming ignored them. With Qiyu leading the way, he checked the place. Unfortunately, Xianxia and Jian Filiu were not here. Miss Qiyu, I need a room to cultivate in seclusion, Lu Ming said. Zhou Yuan was at the 4th level of the spiritual ocean realm, and the power of his blood essence was too strong. He needed to go into seclusion to refine it. No problem. Qiyu brought Lu Ming to the core area of the Red Leopard tribe and arranged a room for him. Lu Ming entered the room and entered the supreme shrine. He began to refine the blood essence. He had used all his blood essence to improve the bloodline of the prison-suppressing steel. The stronger the bloodline of the prison-suppressing steel, the stronger the power of the prison-suppressing heavenly technique. The 9th Asilavir chakra became brighter and brighter. In the end it was as bright as the other 9 chakra. The peak of the 9th level of the king realm. However, it was too difficult for a peak 9th level king to attain divine level bloodline. After Lu Ming refined all of Zhou Yuan's blood essence, he had a feeling that he was still a long way from attaining divine level. He did not know how much more blood essence he would have to consume before he could advance to the divine level. Half a day had passed. Lu Ming walked out of the room. Lu Ming, you're done with your seclusion? The moment Lu Ming came out, he saw Qiyu. You've been waiting for me? Lu Ming nodded. Not really, I just got here. Do you want to walk around? Qiyu said. No, I'll go to 10,000 Snakes Valley to hunt for poisonous snakes. How do I get there? Lu Ming shook his head and said. I'll take you there. That's the Yin Snake Tribe's territory. If we bring too many people, we'll attract their attention. How about just the 2 of us go? Qiyu said. All right. Lu Ming nodded. The 2 of them left the Stone City and headed west. The 10,000 Snake Valley was 30,000 miles west of the Red Leopard tribe. It was the Yin Snake Tribe's territory. It was said that this place used to belong to the Red Leopard tribe a few decades ago. Later on, the Red Leopard tribe lost a large piece of land, and the 10,000 Snakes Valley area fell into the hands of the Yin Snake tribe. Riding on the puppet, the 2 of them arrived in less than half a day. This was also underground. If it was outside the ground, Lu Ming would not need half a day to travel 30,000 miles. Chapter 706. 706 Xianxia's whereabouts. The vast mountains stretched as far as the eye could see. In the middle of the vast mountains there was a huge valley. The valley was about 100 miles long and it was completely silent. This was the 10,000 Snakes Valley. There were tens of thousands of poisonous snakes in the valley. Other demonic beasts did not dare to approach this place, so it was very quiet. The wind howled as Lu Ming and Qiyu sat on the cheetah puppet and descended from the sky, landing at the entrance of the 10,000 Snakes Valley. The 2 of them kept the puppets and walked into the 10,000 Snakes Valley. Whoosh! Whoosh! Before they could go far, a black venomous snake shot toward them like black lightning. Bang! Qiyu stepped lightly on the ground and runes appeared on the ground, forming an inscription formation. From the inscription formation, dozens of arrows shot towards the black figures. With a soft sound, the black snakes were accurately shot and flew out in all directions. The 2 of them continued forward. The valley was very wide, at least 10 miles in length. It was covered with dense weeds, old vines, low ancient trees and piles of rubble. In some places there were even some stinky swamps. Such an environment was most suitable for poisonous snakes to breed. As they moved forward they encountered quite a number of snake attacks. However, these snakes were all below the 5th grade, which was equivalent to the martial arts grandmaster level. Whether it was Lu Ming or Qiyu, they could easily deal with them. Moreover, the blood essence of these venomous snakes was useless. Lu Ming needed the blood essence of a venomous snake at the martial king realm. When the 2 of them had walked more than 20 miles, the level of the poisonous snake started to increase. CSI. A colorful venomous snake slithered toward Lu Ming. It extended and retracted its tongue, releasing a poisonous mist. A king-level venomous snake. I've finally seen one. A smile appeared on Lu Ming's face. He took a step forward and reached out with his claw. The venomous snake could not put up any resistance and was caught in Lu Ming's hand. With a shake of his essential core, the venomous snake turned into ashes at a speed visible to the naked eye. In Lu Ming's palm, there were only 9 drops of blood essence that were red and crystal-like, rolling around like blood-red pearls. Buzz. And NBSP whoosh. Then Lu Ming suspended the 9 drops of blood essence in the air and quickly carved runes with both hands. One after another, runes seeped into the 9 drops of blood essence. After a while, the 9 drops of blood essence exploded with a bang and turned into a cloud of blood mist that filled the air. It's done. Lu Ming smiled. He then took out a jade bottle and absorbed all the blood mist into it. He wanted to use the blood essence of the venomous snake to create a blood mist and use it with the crimson blood sand to break the last 36 formations. This was also the reason why his level of inscription was not high enough. If he had become a level 6 inscriber and mastered some level 6 inscriptions and level 6 arrays, he would not need these materials to break the 36 arrays. However, a bottle of blood mist was obviously far from enough. The two of them continued to look for king-level venomous snakes to make blood mist. 60,000 to 70,000 li away from the 10,000 Snakes Valley was another large tribe, the Een Snake Tribe. The Een Snake Tribe was very powerful. In the past few decades, they had annexed many territories of the Red Leopard Tribe, and their strength had expanded rapidly. The Red Leopard Tribe could not compare to them. In the ancient city of the Een Snake Tribe, on top of a pavilion made of huge rocks, Xianxia looked into the distance with his brows furrowed. She didn't come to the Een Snake Tribe of her own free will. She was captured. Now she had a ring on her wrists and ankles. The ring was like a snake wrapped around her body, and it was engraved with complicated inscriptions. This ring had the power to seal the genuine qi in Xianxia's body and even the flame of inscription. She couldn't use her cultivation at all. Otherwise, she would have escaped from this place long ago. Squeak. The door of the room was opened and a young man walked in. This young man was tall and handsome, but his eyes were long and narrow, giving off a very gloomy feeling. As soon as he walked in, the young man's eyes wandered all over Xianxia's body. His eyes were burning with a strong desire to possess her. What are you doing here again? Xianxia frowned. Miss Xia, what do you think? I won't let you suffer if you marry me. The young man smiled slightly, which made him look even more sinister. Get lost. Xianxia shouted coldly, not at all polite. The young man's face turned cold. Miss Xia, don't forget where you are. I'm trying to persuade you nicely. Don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Get lost. Xianxia's reply was still one word. Good, good, very good, let's wait and see. The young man's eyes were burning with anger. He scanned Xianxia's body a few times before he left. This bitch, I want you to kneel down and beg me this morning. The young man's heart was burning with anger. What was his identity? The son of the Een Snake Tribe's chief, the future successor of the Een Snake Tribe. Een K had great talent. What couldn't he get? However, a few days ago when he saw Xianxia, he was shocked. Xianxia was too beautiful, completely different from the women in the underground world. Most of the underground women were rough and their skin was bronze in color. Xianxia, on the other hand, had jade-like skin and a graceful figure. He was immediately attracted to her. He caught Xianxia and wanted him to be his 18th concubine. However, with Xianxia's personality, the result was obvious. How could he agree? Een K walked in the yard with a gloomy face. Young master, what's wrong? That woman still hasn't agreed? A skinny old man walked up and asked. That's right. Not only did this bitch not agree, but she also told me to get lost. Elder Kue, what do you have in mind? Een K asked. Young master, since the other party refused a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, then let's use force. Let's just cook the rice. The skinny old man sneered. Elder Kue, I've thought about it as well, but even if her true yuan and mental energy fire are sealed, her physical strength is still very strong. I'm afraid that if I were to use force, she would commit suicide. Otherwise, I would have done it long ago. Een K said. As soon as he thought of Xianxia's graceful figure, an evil fire burned in his body. Young master, it's easy. It's the season for poisonous snakes to breed. The snake desire flower is in full bloom in the 10,000 Snakes Valley. The fragrance of the snake desire flower has no effect on people with Zhen Yuan or mental energy fire. However, without the protection of Zhen Yuan and mental energy fire, the body will go soft and lose all strength. At that time young Master Ren will be the one doing whatever you want. The skinny old man gave a sinister smile. Yin Kei's eyes brightened and he laughed out loud. Elder Kuei, you're really wise. Good, let's do it this way. Elder Kuei, take a few people with you and use the excuse of going out to hunt to relax. Take that slut with you and follow me to 10,000 Snakes Valley. This time I want to make that slut feel like she's going to die in the 10,000 snakes. Alright, I'll get it done. Elder Kuei bowed. Not long after, Yin Kei, Xianxia, Elder Kuei, and 6 other people rode on 7 giant serpent puppets with wings and headed towards the 10,000 Snakes Valley. Chapter 707. 707. Silly girl, you're here. Xianxia didn't want to go at first, but the other party greeted her with a smile and said that it was just a hunting trip to relax. Xianxia couldn't refuse. If she refused, she was afraid that the other party would force her. Not long after, they arrived at 10,000 Snakes Valley. The group of 9 people walked in. In the beginning, they were indeed hunting poisonous snakes to make some medicine. Soon they were about 30 miles away. You guys stay here and hunt for poisonous snakes. I'll take Miss Xianxia to the front to take a look. Yin Kei ordered. All right, young master, you can go. Elder Kuei laughed, but there was a hint of gloominess in his smile. Miss Xia, let's continue forward. Yin Kei said to Xianxia. Xianxia frowned. She had a bad feeling in her heart, but she had no choice but to agree. She made up her mind that if the other party had any ill intentions towards her, she would rather die than let them have their way. Xianxia nodded and followed Yin Kei inside. Soon the two of them traveled another 5 to 6 miles. Red flowers bloomed all over the place. These flowers were very strange. They were in the shape of snakes, just like small snakes. They also gave off an intoxicating fragrance that smelled very good. Along the way, Yin Kei didn't do anything out of the ordinary. Xianxia also gradually relaxed and slowly strolled around. But slowly, Xianxia felt that something was wrong. She felt her body becoming weaker and weaker. He was very smart. He suddenly thought of something. Her face turned pale. She ran forward a few steps and said, Yin Kei, what did you do to me? You're using poison on me? Hee hee. Yin Kei saw that Xianxia's body was indeed weak and he laughed evilly. I didn't poison you. However, this place is full of snadesire flower. The pollen of this flower is like poison to those who can't use their vital essence and spiritual fire. Anyone who smells it will feel weak all over. Haha. Yin Kei laughed. What are you trying to do? Xianxia kept retreating, feeling weaker and weaker. Hee, what are you doing? Bitch, I don't care what your status is outside the earth, but you'd better behave yourself here. I want to marry you as a concubine because I think highly of you, but you've refused me time and time again and you even dared to scold me. Now, I'll let you know the consequences of rejecting me. In Yin Kei's eyes the fire was dancing. His eyes wandered all over Xianxia's body, and the fire in his eyes became stronger and stronger. Don't even think about it. Xianxia shouted. Her spine suddenly glowed with a red light. Then her body darted forward and ran into the depths of 10,000 Snakes Valley. Damn it! Yin Kei shouted angrily. He didn't expect that Xianxia could still use such a strange power even though his vital essence and spirit fire were sealed. He was careless and Xianxia ran hundreds of meters away. He immediately chased after her at top speed. In the end, Xianxia's true essence and mental energy fire were sealed. Her body was special so she could borrow some of the power of her bloodline. However, it was not much. Before she could run a mile, the power of her bloodline dissipated. She felt her body becoming weaker and weaker. She staggered and almost fell to the ground. Yin Kei caught up from behind. Hee, let's see where you can run to. I'll serve you well later. After running for a while, Xianxia's body was covered in sweat. His sweat soaked his clothes, causing them to stick tightly to his body. His curves were even more shocking. Yin Kei's evil fire exploded as he looked on. His entire body was hot and he couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Xianxia's eyes revealed a trace of despair. He touched his waist and a short dagger appeared in his hand. He pressed it against his chest and looked at Inkei with determination. If you want to use force, I'll die. Inkei's footsteps stopped and his face was dark. He said coldly, I don't believe that you don't even want your life. Then he strode forward. Lu Ming, you fool, where are you? Perhaps you and I will never meet again. Xianxia closed his eyes and stabbed the dagger into his heart. In the depths of the 10,000 Snakes Valley, Lu Ming took out a jade bottle and kept a cloud of blood mist. He then frowned. He didn't know why, but he had been feeling uneasy since just now. He felt inexplicably irritable. This was somewhat unbelievable. At Lu Ming's current realm, his martial arts heart was stable. Most things would not make him feel agitated. But just now he felt inexplicably irritable and uneasy, but he didn't know the reason. Kid, what's wrong? Something's wrong with my condition. Dandan could tell Lu Ming's state. I don't know why, but I've been inexplicably irritable since just now. I keep having this uneasy feeling. Lu Ming said. Inexplicable restlessness? The deeper a martial artist's cultivation base is, the more they'll be connected to the laws of the universe and their minds will be clear. Therefore, any emotion that appears won't be without reason. Something is definitely going to happen. Dandan said. Lu Ming nodded. In ancient times, there were powerful people who could even predict some fragments of the future. It was mysterious and unpredictable. Wait a moment. Dandan closed her eyes and waved her pair of front claws, producing inscriptions. After a while, Dandan suddenly opened her eyes and said anxiously, Not good, brat, your little lover is in danger. What? Lu Ming was stunned, but he immediately realized that Dandan was talking about Xianxia. Little Qing, what's wrong with her? Where is he? Lu Ming asked anxiously. It's just a few miles away, hurry up or it'll be too late. Dandan shouted. Buzz. Without the slightest hesitation, Lu Ming exploded. His figure was like a bolt of lightning as he charged out of the snake dowager. Chiyu's eyes flickered and inscriptions appeared on her body, forming a pair of wings. With a flap, she turned into a phantom and followed. The distance of several miles was covered in a few breaths' time under Lu Ming's full outburst. When Lu Ming arrived, he saw Xianxia's dagger stabbing into his heart. Blood was flowing out and it was a ghastly sight. Boom. At this moment, it was as if thunder had exploded in Lu Ming's mind. He could roughly guess what was going on with just one look at this scene. Little Qing. Lu Ming roared and pounced on Xianxia like a bolt of lightning. He used his essential core to wrap around Xianxia's arm, stopping her dagger from continuing. However, Lu Ming was still a little too slow. Xianxia's dagger had already pierced through his muscles. A part of it had already pierced into his heart. Fortunately, it was not deep. Lu Ming wrapped his arms around Xianxia's waist. His essential core surged into Xianxia's body and protected his heart. Silly girl, you're here. I thought I'd never see you again. Xianxia blinked his big eyes and looked at Lu Ming in a daze. He did not even blink, afraid that all of this was a dream. Don't say anything. Lu Ming said as his vital essence continued to flow into Xianxia's body. His combat dragon vital essence was very active and successfully sealed Xianxia's heart meridian. At the same time, Xianxia's wound was slowly healing. He rejoiced that he had arrived in time. If he had been a little later, perhaps it would have been an eternal farewell. Chapter 708. 708 Killing intent like the tide killing Inkei. Lu Ming's appearance stunned Inkei for a moment. At this moment, seeing Xianxia and Lu Ming's intimate behavior, jealousy appeared in his eyes. He shouted coldly, Kid, who are you? He's my woman, get lost. Buzz. At this moment Chiyu arrived. Chiyu, is that you? How dare you trespass into the territory of the Een Snake tribe? You're courting death. Inkei's eyes were filled with killing intent when he saw Chiyu. Inkei. Seeing Inkei, Chiyu's face sank. Lu Ming raised his head and looked at Inkei. A violent killing intent exploded from his body. He said in a cold voice, Today you must die. Haha, kid, you think you can kill me? Brat, you dare to hold my woman? I will make you beg for death. Inkei sneered. Kill. Lu Ming waved his hand and the giant wolf puppet appeared, pouncing towards Inkei. A fourth-ranked divine golem. Inkei's expression changed slightly. With a wave of his hand, a giant snake puppet appeared. It was also a puppet at the 4th level of the spiritual ocean tier. The two puppets collided with each other. Kill. Lu Ming held Xianxia in one hand and strode forward. A terrifying fist radiance burst forward. Wherever the fist radiance passed, the valley would shake. The old vines around the valley exploded and some poisonous snakes were turned into powder. Inkei's expression changed and a picture scroll appeared in his hand. After he unrolled it, a light shield appeared and enveloped Inkei within it. On the light shield, a few venomous snakes were slithering non-stop. Boom! The fist radiance landed on the light shield, causing it to shake non-stop. However, it was not broken and Inkei was sent flying. Damn it, kill! Inkei landed on the ground and took out another inscription scroll. He unfurled it and a giant snake that was dozens of meters long flew out, pouncing at Lu Ming. The infinite dragon spear appeared in his hand. He thrust the spear forward and a 3-colored true dragon flew out to collide with the giant snake. However, the 3-colored true dragon was dispersed by the giant snake's collision and continued flying toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming's expression changed slightly. This was clearly a 6th-level inscription scroll. Its power was equivalent to the attack of a 4th-level spiritual ocean tier. Roar! Chiyu controlled the cheetah puppet and pounced forward, clashing with the giant snake. Buzz! And NBSP whoosh! The sound of air being torn rang out as Elder Kuei arrived with the other 6 people. Elder Kuei, kill that brat and capture Chiyu and that little bitch alive. Inkei shouted. Buzz! And NBSP whoosh! Powerful mental energy spread out from the heads of Elder Kuei and the others, forming a terrifying storm. Giant snake puppets appeared in the air. This is bad. That's a tier 5 divine level inscriber. Lu Ming, let's leave quickly. Chiyu's expression changed drastically. Elder Kuei was equivalent to an inscriber at the 5th level of the spiritual ocean tier. He had lit up at least 4 blue spirit lamps. His puppet was also equivalent to the strength of the 5th level of the spiritual ocean tier. Chiyu, help me take care of little Qing. I must kill him today. Lu Ming put Xianxia down and pointed his spear at Inkei. At this moment, Xianxia was already fine and was standing behind Lu Ming. Haha, brat, you can't even protect yourself and you still want to kill me? You're dreaming. I've changed my mind. Elder Kuei, capture him alive. I want him to suffer a fate worse than death. Inkei laughed out loud, his expression extremely malevolent. CSI. Elder Kuei controlled the giant snake puppet and it pounced at Lu Ming. Its tongue was like a sword piercing through space. Chiyu gritted his teeth and controlled the cheetah puppet to charge forward, but before he could even exchange 2 moves with the giant snake puppet, he was sent flying. The other 6 people were also extremely powerful. The puppets they controlled were at least at the level of the spiritual ocean tier. There were even 2 giant snake puppets that were at the 4th level of the spiritual ocean tier. Chiyu's puppet was entangled by a puppet at the 4th level of the spiritual ocean tier, while the other giant snake puppets charged at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's glabella glowed and there were traces of lightning swimming around. He was ready to control the lightning cauldron and launch a fatal attack. Ta! Lu Ming controlled the giant wolf puppet to block in front of him. At the same time he stomped on the ground frantically. Yaya, watch me. Dandan landed on the ground and kept waving its claws. Ow! The giant wolf puppet was entangled by a giant snake. Kept howling and shooting sparks in all directions. That giant snake was Elder Kuei's puppet. It was too powerful. The giant wolf puppet let out a series of banging sounds and exploded continuously. In the end, the giant wolf puppet was completely destroyed, becoming a pile of scrap metal. Kill! Go! Lu Ming shouted. The inscription formation appeared and formed a large bow. An arrow shot towards Inkei like a shooting star. Watch me! Dandan waved her claws and dense runes appeared. Countless vines appeared and wrapped around the 5 or 6 giant snake puppets, tightly binding them. Inkei's expression changed and he took out another inscription talisman scroll. After opening it, a combat sword flew out and clashed with Lu Ming's arrow. Kill. Let's use the inscription scroll together and kill that brat. Elder Kuei shouted coldly. An inscription talisman appeared in his hand and so did the others. As soon as he opened it, all kinds of attacks were launched at Lu Ming. There were swords, sabers, ice, storms and so on. All of them were attacks that were equivalent to the spiritual ocean tier and above. Some of them were even at the 4th level of the spiritual ocean tier and above. They were too powerful and Lu Ming could not possibly block them. He would be turned into dust in an instant. Lu Ming. Xianxia and Qiyu both exclaimed. Die. Lu Ming's eyes were cold. His eyebrows suddenly glowed with a bright light. A large cauldron flew out and lightning filled the air. The moment the cauldron flew out, Lu Ming's essential core was instantly sucked dry. Even his life essence was sucked away. Every time he used it he would lose 50 years of his life. However, Lu Ming did not care. He had to kill Inkei today. The lightning cauldron rapidly grew in size as a fearsome might gushed forth from it. It was as if it could destroy the heavens and earth. At this moment, everyone felt the fear of facing the heavens. Retreat. Retreat. Elder Kuei's pupils contracted as he retreated in a frenzy. Not only him but everyone else also retreated in a frenzy. At the same time runic scrolls appeared and a light screen enveloped their bodies. Especially Inkei, he opened all the inscription scrolls and at least 7 light screens covered his body. Boom. The lightning cauldron descended and suppressed everything. Boundless lightning power descended, destroying all life. Bang. Bang. Other than Elder Kuei and Inkei, the other 6 people died instantly under the lightning cauldron. Elder Kuei and Inkei were like leaves in the wind, constantly drifting. The light shield on Inkei's body was constantly being destroyed. His face was full of fear and it was twisted into a ball. Boom. The lightning cauldron fell and quickly shrunk. It flew back to Lu Ming's glabella and disappeared. The 10,000 Snakes Valley was charred black. Whether it was the ancient trees, wild grass, or poisonous snakes, they were all charred black as if they had experienced a lightning tribulation. Elder Kuei and Inkei spat out large mouthfuls of blood. They lay on the ground like 2 dead fish, unable to move. Chapter 709. 709 The killing intent of the Yin Snake Tribe. Qiyu was dumbfounded. He did not expect that Lu Ming would suddenly summon a large cauldron and kill 6 Yin Snake Tribe experts with a single strike. Moreover, he had severely injured Elder Kuei and Inkei. All of this made her feel like she was in a dream. Who? Lu Ming heaved a long sigh of relief and collapsed to the ground. Now there was not even a trace of true essence in his body. His face was pale, which was caused by his lifespan being extracted. Lu Ming, are you all right? Xianxia gasped and walked over to support Lu Ming, his eyes filled with worry. Xianxia's body was strong and his vitality was strong. Now the wound on her chest was slowly healing and she was fine. Little Qing, help me over. I want to kill them. Lu Ming said. Xianxia nodded and helped Lu Ming walk forward. At this moment, Elder Kuei and Inkei were lying on the ground like mud, half dead. In such a situation they naturally couldn't control the puppets. Those giant snake puppets were all like statues lying on the ground and not moving. Little brat, what do you want to do? I'm telling you, I'm the young master of the Yin Snake Tribe and my father is the chief of the Yin Snake Tribe. If you dare to kill me, you'll die without a doubt. Inkei shouted. I said you must die today no matter who you are. It won't change the result. With Xianxia's help, Lu Ming walked forward slowly. Above his head, a green spiritual fire spread out. His body was weak and he couldn't use his true essence, but he could still use his mental energy fire. Brat, I advise you to let us go. I've already sent a message back through a voice transmission talisman. If you kill us, you'll have to face the crazy revenge of the Yin Snake Tribe. At this moment, Elder Kuei sneered. He barely moved his body and a voice transmission jade talisman appeared in his hand. Haha, well done, Elder Kuei. Inkei laughed out loud. He then looked at Lu Ming and shouted, Brat, my father has already received the news that you're dead for sure. Now if you cripple your own arms and legs and obediently give that slut to me to serve me, I might spare your lives. Little Qing, I can't move right now. I can't even inscribe inscriptions. I'll leave these two to you. Lu Ming said to Xianxia as if he did not hear Elder Kuei and Yin Kei's words. All right. Xianxia helped Lu Ming sit down. With a dagger in his hand he walked toward Elder Kuei. Bitch, what do you want to do? Yin Kei roared. You dare. Elder Kuei roared. Xianxia was unmoved and strode forward. Qiyu came to Lu Ming's side, hesitating to speak. Puchi. Xianxia walked in front of Elder Kuei and swung his dagger. Elder Kuei's head flew far away. Then he walked towards Yin Kei. No, don't come over. Yin Kei was terrified, his face full of fear. He did not expect that Lu Ming and Xianxia would dare to kill them after knowing that news of them had reached the Yin Snake tribe. Where did they get the guts to do that? The Yin Snake tribe was the most powerful tribe in the area. You should have expected this day to come. Xianxia's eyes were filled with killing intent. With a flash of his dagger, Yin Kei's head fell to the ground. All the Yin Snake tribesmen were dead. Lu Ming, we have to leave this place as soon as possible. The Yin Snake tribe's experts might be here soon. Qiyu said. All right. Lu Ming nodded. Qiyu put away all the giant snake puppets that were still in good condition. Then she controlled the cheetah puppet to carry Lu Ming and Xianxia and fly back to the red leopard tribe at top speed. Lu Ming sat cross-legged on the cheetah puppet's back, constantly circulating the true war dragon technique and beginning to recover his essential core. The side effects of using the lightning cauldron were just too obvious. He would lose all his true essence and his body would be weak. Even if he still had his mental energy fire, he wouldn't be able to inscribe any inscriptions. It was like he was a chicken at the mercy of others. Furthermore, he now had a better understanding of the lightning cauldron's power. The stronger his cultivation was, the more powerful the lightning cauldron would be after absorbing the true essence. With his current cultivation, he should be able to pose a fatal threat to experts at the 4th level of the spiritual ocean tier. But he might not be able to kill them. Just now, there were 2 4th-level spiritual ocean tier inscription masters in the Yin Snake tribe. The reason they were able to kill them in one blow was that those inscription masters had used their spiritual power to control the puppets, and the puppets were entangled by Dandan's formation and couldn't turn around to save them. They could only rely on the inscription scrolls to resist, and their defense was naturally greatly reduced. That was why they were killed by Lu Ming in one move. Under normal circumstances, he would at most heavily injure a 4th-level spiritual ocean tier expert, but not kill him. As for those at the 5th level of the spiritual ocean tier, they would probably only suffer light injuries. Of course, if Lu Ming could enter the Sea of Souls realm, his thunder mentality and true essence would increase greatly. Then the power of the lightning cauldron would also increase crazily. I'm so tired. I've accumulated so much energy, but it's all used up in one go. Kid, this time you must compensate me well. Dandan lay on Lu Ming's shoulder, rolling her eyes continuously. A few hours after they had left, a strong gust of wind blew and a dozen experts arrived at 10,000 Snakes Valley, riding on giant snake puppets. The leader of the group was a middle-aged man with a poisonous snake wrapped around his neck. When they arrived, they quickly rushed into the depths of the 10,000 Snakes Valley. Not long after, an earth-shaking roar was heard. Kid from the outer world, Red Leopard Tribe, kill, kill, kill. His voice was full of killing intent. Even the snakes in 10,000 Snakes Valley trembled and shrank back into their caves. When Lu Ming and the rest returned to the Red Leopard Tribe, Lu Ming focused on recovering his cultivation. At this moment, Lu Ming had already recovered a stream of vital essence in his dantian. Then he took out a large number of top-grade spirit crystals and devoured the energy in them to recover his cultivation. With a trace of essential core, Lu Ming's recovery speed had greatly increased. As soon as Qiyu returned to the Red Leopard Tribe, She went to find Qi Jingkong to report the situation. What? Lu Ming killed Yin Ke? Qi Jingkong's shocked voice came from a large hall. Yes, father. What should we do now? Qi Yu stood in front of Qi Jingkong and said. Qi Jingkong's face was solemn. He frowned and said, Yin Buhai only has one son and he has always doted on him. Now that Yin Ke has been killed, I'm afraid he will go crazy and take revenge. Pass down the order to strengthen the defense of all places. Also, I will immediately inform the elders to come here for a meeting. The atmosphere in the Red Leopard tribe became tense, but Lu Ming was still fully focused on recovering. Half a day after he returned to the Red Leopard tribe, his true essence had finally recovered to its peak. Little Qing, let me remove the seal on your hands and feet. Lu Ming walked out of the room and saw Xianxia. Now Xianxia's injuries were much better and he was almost fully recovered. Silly girl, are you all right? Xianxia looked at Lu Ming worriedly. I'm fine now. Lu Ming walked over and held Xianxia's hand in front of his eyes. He observed the ring seal on her wrist. Xianxia blushed slightly when Lu Ming held her hand. Chapter 710. 710 Chapter 710 Knocking on the door. After a while, Lu Ming's fingers moved in the air and runes appeared one after another. Then they entered the ring on Xianxia's hand. Beautiful inscriptions appeared on the ring and 2 venomous snakes rushed out. The venomous snakes dispersed in the air. Lu Ming held the ring and shook it with his essential core. The ring shattered. After that, Lu Ming removed all the other rings on Xianxia's body. Boom! As soon as the ring was removed, a powerful aura emanated from Xianxia's body. Then it slowly disappeared. Fool, you saved my life this time, so I'll take back my previous promise. Xianxia said. What promise? Lu Ming was stunned. Of course it's a promise to trample you under my feet, you fool. Xianxia blinked his big eyes and rolled them at Lu Ming. A smile appeared on his face. Lu Ming smiled bitterly and touched his nose. He was somewhat speechless. Then his eyes flashed as he stretched out his arms and wrapped them around Xianxia's waist. Shouldn't you repay me with your body for saving your life? It's better to repay your kindness now. Feeling the heat from Lu Ming's arm, Xianxia's face turned red. He released his true energy and broke free. Repay me with your body? You wish? Seeing that Lu Ming was depressed, Xianxia chuckled. But it's not impossible. It depends on your future performance. Really? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Fake. Xianxia smiled and asked about Lu Ming's experience over the past few days. The two of them began to chat. In the Red Leopard tribe's chief's meeting hall, the atmosphere was extremely depressing. Chief, there's a report from the front. The Yin Snake tribe has sent out a large army and is rapidly approaching us. Someone reported. Pass on my order. There's no need to resist at the front. Pull back all the forces and withdraw them into the ancient city. After Qi Jingkong gave the order, he turned to the clan elders and said, Elders, come with me to the city gate to welcome Yin Buhai. After that, Qi Jingkong and the other elders of the Red Leopard tribe arrived at the city gate on the west side of the ancient city. At this moment, a large army had already been deployed around the city gate. A few hours later, the wind howled and the world was filled with faint sounds. In the sky and on the ground, countless giant snake puppets appeared. On each giant snake puppet sat 1 or 2 people. At a glance, there were at least 10,000 giant snake puppets, densely packed together, filling the entire sky. On the city wall of the Red Leopard tribe, a series of dazzling inscriptions appeared. A large formation appeared along with all kinds of powerful defensive and offensive formations. At the same time, the warriors of the Red Leopard tribe drew their bows and nocked their arrows. There were runes on the arrows and they shone brightly. A great battle was about to start. The chief of the Yin Snake tribe, Yin Buhai, walked out and stood in the air. A venomous snake was wrapped around his neck and flicking its tongue. Yin Buhai's eyes were filled with cold, killing intent. He looked at Qi Jingkong and said, Qi Jingkong, your daughter Qi Yu and 2 outsiders are despicable. They snuck into the Yin Snake tribe's territory and killed my son Yin K. Now hand over the 3 of them and I'll retreat and let the Red Leopard tribe off this time. Ha Yin Buhai, you're really good at making things up. I heard that it was your son who wanted to defile someone else's girlfriend and was killed in anger. He was killed in a direct attack. How can you call it a sneak attack? Qi Jingkong laughed. What defile? It's that bitch's honor that my son likes her. What are their lowly lives worth? How can you compare yourself to my son? Qi Jingkong, I advise you to look at the situation clearly. Don't bring about the extermination of your Red Leopard tribe. Yin Buhai said coldly. Impossible. Qi Jingkong's reply was decisive. Yin Buhai frowned and his face turned even gloomier. His eyes flickered and he said, How about this, Qi Jingkong? I know you can't bear to part with your daughter. I don't want you to hand over Qi Yu, but as long as you hand over the 2 extraterrestrials, I'll retreat. Impossible. Qi Jingkong replied with the same 2 words. Yin Buhai's face darkened. He said, Qi Jingkong, don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. I'll give you 3 days to discuss it. If you don't hand over the 2 people after 3 days, I will personally lead the army and raze the Red Leopard tribe to the ground. I will make sure that the Red Leopard tribe will be wiped out forever. After saying that, Yin Buhai waved his hand and led his men away. Not long after, the Yin Snake tribe's army had all left. It was not that he was not afraid of the Red Leopard tribe. The main thing was that he had hurriedly assembled an army this time and their strength was not very strong. If he rashly attacked the Red Leopard tribe, he was afraid that both sides would suffer losses. He also needed time to gather more power. As the Yin Snake tribe retreated, Qi Jingkong let out a long sigh of relief. Pass down my order. Gather all the forces of the Red Leopard tribe and send them back to guard the ancient city. Elders, follow me back to the meeting hall. Qi Jingkong ordered. A moment later, the meeting hall of the Red Leopard tribe was filled with more than 20 people. Not only were the elders of the Red Leopard tribe present, but there were also many ordinary elders. Tribe leader, in my opinion, we should just hand over the 2 young men. Why start a war with the Yin Snake tribe for 2 outsiders? That's right, Chief. Those 2 young men were overconfident. They actually dared to kill Yin K. They were looking for death. We can't drag the Red Leopard tribe down because of 2 people from the outer realm. Some of the ordinary elders urged Qi Jingkong to hand over Lu Ming and Xianxia. No. Qi Jingkong's voice was heard. No? Why not, Chief? An ordinary elder asked doubtfully. I won't hide it from you. Lu Ming was able to break the formation that sealed the previous clan leader. Now he has already broken 100 formations. There are only 36 left. He will be able to break all of them in a few days. At that time, we will be able to find the secret inscription manual of our tribe and return our Red Leopard tribe to its former peak, said Qi Jingkong. His voice was like a storm that swept across the entire place. What? There's such a thing? Many ordinary elders were shocked. Then they fell silent. They finally knew why Qi Jingkong was protecting Lu Ming. This was related to the rise and fall of the Red Leopard tribe. Patriarch, I don't think so. A voice rang out. It was from the Pure Gold Mountain. With such a major event happening, he was naturally summoned back for a discussion. Pure Gold Mountain walked out and said loudly, there are still 36 more sealing arrays left. It's still unknown whether that Lu Ming can really break them. Moreover, even if he can break them, so what if we get the inscription refinement secret manual? The Yin Snake tribe destroyed our tribe before we could even rise to power. I think we should hand over Lu Ming and that woman to stabilize the Yin Snake tribe first. That way at least we won't be destroyed. The Pure Gold Mountain's words caused many elders to fall into deep thought. Indeed, the Pure Gold Mountain's words were not without reason. If the tribe was annihilated, what was the point of obtaining the inscription secret manual? Qi Jingkong also frowned. He could not refute this. Chapter 711. 711 Chapter 711 Way to Win. Seeing everyone's expression, Pure Gold Mountain's face revealed a smug expression and he continued, "Moreover, there are only 36 sealing formations left. As long as we hand over Lu Ming and the woman, we can stabilize the Yin Snake tribe. Then we can slowly think of a way to break the last 36 formations. This is the best plan." "That's right, what the Pure Gold Mountain elder said makes sense." An elder spoke out, supporting the Pure Gold Mountain's statement. This caused excitement to flash in the Pure Gold Mountain's eyes. "I object. Lu Ming is our clan's benefactor. If we treat him this way and word gets out, what will others think of our clan? Also, the most important thing now is the awakening of the ancient ancestor. As long as we can stop the Yin Snake tribe's attack, we'll enter a period of peace. If Lu Ming can awaken the ancient ancestor, he'll definitely value our tribe. That's the foundation of our tribe's rise." Qi Yu's second uncle Qi Jintian said. "That's right, I also agree with second brother's words." Qi Jinkong said. "Second brother clan leader, you've overestimated Lu Ming. There are many extraterrestrials who have descended this time. How did you know that Lu Ming is the legendary chosen one? We can't bet the fate of our race on this tiny possibility. Right now we have to deal with the Yin Snake tribe. The most important thing is to protect our tribe." Pure Gold Mountain shouted loudly, causing many people to nod their heads. "What if I can destroy the Yin Snake tribe?" Suddenly, a voice came from outside the hall, causing everyone's heart to skip a beat. They couldn't help but look outside the hall. 3 young figures walked in. Lu Ming, Xianxia and Qiyu. Lu Ming was the one who said those words just now. This is our clan's meeting hall. How can you bring 2 outsiders in?" The Pure Gold Mountain berated. "It's fine. Our clan is greatly indebted to Lu Ming. We can enter the discussion." Qi Jinkong waved his hand, causing Qi Jinshan's expression to turn ugly. The Pure Gold Mountain's face darkened as he looked at Lu Ming. "Lu Ming, what did you just say? You can destroy the Yin Snake tribe?" "Not bad." Lu Ming nodded. You're so full of yourself. You're just a heaven-grade inscriber? Kid, do you know how strong the Yin Snake tribe is? Laughable, truly laughable." The Pure Gold Mountain laughed loudly, revealing a mocking expression. "Hehe, I remember that you said that I was talking big before. How could a mere sky realm break the seal formation? How did I break it in the end?" Lu Ming replied indifferently. The Pure Gold Mountain's face turned red. He had indeed said such words back then, but the truth had proven that his words were just nonsense. This is completely different from breaking the seal. The Yin Snake tribe is extremely powerful. There are dozens of tribes in the area. How can they be destroyed just like that? The Pure Gold Mountain chided coldly. "Of course I have my ways," Lu Ming said. "If you have a way, why don't you say it out and let everyone see if your method is feasible?" Qi Jinshan said. "I can't say it now. If I want to say it, I'll only say it to the patriarch." Lu Ming said. "You're clearly trying to stall for time by spouting nonsense. What can you do?" Pure Gold Mountain shouted. "Because I don't trust you." Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. "What? Kid, what do you mean by this? If you dare to slander me, I'll kill you right now." The Pure Gold Mountain roared. "Alright, 6th brother, you can leave now. I believe in Lu Ming." At this moment Qi Jinkong spoke. His voice revealed an unquestionable meaning. "I believe in Lu Ming too." "I also believe that." Qi Jintian and a few clan elders spoke one after another. Qi Jinkong and a few clan elders with the most authority all spoke, and the others immediately fell silent. "Thank you for your trust, seniors. Clan leader, can you ask the others to leave? Senior Jin Tian and the other clan elders can stay. I have a plan to destroy the Yin Snake tribe," Lu Ming said. "Alright, you can all leave." Qi Jinkong waved his hand in an unquestionable manner. The Pure Gold Mountain's expression was extremely ugly. He gritted his teeth and could only retreat. Soon only Qi Jinkong, Qi Jintian and a few elders were left in the hall. Of course, Qi Yu and Xianxia were also there. "Lu Ming, do you have any way to exterminate the Yin Snake tribe?" A look of hope flashed in Qi Jinkong's eyes. He was satisfied as long as he could stop the Een snake tribe's attack, let alone destroy them. Chief, if the Een snake tribe were to attack the red leopard tribe, would they attack from the sky or from the ground? Lu Ming gave an irrelevant answer. Of course we'll attack from the ground. In the air they'll be covered by our arrows, and in the air they can't inscribe formations to defend. If they use inscription talismans all the time, they won't be able to afford it. If we attack from the ground, we can cooperate with each other. One person will control the puppet, and the other will inscribe an inscription formation to block our arrows. At the same time they can also shoot back arrows. Qi Jin-kong explained. That's good. If I have a way to cut off the connection between the Een snake tribe's people and the puppets, do you have the confidence to defeat the Een snake tribe? Lu Ming smiled. What? Cut off the connection between the Een snake tribe's people and the puppets? Qi Jin-kong's eyes were burning with a fiery light. The others were the same. If that's the case, our tribe will be able to annihilate the Een snake tribe with our puppet army. Qi Jin-kong's eyes were bright as he glared at Lu Ming. If they could really annihilate the Een snake tribe, the red leopard tribe's reputation would definitely soar, and their strength would also increase rapidly. Good. I know of a formation that can cut off the connection between the enemy and the puppets once they enter the formation. As long as we set up the formation outside the ancient city, the Een snake tribe will be killed if they attack. Lu Ming smiled confidently. There's such a wondrous formation. Qi Jin-kong was shocked. He frowned and said, if that's the case, won't our clansman's connection with the puppets be cut off if they charge in? It's fine. I have a small puppet controlling technique here. After using it, you can avoid being cut off from the puppet by that kind of formation. Moreover, this small technique is very easy to learn and can be learned in a few hours. Lu Ming took out a jade tablet and handed it to Qi Jin-kong. The clan leader can teach this little technique to some of his confidants, but please don't explain the use of this technique. It'll be troublesome if word gets out. Good haha. Qi Jin-kong took it and laughed excitedly. The others were also excited. There's no time to lose, I'll go and inscribe the great inscription formation now. However, clan head, you'd better keep an eye on the pure gold mountain elder. Lu Ming said as if he was implying something. Don't worry, I know what to do. Qi Jin-kong's eyes flickered as he thought of something. Lu Ming nodded and left with Xianxia and the rest. Chapter 712. 712 Chapter 712 War begins. Of course, this formation was told to him by Dan Dan. It was indeed mysterious and was an ancient formation that had gone extinct. However, there was a flaw in this kind of large array. It was too complicated to inscribe and required a very long time. It was impossible to activate it instantly. Moreover, it was only useful against puppets, so it slowly disappeared in the long river of history. However, it was just right for now. After walking out of the West City Gate, Lu Ming began to inscribe. One by one, the complicated inscriptions sank into the ground and disappeared. As time slowly passed, the Red Leopard tribe began to recall their forces to guard their headquarters. The Een Snake tribe also began to gather a large number of people to prepare for battle. The other tribes were all observing the battle. Even if the Een Snake tribe could destroy the Red Leopard tribe, they would suffer some losses. The other tribes would naturally sit on the mountain and watch. 3 days passed quickly. On the third day, Lu Ming, Xianxia, Qiyu, Qi Jin-kong and the others stood on the city wall. There were people everywhere on the city wall. In the sky above the ancient city, many people summoned their puppets and sat on their backs, floating in the sky. They're here. Suddenly, Qi Jin-kong's voice sounded. 3 huge snake puppets flew towards them from the sky. They were Een Buhai and the 2 elders of the Een Snake tribe. More of the Een Snake tribe's army rode on the giant snake puppets and followed the ground to the rear. Een Buhai and the 2 clan elders stopped in the sky a few miles away. Kid, you killed my son. Een Buhai looked at Lu Ming and said in a cold and heartless voice. That's right, he should die. Lu Ming's reply was very simple. Good, very good. Boy, I swear that I will make you suffer the most painful torture in the world. I will make you face a dilemma of life and death. His eyes were frighteningly dark, like those of a poisonous snake. Then he looked at Jin Kongqi and said, Jin Kongqi, it seems like you don't want to hand him over? Are you planning to bury the entire red leopard tribe with this kid? If you have the ability, you can try. Qi Jin said. His attitude was clear. Good, very good. It seems that you have forgotten the dignity of the Yin snake tribe after a few years of not conquering it. In that case, the red leopard tribe shall be destroyed. Yin Buhai's voice spread far and wide. As soon as he said the word, dang me, a deafening battle cry came from behind. Kill. Raze the red leopard tribe to the ground. Kill all the men but leave the young women behind. The Yin snake tribe members shouted as they controlled the giant snake puppet to follow the ground and rush towards the red leopard tribe's ancient city. There were too many people, at least 20,000 giant snake puppets, and 2 people were sitting on each of them. One engraved a defensive formation, while the other controlled the puppets and shot arrows at the same time. They were well coordinated. Prepare the bows and arrows. Qi Jin waved his hand. Instantly, tens of thousands of people knocked their arrows. Fire. Qi Jin waved his hand again. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A large number of arrows were shot towards the Yin snake tribe's army. Each arrow had a rune on it. There were powerful explosive runes as well as gale runes that could increase speed and penetration. More than 10,000 arrows covered the sky. The Yin snake tribe's army began to glow with runes and formations. Light barriers appeared one after another, covering both the puppets and humans. At the same time, a portion of the Yin snake tribe's army also drew their bows and shot arrows at the red leopard tribe. At the same time, Elder Gu of the red leopard tribe also activated his inscription formation. Boom, boom. The sound of the explosion reverberated unceasingly, and the ground was constantly shaking and shaking. This kind of battle was a battle between alchemists, which was completely different from the battle between an army of warriors. However, the momentum was not small at all. However, the Yin snake tribe had more people and more experts. They were constantly advancing and shooting their arrows. The red leopard tribe was already at a disadvantage. Summon the puppets and prepare for a great battle. Qi Jin Kong ordered. The defensive light shield formed by the great inscription formation on the ancient city was shaking continuously. It would not last for long. More cheetah puppets appeared on the city walls and in the sky. The Yin snake tribe's army was getting closer and closer. They were only a few miles away from the red leopard tribe's ancient city. Lu Ming stood on the city wall, his gaze sweeping across the distance. It's almost time. Suddenly Lu Ming mumbled. His hands glowed with a green light and he started to inscribe in the air rapidly. Finally, it turned into a large inscription array and flew down to the ground outside the city wall. Great formation rise. Lu Ming shouted. Buzz. At this moment the entire ground seemed to shake. Then countless inscriptions appeared on the ground. One formation after another, it was unknown how many there were in total, but they covered an area of 30 miles in length and width. Yes, Lu Ming spent 3 days and did his best to inscribe a large array within a 30-mile radius. Almost all of the Yin snake army was covered in the mist. At this moment the Yin snake tribe was in an uproar. What's going on? Why can't I control the puppets? Me too. Seems like my connection with the puppet has been cut off. How could this be? I can't control it either. All sorts of terrified cries rang out. Those who were originally only assisting with the inscribing array also summoned their own puppets, but the result was the same. All of them were cut off from their puppets. The tens of thousands of giant snake puppets were like rocks, standing there motionlessly. Kill, kill, puppet troops, kill. Seeing this, Qi Jin Kong's eyes lit up with excitement. He knew that he had made the right bet. He took the lead and rushed out of the city. Those who had been secretly taught and cultivated the puppet controlling technique that Lu Ming had taught them all followed Qi Jin Kong. They rode on the cheetah puppet and rushed outside. This army had a total of 8,000 people and each of them had a cheetah puppet. They were the true elites of the red leopard tribe. Originally there were only 8,000 of them, but the Yin snake tribe had sent out 40,000 elites. They were no match for the Yin snake tribe. But now he couldn't control the Yin Snake tribe's puppets. He could only use inscriptions and runes to fight them. The difference in combat power was unknown. There was a huge difference in combat strength between having a puppet and not having one. Qi Jingkong led his 8,000-strong army and charged into the Yin Snake tribe's army. Instantly all sorts of howls and screams rose and fell. One-sided, completely one-sided. Although the Yin Snake tribe tried their best to resist, it was still one-sided. Without the puppets they had lost their most powerful weapon. As for the Red Leopard tribe, they controlled the puppets and attacked with all their might. The puppets were not afraid of pain or death. They madly charged forward, tearing apart the Yin Snake tribesmen one after another. Blood splattered all over the ground. Chapter 713. 713 Chapter 713 Yin Snake. Ah, how could this be? How did this happen? In the sky, Yin Buhai let out a roar of disbelief. Kill. A few elders of the Red Leopard tribe controlled their puppets and flew into the sky, attacking Yin Buhai and the others. The rest of the clan elders and elders worked with Jingkong Qi to kill some of the Yin Snake tribe's experts. The rest of you control the puppets and surround them in the sky. Kill anyone who tries to escape. Qi Jingtian was on the city wall, giving orders. There were at least 10,000 people from the Red Leopard tribe controlling puppets to fly into the sky and surround the Yin Snake tribe. Lu Ming stood on the city wall and did not make a move. The situation was clear for this battle. There was no need for him to make a move. Besides, he had no desire to fight. He realized that the blood essence of an inscriber contained a very limited amount of power. It was also of limited help to him. Only martial arts powerhouses or powerful demonic beasts would have extremely powerful blood essence. This was understandable. An inscriber specialized in mental energy, fire, physical strength, and blood qi. Of course, they could not be compared to martial arts powerhouses. Battle cries resounded through the heavens and earth. There were still many people on top of Red Leopard Ancient City. However, most of these people had low cultivation and did not have any puppets. Hence, they did not leave the city to participate in the battle and only guarded the city walls. As time passed, the battle cries gradually died down. The air was filled with blood and the ground was covered with corpses. The battle lasted for 2 hours before it finally quieted down. The Yin Snake tribe's army was almost completely annihilated. Only a few powerful elders managed to escape, but they were also severely injured. Even Yin Buhai had been captured with serious injuries. Under the siege of several elders of the Red Leopard tribe, he was severely injured. In fact, the Red Leopard tribe's high-end combat power was not much weaker than the Yin Snake tribes. These experts had all risen to power 60 years ago. Bang! Yin Buhai was thrown on the city wall, right beside Lu Ming's feet. Brother Lu Ming, I'll leave Yin Buhai to you. At this moment, the Red Leopard tribe's elders looked at Lu Ming with eyes filled with gratitude and respect. This battle was all because of Lu Ming. Otherwise, the outcome would have been the complete opposite. How could this be? Why does the Red Leopard tribe have such a powerful formation that can cut off the connection between humans and puppets? I've never heard of it before. Yin Buhai shouted. I was the one who carved this formation. Lu Ming looked at Yin Buhai and said coldly. It's you? It's you again. Ah, could it be that the heavens want the Yin Snake tribe to be destroyed? Yin Buhai shouted unwillingly. This is called self-inflicted suffering. Little Qing is in the hands of your Yin Snake tribe. If you had treated her well, how could she have ended up in this disaster? Lu Ming said coldly. Yin Buhai looked at Xianxia and laughed. His laughter was filled with mixed emotions. He didn't know if it was regret or unwillingness. Treat her well? The Yin Snake tribe ruled over dozens of tribes in the surrounding area. They were used to being rude and unreasonable. Bullying happened every day in the Yin Snake tribe. After so many years, the Yin Snake tribe had still become more and more prosperous. Nothing had happened to them. Who would have known that because of Xianxia she had offended someone she shouldn't have? She could only say that she was just unlucky. Bang! Lu Ming took a step forward and a combat sword formed. He pinned Yin Buhai to the city wall and his storage ring fell into Lu Ming's hands. Warriors of the Red Leopard tribe, follow me and attack the ancient city of the Yin Snake tribe. Qi Jingkong's voice reverberated throughout the entire area. This time the Yin Snake tribe had sent out 40,000 elite soldiers with the intention of flattening the Red Leopard tribe in one fell swoop. However, the defenses of the Red Leopard tribe's ancient city were definitely the weakest. This was the best time to attack. I'm willing to follow the chief and raze the Yin Snake tribe to the ground. The Red Leopard tribe's warrior roared. Immediately, the army of over 10,000 soldiers controlled the puppets and headed in the direction of the Yin Snake tribe. Lu Ming did not participate in this battle. He returned to the ancient city with Xianxia and cultivated in seclusion. The Yin Snake tribe's elites had been exterminated, and even Yin Buhai had died. The outcome of this battle was almost predictable. In the Supreme Shrine, Lu Ming had the path-understanding ancient tree next to him and a piece of earth intent crystal in his hand. Back then on the small island in the Heaven Realm, Lu Ming had obtained many types of earth profound crystals. The number was not less than the wind and fire profound crystals. Now the force of the earth had already fused with the three intents. Now it was time to improve. There were 9 types of commonly seen heaven and earth intent realms: wind, fire, water, metal, wood, thunder, ice, earth and mountain. As for the earth mentality, it was similar to the earth and mountain mentalities, but it was more advanced. Could be said to be an evil-levered version of the two mentalities. It was a special kind of mentality that was full of heaviness, vicissitudes and ancientness. Not only was its offensive power extremely shocking, suppressing everything, but its defensive power was also extremely terrifying. It was an extremely powerful intent realm. Right now he was only at the beginner stage of Earth Force and could not unleash its power. When Lu Ming improved it, the power it could unleash would be extremely terrifying. Gotcha. He crushed an Earth Profound crystal and started cultivating. One after another, 3 days later, Lu Ming had consumed a total of 30 Earth Profound crystals. He had cultivated Earth Force to large success, just a step away from perfection. It was obvious that Earth Force was harder to cultivate than the 9 commonly seen forces or intents. At this moment Lu Ming ended his cultivation. In the past 3 days, Qi Jingkong had led his army to battle. Now he had finally returned. Without a doubt the Yin Snake tribe had been destroyed. The Red Leopard tribe had broken into the ancient city, and many people had surrendered to the Red Leopard tribe. In particular, the large areas of land that had been occupied by the Yin Snake tribe in the past, as well as the tribesmen of the Red Leopard tribe who had been enslaved by the Yin Snake tribe, had all returned to the Red Leopard tribe. In a short time, the Red Leopard tribe's strength and reputation had greatly increased. The surrounding tribes were all shocked. They had never thought that the powerful Yin Snake tribe would be destroyed. Immediately, all the tribes strengthened their defenses. This was especially so for the tribes that had enmity with the Red Leopard tribe. They were even more jittery and strengthened their defenses by several times. The Red Leopard tribe held a grand celebration. During the celebration, Qi Jingkong and the other leaders of the Red Leopard tribe thanked Lu Ming in public. This battle was all because of Lu Ming. Many people were secretly glad that they had chosen to believe in Lu Ming. Otherwise, how could there be such results? The Red Leopard tribe had been suppressed ever since the previous tribe leader was killed and sealed. After being suppressed for so many years, they finally had the feeling of being able to hold their heads up high. Naturally, they were excited. Everyone was happy, but there were 2 people who weren't happy. They were the Pure Gold Mountain and the Pure Peak. Damn it, how did this happen? The Pure Gold Mountain growled in a low voice. He clenched his fists so tightly that cracking sounds could be heard. His eyes were fixed on Lu Ming. If looks could kill, Lu Ming would have long pierced through 1,000 holes. Lu Ming furrowed his brows. He seemed to have sensed something and suddenly turned to look at the Pure Gold Mountain. The Pure Gold Mountain was shocked and quickly turned its head. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. Lu Ming, I knew I was right. When I first saw you, I knew you were the legendary destined one. Qi walked in front of Lu Ming, her big eyes blinking. She was very excited. Chapter 714. 714 Traitor. We haven't even reached the Holy Mountain yet. It's too early to say that I'm the chosen one. I don't know how to wake your ancient ancestor up. Lu Ming smiled. Don't be so modest, Lu Ming. I have a feeling that you're the only one who can awaken the ancient ancestor on this trip to the Holy Mountain. To be honest, if it weren't for the fact that you're from the outside world and have to return one day, and that you have such a beautiful girlfriend like Miss Xia, I'd really like to keep you by my side and be my man. Red Moon blinked her big eyes and spoke very directly. Cough cough. Lu Ming kept coughing. He did not expect Red Moon to be so direct. Indeed, the humans in the underground were different from those outside. On the side, Xianxia blushed and said, I'm not his confidant. Miss Chiyu, why don't you let him stay and be your man? This pervert will definitely be willing to do it. Oh really? Then I won't be polite. Chiyu chuckled, her gaze sweeping between Lu Ming and Xianxia. Pervert, quickly agree. Xianxia's big eyes were fixed on Lu Ming. He emphasized every single word. Aha, this wine is so good. Ah, the moon is so beautiful today. Lu Ming picked up a glass of wine, took a big gulp and laughed awkwardly. However, this was the underground world. Where did the moonlight come from? 2 days later, Lu Ming, Xianxia, Qiyu, Qijin Kong, Qijin Mountain, and a few elders of the Red Leopard tribe gathered at the canyon where the previous chief of the Red Leopard tribe was sealed. The crimson blood sand and the poisonous snake blood mist were all ready. Now they could break the last 36 sealing formations. Lu Ming strode forward. With a wave of his hand, a cloud of crimson blood sand floated in the air. Then he took out a jade bottle that contained the blood mist of a venomous snake. He opened the bottle and the blood mist flew out, mixing with the crimson blood sand. Following that, Lu Ming's fingers moved rapidly in the air. He was so fast that afterimages appeared in the air. Whoosh, whoosh. Inscriptions attached to the crimson blood sand and the poisonous snake's blood mist flew into the grand sealing formation. Everyone held their breath and watched quietly. Qijin Kong and the others had a look of anticipation in their eyes. However, there was one exception, and that was Pure Gold Mountain. His eyes were filled with anxiety and his gaze flickered with uncertainty. Buzz. The sealing formation glowed and a huge poisonous rainbow snake pounced out. However, the poisonous rainbow snake was covered in a layer of blood-red mist. Bang! The poisonous rainbow snake collapsed in midair. The first of the last 36 formations had been broken. Lu Ming continued to break the seal, his fingers moving non-stop. The crimson blood sand and the poisonous snake's blood mist were also constantly consumed. Soon the second formation was broken. In this way, one after another, Lu Ming cracked the major arrays. Every time Lu Ming cracked 9 major arrays, he would sit cross-legged and restore his mental energy fire. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. There was only one formation left out of the 36. Qijin Kong and the others stared at it with wide eyes. They were so excited that their breathing became heavy. On the other hand, the Pure Gold Mountain clenched its fists and slowly moved its body to the front, close to Lu Ming's position. As Lu Ming's fingers moved, inscriptions fell on the ground. CSI. This time, a total of 3 7-colored venomous snakes flew out and crumbled in the air. The seal has been broken. The heavens have blessed our Red Leopard tribe. The Pure Gold Mountain gave a loud cry and was the first to move, directly charging into the valley. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. He took a step forward and a vine shot out, wrapping around the Pure Gold Mountain. What's going on? Lu Ming, it's you. What are you doing? The Pure Gold Mountain roared. Why are you so anxious? Lu Ming sneered and dashed into the valley. The Pure Gold Mountain roared in anger. A puppet appeared and broke through the vines. He also rushed in. At the same time, the Pure Gold Mountain and the rest also rushed into the valley. The valley was not big. Not long after he rushed in, Lu Ming saw a skeleton leaning against the wall, sitting cross-legged. Chapter 715. 715 Chapter 715 Sacred Mountain. Why are you doing this? Qi Kong said. It's simple. The Een Snake tribe and the Heavenly Wolf tribe gave me enough resources to break through a few levels. It's enough for me to use for a few hundred years. What does the death of the previous clan leader have to do with me? What does the decline of the Red Leopard tribe have to do with me? It's not like I'm going to inherit the position of clan leader, huh? The Pure Gold Mountain laughed madly. Selfish. Tribal elders, take down Pure Gold Mountain and extinguish his spiritual fire. Bring him back to the tribe and execute him in public. Qi Kong ordered. There was no suspense in this battle. The few clan elders were all extremely powerful. Under their joint efforts, the Pure Gold Mountain had no chance of resisting. Not long after it was taken down, its mental energy fire extinguished, and it was brought back to the Red Leopard tribe. Lu Ming was no longer concerned about what happened next. He focused on closed-door cultivation and waited for the underground world's rest period before heading to the Holy Mountain. In the underground world, there was a 1-month period of rest every year, and half a month before and after the day of the ancient ancestor worship. During the period of ceasefire, no tribe was allowed to wage war, and no one was allowed to kill the people of other tribes who passed by. If anyone violated this rule, they would be besieged by the other tribes and annihilated. There was still about half a month before the rest period. Like Lu Ming, Xianxia was cultivating in seclusion. The Battle of Providence was getting closer and closer, and he felt a sense of urgency. It was said that the top 600 on the list of top 1,000 talents were almost all Sea of Soul Realm warriors, and only a few of them were King's Realm warriors. Lu Ming and Xianxia were far from being able to compete with a spiritual ocean tier elite. Lu Ming sat cross-legged in the Supreme Shrine. He crushed the earth intent crystals one after another as he focused on increasing his earth force. 7 days later, the force of the earth had reached perfection. Lu Ming used a middle-grade profound meaning crystal to break through to the next realm. He broke through in one go and condensed an intent rune. The earth force had successfully transformed into first-level earth concept. However, this was far from enough. If he wanted to display his powerful combat strength, he had to cultivate the earth will to the completion of level 1. Lu Ming continued to cultivate with the earth intent crystal. In the blink of an eye, another 7 days had passed. Lu Ming had cultivated the intent of the profound meaning of the earth to level 1 lower tier. And NBSP, with such a terrifying increase, the number of intent crystals he had consumed was also enormous. At this time, the underground world had finally reached a period of peace. The Red Leopard tribe was preparing to head to the Holy Mountain. Little Qing, how's the harvest during this time? Lu Ming asked as he strolled with Xianxia in the courtyard. The wind concept has broken through to the 2nd level. This time I'm faster than you, right? Xianxia's eyes narrowed as he chuckled. You broke through to level 2? Lu Ming smiled bitterly. Xianxia's talent was indeed terrifying. His thunder, wind, and fire concepts were all stuck at the limit of the 1st level. He was only 1 step away from the 2nd level, but he couldn't break through. He didn't expect that Xianxia had already broken through to the 2nd level. Xianxia's cultivation had already reached the peak tier of the King Realm. As long as his destruction intent broke through to the 2nd level, he would be able to open his spirit sea and become a Sea of Spirit Realm expert. The spiritual ocean tier was known as the Almighty, and it was the 1st tier of the 3 spiritual divine tiers. It was not something that the King's tier could compare to, and was definitely a qualitative leap. However, who knew how many people had been trapped to death by this step? The two of them chatted as they walked. After a while, they arrived at a large square outside. There were already many people gathered here. One after another, huge cheetah puppets stopped in the square. Lu Ming, Monsieur, you're here. Chapter 716. 716 Heavy Assessment. The surrounding environment suddenly changed. Lu Ming realized that he was standing on a platform. In front of the platform there was a stone ladder that slanted upwards. There seemed to be another platform above it. What a wonderful formation. I didn't even notice a trace of it. Lu Ming was rather shocked. With his current level of inscription, he had not found a single trace. The formation here was definitely far beyond level 5, no, far beyond level 6. It was not something that he could pry into at his current level. Kid, the inscription formation here is incredible. It was definitely set up by an expert with extremely high attainments in inscription. Dandan, who was on Lu Ming's shoulder, looked around. There were not many people who could make Dandan say such words. Buzz. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Lu Ming. It was a brawny man in his 30s. He looked like a real person, but his expression and voice were very cold. As long as you can defeat me, you will be able to pass the next stage. Buzz. The sound of a sword rang out and the sword chi was unrestrained. A combat sword appeared in the burly man's hand and he slashed it at Lu Ming. Peak tier king. Lu Ming's expression changed. The one that appeared was indeed of the same cultivation level as him. It was a peak tier king. However, Lu Ming could kill martial artists of the same level in seconds. He punched out and the explosive fist radiance turned the figure into dust. Lu Ming strode forward and went up the stone stairs to the second platform. This time 2 figures appeared on the platform. The 2 figures looked exactly the same as the brawny man from before. Furthermore, they were both peak tier kings. As long as you can defeat us, you can proceed to the next stage. As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of swords clashing could be heard. The 2 strong men attacked Lu Ming at the same time. Their attacks formed a wonderful network. Battle formation. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. The 2 burly men were not launching ordinary attacks. They were cooperating to form a large array. The power was definitely not as simple as multiplying by 2. Instead, it was multiplied by several times. However, to Lu Ming it was still nothing. He punched out and the boundless fist force drowned the 2 strong men. When the fist force disappeared, the 2 strong men disappeared as well. Lu Ming continued to move forward. In the 3rd stage, 4 strong men appeared. Similarly, the 4 of them joined forces to set up a formation, and its power was even more terrifying. However, he was still crushed by Lu Ming's exploding star fist and he managed to break through. 4th round, 8 strong men. 5th round, 16 strong men. At every stage, the number of people would double and the battle formations they set up were terrifying. It was impossible for ordinary martial artists to make it through. Only a few peerless geniuses could pass it. Very quickly he had reached the 7th level. There were 64 brawny men in the 7th level and they were all peak tier kings. The formation they set up was unimaginably powerful. It's a good opportunity to train my intent. Lu Ming held the infinite dragon spear in his hand and maneuvered through the crowd. He fused the earth concept with the other 3 concepts and bombarded them continuously, tempering his own concept. A moment later, all 64 strong men were killed by Lu Ming. Whoosh. At this moment, a jade token flew towards Lu Ming. He reached out and caught it. What is this? Could it be my reward? Lu Ming's mind sank into the jade card and a hint of joy appeared on his face. The jade token contained a martial technique, a demigod-level martial technique. The demigod-level martial arts technique was extremely precious. Lu Ming kept it. As he continued to head upwards, the surrounding environment suddenly changed again. This time Lu Ming came to an underground cave. In the underground cave there was a pool of water. The water was so clear that one could see the bottom. Seems that there were a total of 7 stages before. Now we've arrived at another stage. Lu Ming pondered. For this round you must count the number of ripples in the water. If you are correct you will pass. At this moment a voice was heard. Count the ripples of the water drops? It seems like this trial tests one's observation skills. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Then he came to the side of the pond. A drop of water fell from above and landed on the surface of the water, creating ripples. Lu Ming was highly focused, his eyes fixed on the surface of the water. Layers of ripples continued to spread. At first it was clear, but in the end, it became fainter and fainter and finally disappeared. A total of 1,356 levels. Lu Ming answered. Correct. Let's see what happens next. The voice rang out again. This time there were 2 drops of water that fell into the pool. The ripples formed by the 2 drops of water interfered with each other and overlapped each other. The difficulty was more than 10 times higher than before. Lu Ming had to count the number of ripples produced by the 2 drops of water. After a while the water droplet disappeared. 2537. Lu Ming answered. Correct. Continue watching. The voice rang out again. There are more. Lu Ming frowned. There were 3 water droplets this time. The ripples formed by the 3 drops of water interfered with each other, making it even more complicated. Lu Ming observed it carefully. After a moment the waves disappeared. Lu Ming frowned. In his mind he kept recalling the waves that he had just seen. How many waves? The voice asked. 3,600. Lu Ming answered. Congratulations on your success. The voice was heard and then a sword flew over. Lu Ming held it in his hands. This combat sword is of such high quality. It should be a 6th-tier superior grade combat sword. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Spirit weapons were divided into low grade, middle grade, high grade, and above high grade. There were supreme grade and peerless grade. Lu Ming's infinite dragon spear was now a 6 extreme superior grade sword. The quality of this combat sword was much higher than Lu Ming's infinite dragon spear. Unfortunately Lu Ming could not use it. In another cave Xianxia waved his hand and grabbed a combat sword. A supreme grade lever 6 combat sword. Xianxia kept it and continued walking. Just like Lu Ming, Xianxia had also obtained a demigod-level martial arts technique in this combat sword. In a cave Jianfili also passed 2 rounds and got a demigod-level martial technique in a combat sword. With this martial technique in combat sword, my combat strength can continue to improve. Jianfili's eyes revealed his excitement. At this moment, at the foot of the sacred mountain, people were constantly being sent flying. There's only Lu Ming and Miss Xie left. I wonder how they're doing. Qi Jingkong sighed. Almost all of the more than 100 extraterrestrials from the Red Leopard tribe had failed. Only Lu Ming and Xianxia were still inside. Dad, don't worry. I believe that Lu Ming will definitely succeed. Qiyu's eyes were bright. She had great trust in Lu Ming. The Red Leopard tribe was still fine. Many tribes were already sighing in despair because they had been completely annihilated. On the holy mountain, Lu Ming put away his combat sword and strode forward. The scene around him changed again. In front of him 9 passages appeared leading to the front. Lu Ming frowned. What was this test? Chapter 717. 717 Emperor Path Expert. There are 9 paths here and only one of them is the path of life. The other 8 are paths of death. Once you step in you will die without a doubt. You can choose one to enter. The voice rang out again. Lu Ming was shocked. 9 paths, 8 paths of death and 1 path of survival. If he were to choose, the chances of survival were only 1 in 9. Was this a test of luck? Senior, may I ask if there are any hints? Lu Ming asked. No hints, you can choose. A voice rang out. Lu Ming's brows furrowed even more tightly. Could it really be a test of luck? That's impossible. Luck is something that's illusory and no one can say for sure. Since the person who set up these formations wanted to take the test, there's no way it was a test of luck. It's better to just test my luck. Lu Ming's mind was spinning rapidly. You have 5 minutes to consider. If you don't choose, you can just retreat. The voice rang out again. Why 5 minutes? I can make my decision now. Lu Ming smiled and strode toward the middle path. 9 paths appeared in front of Xianxia, exactly the same as Lu Ming's. Xianxia pondered for a moment before he strode into the 4th path. Jianfili looked at the 9 paths in front of him and frowned. After a while he sighed and turned around. After a short while he appeared at the foot of the mountain. Faced with a 1/9 chance of survival, how many people could make a choice? Lu Ming stepped onto the middle path. The next moment he found himself in a huge cave. The cave was very wide and in the middle of the cave there was an altar. At this time in the cave there was a flash of light and another figure appeared. Little Qing. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. It was Xianxia. Lu Ming. Xianxia looked at Lu Ming and walked over with a smile. As expected, the 9 paths were a lie. Xianxia smiled. It's not really a lie. You need to test a person's courage and wisdom, Lu Ming said. Lu Ming speculated that the previous 9 paths were not 8 dead ends or 1 path of survival. Instead, all of them were paths of survival. As for the 8 dead ends, it was purely a scare. This would depend on everyone's judgment. Of course, it would also require great courage. For some people, even if they could guess the answer, it was a different matter whether they dared to step in. What if there was really a dead end? This place required courage. There was no doubt that Xianxia and Lu Ming had successfully passed the test. After a moment, no one else appeared. Only Lu Ming and Xianxia appeared. Sigh, after so many years, someone has finally come here. At this moment, a sigh was heard. Who is it? Lu Ming and Xianxia's expressions changed. Didn't you all come here to find me? Lu Ming saw a figure appear on the altar in the middle. It was a middle-aged man in his 40s. He wore a long 2-colored robe and was floating in the air. A terrifying pressure emanated from his body. The middle-aged man did not release any aura, but the pressure he exuded was natural. Lu Ming had a feeling that he was facing a vast heaven and earth, a whole world. Strong, too strong. Lu Ming was shocked. However, this middle-aged man was obviously not a real person. He was an illusionary body that seemed to be transparent. He's too strong. He's an emperor, an expert of the emperor path. Dandan screamed in horror, her 4 limbs and head all retracted into the turtle shell. Lu Ming and Xianxia's hearts trembled. Wasn't an imperial path expert a martial emperor? The person in front of him was actually a martial emperor? Was the martial emperor's treasure real? Interesting little turtle. The middle-aged man glanced at Dandan, then at Lu Ming and then at Xianxia. It was as if the sun, moon and stars were shifting in his eyes. These 2 little fellows are interesting. They seem to be hiding a lot of things. The middle-aged man smiled and waved his hand. In an instant, Lu Ming seemed to have lost control of himself. 5 spiritual rings floated above his head. 5 stages and 10 mind lamps have been lit. Amazing, amazing. Back then I was only at this level. Ah, good. The middle-aged man laughed. Senior, may I ask who you are? Did Senior set up the entrance to the martial emperor's treasure in the chaotic astral ocean? Lu Ming asked. The person in front of him should be the ancient ancestor that the people of the underground world had mentioned. Who am I? Sigh, it's already been thousands of years, I've almost forgotten about it. The middle-aged man let out a faint sigh. After a moment of silence he said, My name is Lian Tsong. Lian Tsong. Lu Ming looked puzzled. He had never heard of this name. Lian Tsong, you are the Talisman Emperor, the sect master of the Talisman sect. Lian Tsong. Xianxia exclaimed. Xianxia's eyes widened in disbelief. What? He's the Talisman Emperor? Lu Ming was also shocked and shocked. He had never heard of the name Lian Tsong, but not many people had not heard of the Talisman Emperor. There were 4 overlord forces in the Eastern Barren Territory. The Empyrean Heavenly Divine Palace, the Heavenly Corpse Sect, the Heavenly Demon Valley and the Talisman Sect. The Talisman Amulet Sect focused on inscription and focused on the Tao of inscription. Martial arts were only supplementary. The Talisman Emperor was the sect master of the Talisman sect. He had reached level 9 in the Tao of inscription, which was equivalent to the martial emperor realm. He was as famous as De and martial emperor. He was one of the few emperors in the Eastern Barren Land. He could shake the entire Eastern Barren Land with a stomp of his foot. In fact, in the entire Divine Wilderness continent they were the strongest. It was said that the Talisman Emperor had fallen 3,000 years ago. As for why he had fallen, it had always been a mystery. But why did he appear underground? Lu Ming and Xianxia had endless questions in their hearts. Little girl, you know quite a lot. Your bloodline is very special, so you should be from that family in the central continent, right? Lian Song revealed a smile. Xianxia was silent. Lu Ming was shocked. Central continent, Xianxia came from the central continent? Then why did she come to the east continent? You guys must be very curious about what happened, right? Why am I here? Liao Tsong said. Lu Ming and Xianxia nodded. Actually, I was ambushed and killed by someone. The person who ambushed me was the palace master of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, Martial Emperor D. Lian Song said word by word. What? Lu Ming's heart trembled again. The Talisman Emperor Lian Song was killed by Martial Emperor Di's sneak attack? It was beyond their expectations. 3,000 years ago I was secretly killed by De, and only a wisp of my soul was left. I escaped into this underground world and escaped the detection of De's Martial Emperor. I've been alive until now. The Talisman Emperor slowly explained the reason. Chapter 718. 718 Becoming Lian Song's disciple. 3,000 years ago, Lian Song was beaten to the point where only a wisp of his soul was left. He escaped into the underground world. In the beginning, his heart was filled with hatred and he wanted to take revenge. Thus, he imparted the Tao of inscription to the underground humans, hoping to cultivate an imperial path expert to avenge him. Thus, he became the ancient ancestor of the underground humans. But later he realized that the underground humans had a special constitution. Perhaps because they lived underground, they were different from the great Tao of heaven and earth and were forever separated from the sun, moon, and stars. Thus, the underground humans were not like the people outside the earth who had infinite possibilities. The humans here could only cultivate to the 6th level at most. That's right, rank 6 was equivalent to the Spirit Sea realm, which was also the god rank that the Underdark humans called. How could a level 6 help him take revenge? His remnant soul couldn't go out to find a successor. As a sovereign realm expert, he was afraid that Martial Emperor De would sense him as soon as he went out. Out of helplessness, Lian Song made 9 jade swords and found a few peak level 6 experts to send them out of the underground world. They built an entrance to the underground world and scattered the 9 jade swords everywhere in hopes of finding a fated person who could enter the underground world and become Lian Song's inheritor to avenge him. He had deliberately spread the news underground, saying that if someone from the outside world came in, there would be a person inside who could wake him up. However, as time went by, no one came in. Lian Song was slowly losing hope. A wisp of his soul fell into a deep sleep. In the blink of an eye, 3,000 years had passed. Who would have thought that after 3,000 years, someone would finally come in? Furthermore, there were 2 people who had made it to the last stage. As soon as Xianxia and Lu Ming entered the last cave, Lian Song sensed them instantly due to the formation. He woke up from his deep sleep. Lu Ming sighed in his heart after hearing that. It was another Martial Emperor De. He couldn't help but think of the 9 Sons Supreme, who had also been killed by Martial Emperor De and only had a wisp of his soul left. The 2 unrivaled heroes had similar endings. You're the Empyrean Heaven Divine Guard of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, right? I can sense the fluctuations of the Divine Guard token on you. Lian Song looked at Lu Ming. In his eyes there seemed to be the sun, the moon, and the stars. Lu Ming's heart trembled. Lian Song and Martial Emperor De were enemies. Would he kill him? A layer of cold sweat seeped out of his back as he thought of this. Xianxia moved and stood in front of Lu Ming. He stared at Lian Song. Even if he was an emperor, if he wanted to kill Lu Ming, he would have to fight. This young couple has a good relationship. You're very bold too. I like it. Lian Song laughed. Xianxia blushed, but he gritted his teeth and stood in front of Lu Ming. Looking at Xianxia's slender back view, Lu Ming's heart was filled with warmth. He took a step forward and held Xianxia's hand, standing side by side with him. Well, the 2 of you are equally talented, a perfect match for each other. Don't worry, you 2 little guys. My grudge with De has nothing to do with anyone else. Besides, although this little guy is De Tian's divine guard, I'm afraid he has never even seen De's face. Why would he be implicated? Said Lian Song with a smile. Lu Ming and Xianxia secretly heaved a sigh of relief. To be honest, even a wisp of soul would be extremely terrifying when facing an emperor. The difference was too great. A single breath from an imperial figure could kill them 8 to 10 times over. Senior, if you're not happy, I'll have to go against Martial Emperor De sooner or later. Lu Ming cupped his fists and said. You and Martial Emperor De will go against each other? You're just a martial king, what kind of enmity do you have with him? Wait, could it be the one in your body? Lian Cong's eyes seemed to be able to see through everything. Buzz. At this moment, Lu Ming's body glowed like the sun. The next moment, a figure appeared and floated in the air. Senior Zhu Yang. Lu Ming exclaimed in a low voice. The figure was the Nine Sons Supreme. Junior Zhu Yang greets Senior Lian. It has been thousands of years since we last met. The Nine Sons Supreme Master cupped his hands and saluted to Lian Cong. Lian Cong frowned slightly. Then his eyes lit up. You're Zhu Yang? What was going on? From your soul fluctuations I can tell that you've already reached the supreme level, right? With your heaven-defying bloodline and physique, it wouldn't be easy for an ordinary emperor to take you down. How did you end up like this? 3,000 years ago, before the incident with Lian Cong, the supreme master of the Nine Sons had just risen to power. He was the most brilliant heaven's favorite of that era. Lian Cong had seen him a few times, so he recognized him. Supreme Master Zhu Yang revealed a bitter smile on his face and roughly told him about his experience. What? You were also killed by that old man De. That old man De is despicable to the extreme. Lian Cong shouted in anger. He had been killed by De. Because they belonged to two different forces, it was normal for them to be in a competitive relationship. However, Supreme Nine Sons was the disciple of Martial Emperor De. He had fought for Martial Emperor De all his life, but now he had ended up like this. How sad was that? It was really a pity. What does De want to do? Does he want to unify the entire Eastern Barren territory? Liao Cong said. As far as I know, his target is not just the East continent. Supreme Nine Sons said. What? He's so ambitious. Liao Cong said. Lu Ming and Xianxia stood aside and listened quietly. They had heard many secrets from the Nine Sons Supreme and Lian Cong. They were not qualified to know these secrets with their cultivation. At this time, Lian Cong looked at Lu Ming again. No wonder I felt that this kid's bloodline is extraordinary. He has awakened the Nine-Dragon bloodline. But it will be difficult to fight against De. Now that things have come to this, I can only take one step at a time. Nine Sons Supreme Master sighed. But it's not like there's no chance at all. From what you've said, the Battle of Destiny is coming soon. If the Battle of Destiny goes well, there might be a chance. Lian Cong pondered for a while and looked at Lu Ming. Lu Ming, are you willing to be my disciple? Acknowledge a master? Lu Ming was slightly stunned. I can see that you are very talented in the Tao of Inscription. I can teach you everything I have learned in my life. This way, you will have more capital to fight against Martial Emperor De in the future. Liao Cong said. Lu Ming, why aren't you acknowledging me as your master? He asked. Supreme Master of Nine Sons urged. Disciple Lu Ming greets Master. Lu Ming took a few steps forward and knelt down to pay his respects as a master and disciple. To be able to acknowledge an Imperial Path powerhouse as a master, how could there be any reason for him to be unwilling? This was a great opportunity. Good, ha. Lian Cong laughed. Then he pointed his finger at Lu Ming's glabella. A ray of light flashed and Lu Ming suddenly felt that something had been added to his mind. As for what it was, he felt that it was a little blurry and couldn't see clearly. My dear disciple, I've already sealed everything I've learned and some of my cultivation experiences into an array. Now I've inserted it into your mind. You can slowly watch and cultivate in the future. However, there are many layers of seals in that array. With your current cultivation, you can only view things at rank 5 and below. Once you become a rank 6 alchemist, you'll naturally be able to view everything that a rank 6 alchemist has to offer. Lian Cong explained. Chapter 719. 719 The Ancient Ancestor Awakens. This disciple thanks Master. Lu Ming was overjoyed and thanked him. How precious was the lifetime's worth of knowledge and cultivation experience of an Emperor Path expert. It was countless times more precious than any treasure. In the future, when Lu Ming cultivated, he would take fewer detours and could improve at the fastest speed. This was an Imperial Dao expert. In the Divine Wilderness continent, he was the strongest expert. He was not like Dandan, who bragged about how powerful he was every day. However, he was only half-baked and knew a lot of things. He would only throw it to Lu Ming and let him learn by himself. He had no experience to learn from. Liao Tsong nodded. He took out a scroll and handed it to Lu Ming. This is the spirit weapon I used in the past. It's called the Myriad Array Diagram. Unfortunately, it was damaged during the battle with Di. Many of the inscriptions and arrays on it have been destroyed, but it's still very powerful. With your current cultivation, you can't use it yet. When your cultivation improves in the future, it may be of great use to you. Take it. Myriad Array Diagram. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He took the Myriad Array Diagram and put it away. Lu Ming had never heard of the all-formation picture. However, since it was Lian Tsong's treasure, it must be extraordinary. At the side, Nine Suns Supreme was secretly shocked. Lu Ming had never heard of it, but he knew that the Myriad Array Diagram was the treasure that made Liao Tsong famous. It was a powerful 9th-level spiritual weapon and an imperial treasure. Its power was earth-shaking and could destroy the sky. It was extremely terrifying. Now Lian Tsong gave such an important treasure to Lu Ming. It was clear that he valued Lu Ming very much. My dear disciple, your little girlfriend is also extremely talented. Her bloodline and physique have a strong background. Since she has reached the last stage, I must show her some appreciation. Now let me help you unleash the power of your bloodline to the extreme. Lian Tsong waved his hand and a ray of light enveloped Xianxia. A blood-red light flashed behind Xianxia and a lotus flower appeared. On the lotus flower, a beautiful woman sat cross-legged. So it really is this bloodline. Even in that family, this kind of bloodline only appears very rarely. It's called a variant. Haha, let me see the effect of the Nirvana bloodline. Lian Tsong's fingers moved and a magical array entered Xianxia's blood. Immediately, Xianxia's blood formed a black cocoon. Xianxia sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes. He seemed to have started cultivating. Yes. Liao Tsong nodded and said, I should be able to achieve nirvana in 3 days. Zhuyang, how's the situation in the Talisman Amulet sect? He asked. Nine Suns Supreme Master pondered for a moment and said, ever since the incident with Senior Lien, the Talisman sect, and Puppet sect have been dissatisfied with each other and have been divided into 2 factions. Their strength has been greatly weakened. Now, a large area of the Talisman sect's territory has been occupied by the Empyrean Heavenly Divine Palace and the Heavenly Corpse sect. They are not as good as they used to be. I knew that this would be my end the moment something happened to me. Lian Tsong sighed. I've even heard that the puppet lineage might have the intention of joining the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. Supreme Nine Suns said. Damn it, the Talisman sect cannot be destroyed like this, disciple. Suddenly, Lian Tsong looked at Lu Ming and said, the Million Array illustration is not only a supreme treasure, it is also a token of the Talisman Amulet sect's sect leader. From now on, the Talisman Amulet sect will be handed over to you. After you leave, you have to think of a way to reorganize the Talisman Amulet sect and merge the 2 sects into one. We will regain our former glory. Me. Lu Ming was a little confused. How could he have the strength to deal with a behemoth like the Talisman sect? My disciple, since you are my successor and have my token, the Talisman Amulet sect is naturally yours. Once you have the Talisman Amulet sect in your hands, you will have the capital to fight against Martial Emperor De in the future. Liao Tsong said. That's right, Lu Ming. This is also Senior Lian Tsong's good intention. Supreme Nine Suns said. All right, I promise Master that I'll do my best. Lu Ming cupped his fists and said. Indeed, if he could really control the Talisman Amulet sect, he would have the capital to fight against Martial Emperor De. Good, I'm relieved. Originally, with my soul power, I could only hold on for a few years before my soul completely dispersed. I didn't expect that I would finally welcome hope before I die. Ah, the heavens have been kind to me. Lian laughed. Master. Lu Ming was dejected. It was already unbelievable that a wisp of his soul could last for thousands of years. He knew that Lian might not be able to last more than a few years. Jiang, there's still hope for you to be resurrected. If you're resurrected in the future, you must help Lu Ming. Liao Zong said. Of course, but resurrection is easier said than done. Nine Sun's Supreme Master sighed. There is always hope in everything. Alright, I've explained everything. When this girl wakes up, I'll send you all back to the outside world. Liao Zong said. Master, what about the other people from the outer realm? Lu Ming asked. As for the others, let them stay in the underground world. With my current strength, I can't send so many people out. Lian said calmly. Lu Ming sighed in his heart. Lian was an imperial path expert. He was high and mighty. In his eyes, ordinary martial artists were probably like ants. If it wasn't for the fact that he and Xianxia had reached the last stage, which attracted Lian's attention and made him his disciple, they might have been nothing more than two ants in Lian's eyes. Master, I want to bring a friend with me, can I? Lu Ming asked. A friend? Of course. Oh well, I'll solve this underground human problem by the way. Lian waved his hand and Lu Ming felt the world change. The next moment, Lu Ming appeared in the sky outside the Saint Mountain. Outside the Holy Mountain, hundreds of tribes were staring in the direction of the Holy Mountain. Most of the tribes were sighing in sorrow because all of their people had failed. Then they looked at each other to see which tribe had not come out yet. Lu Ming and Miss Ye have not come out yet. There might be hope. Qi Yu, Qi Jinkong, and the other members of the Red Leopard tribe clenched their fists and stared in the direction of the Holy Mountain with endless anticipation in their eyes. Guys, look. There's someone in the air. Suddenly someone shouted. Countless people looked up and saw a figure appear in the sky. He stood in the air and did not land. What's going on? How did this person appear in midair? The others were directly bounced back by the formation. This is strange. Which tribe sent this person? Lu Ming's appearance caused a wave of doubtful discussion. Lu Ming, it's Lu Ming. The people of the Red Leopard tribe were shocked. Did he succeed? Could it be that Lu Ming had also failed? At this moment, the entire Saint Mountain glowed with bright light, illuminating the land within 1,000 miles. A figure appeared in the light. This figure was 10,000 meters tall. He was huge and his body was emitting a qi that was as powerful as the sky. He was none other than Lian. Ancient Ancestor, the Ancient Ancestor has awakened. It really is the Ancient Ancestor. Countless people from the hundreds of tribes let out excited roars and knelt down on the ground. Chapter 720. 720 Reward 1. Even the extraterrestrials felt the same way. The pressure from Lian was too strong. It was boundless, as if they were facing the universe. In the face of this pressure, the people from the outer realm also knelt down. No one was an exception. This was not a question of whether they were willing to kneel or not, but they had no choice but to kneel. This person is the chosen one. A rumbling voice came out from Lian's mouth. Countless people's eyes were focused on Lu Ming. This young man was actually the chosen one. Was he the one who had awakened the Ancient Ancestor? Lu Ming, it's really him. It's really him. The people of the Red Leopard tribe were all ecstatic. They were so excited that they were trembling. It was really Lu Ming, and Lu Ming was sent by the Red Leopard tribe. What reward would the Ancient Ancestor give them? They were filled with anticipation. Which tribe sent this chosen one? Lian's voice was heard again. It was as if the heavens were talking. His voice was like thunder, reverberating between heaven and earth. It's the Sacred Wind tribe. Before Qi Jinkong could say anything, a loud shout was heard. There was a group of people in that direction. There were more than 1,000 of them, and each of them had a strong aura. They were all rank 6 alchemists above the Sea of Souls realm. It's the Holy Wind tribe. This time the Holy Wind tribe is going to be even stronger. That's right. The Holy Wind tribe has always been the most powerful tribe with countless experts. Now the ancient ancestor will definitely reward the destined person. They will become stronger as they grow. In the future, which other tribe will be a match for the Holy Wind tribe? The other tribes started to discuss. Detestable. The people of the Red Leopard tribe roared in their hearts. The Sacred Wind tribe was so shameless that they stole their credit. However, they didn't dare to make a sound. The Holy Wind tribe was too powerful. If they made a sound and the ancient ancestor didn't punish the Holy Wind tribe, the Red Leopard tribe would be in danger. If the Holy Wind tribe wanted to destroy the Red Leopard tribe, it would be a piece of cake. Holy Wind tribe, how dare you lie to me? You must die. Lian Song's rumbling voice resounded. 2 beams of light shot out from his eyes towards the Holy Wind tribe. Ah, ancient ancestor, please spare me. The people of the Holy Wind tribe cried out in fear. However, it was all in vain. The 2 beams of light swept past and the people of the Holy Wind tribe all disappeared, turning into ashes. Including the extraterrestrials who had come with the Sacred Wind tribe, they had all disappeared. The 2 gazes both dead. Even though there was only a wisp of Lian Song's soul left and it was about to dissipate, his power was still terrifying. At this moment, everyone present was as silent as cicadas in winter, not even daring to breathe loudly. The Holy Wind tribe doesn't need to exist in this world. All the tribes should attack it together, said Lian Song. I will obey the ancient ancestors' decree. Countless tribes responded loudly. With just one sentence from Lian Song, the #1 tribe in the underground world was doomed. I already know that the Red Leopard tribe is the one who has delivered the heavenly mandate. Now, I will bestow upon you a spiritual cultivation method. As soon as Lian Song finished his words, a jade token flew towards the Red Leopard tribe. Qi Jingkong received it respectfully and quickly kowtowed. Thank you for your gift, ancient ancestor. He was extremely excited. A spiritual cultivation technique. It was actually a spiritual cultivation technique. This was a priceless treasure. Given time, how many experts could their Red Leopard tribe produce? In the future, it was possible for them to become the strongest tribe in the underground world. There were so many tribes in the underground world, but none of them had a spiritual cultivation technique. This was the legendary Holy Bible. The other tribes were extremely envious. Some people looked at the jade token in Qi Jingkong's hand with burning eyes. Also, each of these 9 inscription scrolls can kill those above the god level. You can keep them. Lian Song's voice was heard again. The 9 inscription scrolls flew towards Qi Jingkong. Thank you for your gift, ancient ancestor. Qi Jingkong received it and bowed again. With these 9 inscription talismans he could ensure the safety of the Red Leopard tribe. Some of the tribes with other thoughts immediately felt their hearts turn cold. It was obvious that the ancient ancestor wanted to protect the Red Leopard tribe. How could they dare to have any disloyal thoughts? Qi Yu clan leader Qi Lu Ming will take his leave now. At this moment, Lu Ming's voice entered Qi Yu and Qi Jingkong's ears. Qi Yu looked up and saw the ancient ancestor wave his hand. Lu Ming's figure disappeared. Qi Yu felt lost and sighed in her heart. She knew that after today's farewell they might never see each other again. Lu Ming was a heaven's favorite from the outer world. The outer world was so vast, and the underground was only a stop in Lu Ming's journey. At the same time, Lian Song disappeared. Jian Filiu, who was standing in a tribe, also disappeared. The surrounding environment changed. Lu Ming realized that he had returned to the cave. With a flash of light, Lian Song appeared. At the same time, Jian Filiu appeared as well. As soon as Jian Filiu appeared, he retreated hurriedly and put on a vigilant look. He only heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Lu Ming. He looked at Lian Song, Lu Ming and Xianxia and said, "Brother Lu, what's going on?" "Brother Jian, in a few days the 3 of us will go out and return to the outside world. As for other matters, please don't ask too much," Lu Ming said. Jian Filiu was stunned. However, even though he had many doubts in his heart, since Lu Ming said not to ask too much, It most likely unlevered some of Lu Ming's secrets. Jian Filiu was smart and naturally did not ask too much. For the rest of the time, Lu Ming and Jian Filiu sat cross-legged, waiting for Xianxia. Lu Ming's consciousness sank into his mind and he realized that there was a shiny object in his mind. There were layers and layers of formations on it. This was the sealing formation that Liao Tsong had sealed in his mind. It was related to Liao Tsong's Tao of refinement and cultivation experience. Lu Ming controlled the mental energy fire and moved closer to the seal array. The first level of the array was not very strong. It was broken through by the mental energy fire not long after. Lu Ming found himself in an extremely vast space. There were countless Lian songs sitting cross-legged, explaining the Tao of inscription and their cultivation experience. It was as if there were countless Lian songs teaching him how to cultivate. He would listen to any one of them. Amazing, truly amazing. Lu Ming sighed. He stopped in front of one of the Lian songs and started to listen. After this Lian song explained for a while, he repeated what he had just said. Lu Ming listened to it a few times and felt that he had understood it. He walked to the next Lian song. In this way, Lu Ming continued to listen to them one by one. These were all Lian Song's knowledge and cultivation experience about the Tao of inscription of level 5 and below. Although Lu Ming had already reached the limit of the 5th level, he realized that he still had many shortcomings after listening to it. His foundation in the Tao of inscription was becoming more and more solid. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. On the 4th day, Xianxia's aura began to rise rapidly. The black cocoon floating above her head began to crack. Lu Ming and Jian Filiu finished their cultivation and looked at Xianxia. Chapter 721. 721 Bloodline Nirvana Return. Kacha. The black cocoon on Xianxia's head cracked open and a dazzling Esilavir light flashed out. It was the light emitted by the chakra. 9. Lu Ming saw 9 Esilavir chakras at one glance. King level 9th rank bloodline. How was that possible? Lu Ming was dumbfounded. Jian Filiu was even more shocked. They had fought together before, so they knew that Xianxia's bloodline was a 7th level king tier bloodline. But now, it had become a 9th level king tier bloodline. It was incredible. Not bad, not bad. This bloodline is indeed powerful. I wonder what level the 3rd bloodline is at. Lian Song looked at Xianxia and nodded his head in satisfaction. It seems that the 9-dragon bloodline is not the only wondrous bloodline in the world. Lu Ming sighed. The world was full of wonders. In the past, the place he lived in was too small. When he stepped onto a broader stage, he would definitely see more wonderful things. There were all kinds of bloodlines, and the 9-dragon bloodline was not the only one that could be upgraded. Xianxia's bloodline was able to advance to the 9th level of the king realm through the rebirth of his bloodline. A 9th level king bloodline was the highest level a 2nd bloodline could reach. If one wanted to reach the divine level, they would usually have to go for the 3rd bloodline. After a while, the Esilavir light disappeared and the blood vessels behind Xianxia disappeared into her body. She opened her eyes. All right, now step onto the altar and I'll send you out, said Lian Song. Jian Filiu and Xianxia walked up to the altar while Lu Ming came to Lian Song and bowed. Master, disciple will take his leave. Let's go. I can't help you in the future. You have to rely on yourself. Liao Tsong nodded. Lu Ming's heart ached. Although he had not spent a long time with Lian Song, Lu Ming had indeed regarded him as his true master. Strictly speaking, this was the first master that Lu Ming had formally acknowledged. Lu Ming knew very well that this farewell might be an eternal farewell. With Lian Song's soul power, he would not be able to last for more than a few years. The emperor of a generation had ended up in such a state. Really made one sigh. Lu Ming bowed again and stepped onto the altar. Lian Song waved his hands and the altar began to shine. Inscriptions appeared and the next moment the world started to spin. When their surroundings had stabilized, they opened their eyes. With the sea breeze blowing in all directions, they arrived at a small island. This place should be one of the small islands in the chaotic astral ocean. Brother Lu, thank you, miss. Thank you. Jian Filiu cupped his fists at Lu Ming to express his gratitude. This time only 3 people came out. He knew very well that the others would probably stay underground forever. The only reason he could come out was definitely because of Lu Ming and Xianxia. He was extremely grateful. If he was to stay underground forever, it would be worse than death. There's no need to thank me, Brother Jian. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Brother Lu, Miss Xia, what are your plans from now on? Jian Filiu asked. We've come out to train and improve our cultivation. After the Battle of Providence starts, we'll head to the Sky Martial region. Lu Ming said. The Sky Martial region was where the main palace of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace was located. Oh, if that's the case, why don't you return to the Golden Sword sect with me, and then head to the Heavenly King domain? The Heavenly King ranking battle is about to begin. To all peak-tier kings, this is an indispensable opportunity. Jian Filiu said. The Battle of the Heavenly King's ranking. Lu Ming was stunned. Other than the Battle of Providence, why was there another Battle of the Heavenly King's list? Brother Lu, you don't know about the Heavenly King ranking battle? Jian Filiu was a bit dumbfounded. Lu Ming shook his head. He really did not know. All right. In the Heavenly King domain, there are 2 Heavenly King steals that open once every 3 years. The Heavenly King steals have a miraculous effect on peak-tier kings, and many people have broken through to the Sea of Soul realm because of them. However, there is a limit to the number of places that can obtain the final opportunity. You're tuning in to the Zhou Xian's Legacy YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.